The nature of predators 127 memory transcription subject false wall in the hallway. Archivist Vague rubbed her damp nose and her drooping ears bunched with apprehension. That Farsal seemed more nervous than when the Terran soldiers busted down her door with guns. Perhaps she knew that soldier predators were civilized, informed, and in control. I considered telling my companions that we should refrain from waking the captives until we had a plan to subdue them. However, the likelihood of offending my human friends deterred me from raising my concerns. Frost-lined glass covers were draped over the oval containers, revealing placid-looking predators. I squinted for any sign of battle scars. Assessing each one's potential threat level would require knowledge of their killing experience. These were humans that disappantized their own kind, so how could we expect them to have the slightest concern for alien life forms, like Onso and myself? The Yochel looked unafraid of these primitive Terrans, probably because he was a primitive Terrans himself. He didn't understand the critical shifts in Earthlings' morals and behavior over the years. Key count a few dozen humans in stasis, more than the soldiers we have here. This could turn into a stampede or a rampage easily, or they'll have to gun down their ancient civilians. Dial waved his barrel at Vacuum Day. Wake them up. Unha meant, or so help me God, I'll kill you. Understood, the Farsal breathed. They're going to freak out. No shit. You kidnapped them and put them to sleep for 100 fucking years. We were trying to save your species. Why don't you worry about saving your own hide? Open the fucking pods now! Forces, I want every person to take a pod. Reassure these poor souls. Be clear and concise explaining what's going on and get them back to our ship. The fossil archivist tapped away at a central control console, eyes glimmering with worry. Carlos and Samantha heeded Tyler's orders, and each found a spot next to a pod. Onzo bounced up to a container of his own, inspecting it from every angle with blind enthusiasm. I stood frozen, nervous to be within grappling change of an awoken beast. The Yochel noticed my failure to follow the orders and gestured with his tail to an unguarded pod. Maybe I should sit this one out, I offered. I'm an alien. That might agitate them, and I don't really know how to handle humans. Samantha curled her lip. Get your ass over there. The least you could do is pretend to care about us, Sovlin. I do care about you. But I also know how humans from this time period conducted themselves. Is there a problem? Tyler swiveled around, and exasperation flashed in his icy eyes. We're the same species now as we were then. I don't expect people I serve alongside to see us as mindless predators. Yes, sir. Of course you're not. I'm just thinking of the Federation's dossier of your wars. I reviewed it with Racel when Marcel. Forgive me. I'm going. I ducked my head in sheepish fashion and scurried within a capsule's proximity against my will. My heart rate ratcheted up, peering down at the snoozing predator. His arms were connected to wires and folded across his unmoving chest. This Terran seemed young, with unblemished skin that was more pale than Tyler's. His mane was a brown fringe that swept past his eyebrows. At least I hadn't gotten a particularly imposing specimen, but a Gojid wasn't cut out to interact with these creatures. The fog on the glass cleared up and offered an unrestricted look at the predator's face. The color began to return to the ancient human's skin, and his bluish lips morphed back to a healthy pink. Ike continued pressing buttons and stepped away as every pod's lid unsealed. I resisted the itch to draw my weapon. Tyler wouldn't appreciate me holding this primitive at gunpoint. It was important to remember that these weren't the presentable Terrans I had come to love. These were lawless hunters who lived in a harsh society with few amenities and no knowledge of alien life. The brown-haired human's chest showed signs of movement, which gradually gained stability. His eyelids twitched and his nostrils flared. I took an instinctive step backward, uncertain whether he tried to strangle me. My remaining spines were at full bristle. The sick feeling almost mirrored my first encounter with Marcel. The predator's binocular eyes snapped open, a startling amber hue and panic flashed in them. He snapped upright in an uncanny motion. I barely muffled my scream. Every impulse in my brain wanted to plead for mercy. His pupils were trained on me, and he seemed equally frightened by my presence. My fear subsided to some degree as the human shrank away from me. His breathing became panicked, and his hands wrapped around himself in a self-soothing gesture. The predator pressed against the back of the pod, hugging his legs to his chest. Oh, God. The Terran's unusual eyes welled with tears, and his tone was rich with hyperventilation. Other waking specimens were showing signs of panic attacks, or blindly bursting from their pods. Oh, God. What the fuck? Clear and concise. Tell him what's going on, and pray this is a sapient that's capable of reasoning. Guy, easy. My words caused his brow to furrow, and he cradled his skull in his hands. That must be his first time acquiring meaning from the translator implant, which the Farsal must have installed after his capture. I'm here to rescue you. My name is Sovlin. Do you have a name? Anna, Anta. Oh, Protector. His name is literally Hunter. These are primitive, predator-exalting humans. But he sounds scared of me, which is odd. Where am I? What the fuck are you? You were kidnapped by aliens, not me or my kind. There's 2 precursor races who meddled with lots of primitive cultures. Yours, mine. My entire planet got glassed. Not that you asked, but I joined up with humans after that. You see all the human soldiers around here. I work for Earth. Kidnapped by aliens. I remember camping and a rustling noise. Something sharp hit my neck and... Why? What did they do? How can you work for Earth? Take me home. Hunter was growing hysterical, and his hands were shaking. I listened to his sniffling, feeling pity begin to replace my fear. However dangerous this captive might be, it was clear his narrow-minded brain was overwhelmed. The questions he posed were understandable, in light of waking up in a strange place. Hesitantly, I inched toward him, and he tensed up like I was going to hurt him. Why would an apex predator see May as dangerous? The news I was about to break might shatter his world. Everything and everyone he knew was long gone. Perhaps showing empathy would convince him not to stampede or show aggression. Hunter deserves some amount of comfort after what he'd been through. I placed a paw on the shudderingly named human's shoulder and brought him into a cautious embrace. He wailed incoherently, sobbing into my fur. His mane and his pink and white claws were pristine even up close, to my amazement. Shockingly non-violent. How can an ancient human who has no idea what's going on, be acting like the benevolent souls today? Maybe the historical ones weren't as barbaric as I thought. It's okay. We're going to take you home now. You're doing great, I soothed. Hunter drew a mucus-addled breath. You're an alien. Why can I understand you? The bastards who captured you injected a translator, I think. Listen, what I'm about to tell you is upsetting, but it's the truth. I don't know how I can help. Given the circumstances, all I can promise, I'll do whatever I can. Do you really want to know what happened? The unfrozen human nodded. Peace. Aliens called the Farsal captured you and have been keeping you frozen for future experiments. They've been waking up small batches of captives for centuries, so, Earth isn't the Earth you remember. The solar year is 2137. Humans are an interstellar species, at war with the Farsal conspiracy, because they meddled with your world and everyone else's. We located this base, and we're here to rescue you and expose the culprits. Does that make sense so far? Yes, and no. Why would anyone want to experiment on us, on me? Has it really been? My family's dead, if it's been centuries. Oh God, this isn't happening. I know this is a lot, Hunter. Evie wish he had a different name. Do not say Predator Sovlin. You don't want Hunter thinking about hunting. Much of the galaxy perceives humans as evil and violent. These guys tried to genetically cure you, like they did to my race centuries ago. After that failed, they joined the crowd that wants you extinct. They think we're evil because of the wars. And because you're a predator race, unso-yipped, unsolicited. Oh, damn you, uplift. Now you've done it. Hunter's head snapped over to the Yochul. The marsupial had gotten his own human out of her pod, and from the bits I overheard, he'd been hypothesizing over its engineering to her. My primitive Terran groaned, spotting the reddish-furred alien. His amber gaze darted around the room. I could sense that the primate wanted little more than to curl up under a rock and disappear, which meant he wasn't intending to harm me. However, I was worried predator talk would push him toward his name's origin. Predator race, the brown-haired beast echoed. I heaved a weary sigh. You hunt, Hunter. Your eyes face forward. The galaxy's only other predator race eats and enslaves people. That's why. I'm glad, yet a little surprised. He feels that averse to the Oxer. Do they eat humans? No. Do they eat your kind? Gurgits. Yeah, back when I was a starship captain, No. Wait, you didn't ask about my personal life. I apologize for my indiscretion. Go on, if you want to. I can hear the pain in your voice. Well, I was on a video call, which is a remote communication where you can see each other. With my family from my starship. They were eaten alive as I watched, and I couldn't lift a claw to help. You can say I've had to work through some fears and hatred to get used to humans. Hunter's face contorted with what I'd come to recognize as the Terran expression of sympathy. My spines began to settle down, and I decided that he didn't constitute a threat. It was surprising how little his behavior aligned with the savage cruelty or at best, indifference, I expected from pre-fetal humanity. So much for what my therapist said about them being a territorial, aggressive species. Their dark past was almost worsened by how similar these primitives seemed to modern Earthlings. He thought humans had changed, and that they attained a higher degree of empathy as civilization advanced. Yet this poorly named predator still pities me, even as his reality is in shambles. "I am so sorry," he growled. "That must still weigh on you. I can't even process my family being gone in what was an instant for me. I think it's going to hit me like a freight train later." I cleared my throat. "I'm sorry for what happened to you too. We have to make the best of our circumstances now, and maybe, along the way, get a bit of revenge." Revenge? Man, I'm just a college student. Does my university still exist anymore? They all must have assumed I was dead. I bet it killed Ma. Depends on the city, I imagine. Long story there that involves the war. Anyhow, if you wanted, the United Nations might be able to locate some relatives. You could still have people, and maybe there's records of what happened with any loved ones you remember. Why bother? The descendants are gonna be my great something or another. My family, the one I know and care about, is long dead. It's closure. Sure, it's mainly a chance to know your future kin and protect your family lineage. But it's also a chance to preserve your loved one's memory. That's part of why I persist, delaying a world where nobody remembers my little girl. And I tell myself there's a non-zero chance I'll feel happiness again someday. You're much younger than me. It won't be easy, but you can make a life for yourself. As if I'll be a shoe on the wrong foot, won't know anything about the culture, and my qualifications probably don't mean shit anymore. What can I possibly do with myself? What is there for me on Earth? I don't know how curious humans were back in your times, but you could start by learning about all the alien life forms and customs. It's a chance to discover something new that nobody else from your era ever saw. To pass on your slice of history to the galaxy. But how do I do that? I don't think I can handle this shit. I'm no use to anyone. That's not true. The United Nations is short on manpower, so all extra hands ease the burden, no matter what capacity you're in. Start with small steps, Hunter. You don't have to have all the answers today. Small steps. Yeah, okay. Do you have something in mind? I need to keep my brain occupied. Well, why don't you come with us? We're going to sweep the archives. You can help me out just by tagging along. I would like to know how these Farsor fuckers changed the history of Gojit-kind, but it also scares me a little. Why? I'm worried it'll be as disturbed as your history. Or what was the present for you? Fair, honestly. Okay then. I'll follow you, Sovlin. Most of the awakened humans were being taken back to the submarine to be tended to in relative safety. I could hear chatter over the radio as other groups of UN soldiers landed to aid a full sweep of the archives. The Terran military was also launching a communications buoy to ensure that UN command above Talsk received news of this debacle. If Hunter requested to accompany us, I didn't see why Tyler would object to it. This living relic of the past could be the best chance I had to understand the nature of predators. Maybe human nature is to toe the line between great beneficence and unfathomable depravity. The choice is theirs, yet unwritten in history, with far-reaching implications for all life. Anzo perked his ears up. I'm going with the group, back to the ship, old man. Then, if I can choose my assignment, we're finding the Yotul room. It'll be wonderful to cleanse the Federation's influence from our culture, for good. Okay. I hope you find what you need on that, but I won't be joining you. Assuming Tyler gives us the go-ahead, Hunter and I are looking into the Gojit's past. We're coming with you. Samantha had materialized behind me, a steely look in her forest green eyes. The biowarfare mask made her appear like a machine. Carlos and I have gone through hell with you. We're not going to let you decide you're a monster. Your therapist has enough of a headache with you already. Hunter pointed to her mask. That's, do I need one of those? Yeah, we'll fetch you one. You should be good for now. It doesn't sound like they inject the cure until they launch a new batch. Before proceeding deeper into the archives and prying beyond the scope of actions conducted against Earth, I needed authorization for my plan from my superior. Tyler could be asked to provide Hunter with proper gear. Knowing the blonde officer, he would permit the ancient Terran to tag along with me. Seeing all of humanity, past and present, as more than predators was exactly what he had asked. With the identity of every Federation species in the balance, it was our moral duty to unearth all of the Farsal's crimes against sapiens. The Nature of Predators, 128, Memory, Transcription, Subject. I need Captain Sovlin, United Nations Fleet Command Jade. Standardized Human Time, January 16th, 2137, with multiple crews having touched down at the Galactic Archives. We split up into teams. Tyler presented us with 1 hour to accrue the most essential data and reconvene at the submarine to transport the intel elsewhere. In case anything went wrong, getting any information about key species off-world was critical. Venlil, Ceruleans, Aksur, Yotul, and Krakotl were considered the top 5. Thankfully, my commander also honored my personal request to investigate the Gojits. Officer Cardona decided to accompany Onso to the Yotul room, while also keeping watch over Farsal prisoners, such as Vei Kitwati Woro. Carlos wound up leading our small posse, roping a timid archivist into showing us the way. Hunter had acquired suitable attire from the submarine and loped after us. If someone told me a day ago that I'd turn my back on a primitive predator with a name that fit how I imagined their nomenclature, I would have laughed. However, my concerns about the ancient Terran had all but evaporated. I have bigger issues on my plate with what I'm about to seek out. This could destroy the little that's left of my heritage. To say I was terrified of the Gojit's true history was an understatement. Depending on the degree of atrocities I uncovered, what was best for my species might be to bury it once and for all. Certain unsavory elements shouldn't come back, no matter how egregious the Federation's removal methods were. How would the rest of the galaxy perceive us and our refugees if we were at all similar to the Terran's past? Shadows moved behind me, and I felt slight pressure on my spine. A yelp came from Hunter, who nursed his now bleeding pointer finger, the primitive human had decided, without warning, to poke the end of a bristle. He brought it upon himself, touching a sharp object for no reason. Maybe Onso wasn't so bad, compared to other creatures below a certain technological level. What compelled you to do that? I spat. Hunter shrugged. Curiosity killed the cat. Only one way to find out how sharp it really is, you know. Say, why do you just have spikes on part of your back? It's like there are blotches without it. Well, let's say they got lined up by a machine gun and were ripped out of my spine by a stream of bullets. It hurt. It really hurt. They can't regrow either because I'm fucking old, so Sam calls me Baldy to rub it in my face. Does that answer your question? Ouch. Yeah, man. Carlos risked a curious glance back. What year was it for you? You sound like you're from the States. 1966. American, born and raised. I used to wonder why aliens would target you crazy Yanks in all the UFO tales, Sam quipped. Maybe they were drawn to you because of your media presence. Figured you represented us all. You act like you do. Australian accent. That it is. Now's your chance for the kangaroo jokes. Never heard those before. Actually, I wanted to ask about the glass rectangles you all have on your belts. Are those 22nd century TVs? I barely kept my disdain to myself, instead focusing on Carlos. The male guard was holding a Farsal prisoner at gunpoint. We'd entered a new hallway in search of the Gojid room. Again, I remarked internally how Onsa was versed enough in technology to regurgitate a textbook at least. He never questioned what basic things were, or showed such an obvious lack of knowledge. Hunter clearly knew very little about Yeni technology. No, people still like their television sets large and mounted. Samantha unclipped her holopad, unlocking it with facial ID. This is a holopad. It actually can facilitate watching TV shows though. Mostly, it's used to access the internet and talk instantaneously with friends. You had phones in your time, right? Hunter huffed in indignation. Phones existed since the 1800s. You're telling me that little thing can call people? With video streams, or send them written messages. The screens being 3'd are a nice touch. Okay. Streams like a river is the video water power? And, what's the internet? Does he even know what a computer is? That's going to be difficult to explain. I attempted to withhold a derisive tone. Streams are a live video feed. Does the word computer mean anything to you? We should start there. Yes, but that IAs can't be a proper computer. They take up entire rooms. Your holopad could fit in a pocket. There's no way that could have the necessary power, and you're not even chilling the mechanisms. Hunter exclaimed. We can pack enormous processing power into tiny chips and perform functions more complex than you can imagine, Carlos explained. The internet is a way that computers communicate, all the way across the globe, and now the galaxy. It's basically a web for housing forums and information, and by now, it encompasses the collective knowledge of mankind. Samantha hummed in appreciation. It is remarkable, really. You can ask a question, and the program scours that entire archive. Millions of results on any topic you can dream of. Science, history, celebrities, entertainment at your fingertips in seconds. Wow! I can't even understand how humans could build something like that. Research must be so easy for you. We had to scour books to find a single source, and you have millions of encyclopedias thrown into your lap. You have no idea how good you have it, do you? Humans have come a long way from being primitive, I acknowledged. Carlos curled his fist and started to round on me. That was before noticing that the Farsal had finished guiding us to the Gojid chamber. My spines bristled, sensing a grave threat in the information housed here. Grappling with the undisguised truth of our omnivory, and possibly seeing my own kind feast on flesh, I wasn't ready for concrete evidence. The knowledge of my ancestry had almost sapped my will to live the first time, even with my unpaid debt to Earth. I felt disgusting just dwelling on the loathsome facts. My human companions weren't as hesitant as me, skulking into the room. They barked orders, using their guns as motivators. Gojids were mixed in with the native staff, and part of me wondered if these were from the Cradle's primitive era. However, the fact that some called out United Nations suggested they were active conspirators, not captives. I tailed my comrades, sweeping my gun around the room for any threats. Hunter tiptoed after me, apprehensive about our locale. Samantha took the privilege of coercing the staff to lie on the ground, flexing a tattooed arm in menacing fashion. Carlos ordered the Farsal archivist who guided us here to unlock the mainframe. The conspiracy employee trudged forward and leaned over a sensor for a retinal scan. Too soon for my liking, we had access to the Grand Collection. Everything documented at Gojid Kind was at my claws. Hunter fell in by my side and arched a quizzical eyebrow. He didn't understand why I was keeping away from the console, like it burned to the touch. Tyler said we have 1 hour to gather intel, but take your time, Sam hissed. I drew a deep breath and hovered my claw over a series of folders. Carlos procured a drive, starting to download any files he could find. Should I have prevented the human from transcribing this info, at least until I reviewed the contents myself? Nerves hindered my breathing as conscious thoughts diminished. My mind was in a trance, but I managed to pull up a piece labeled Overview on screen. Welcome, archivists of the future, and congratulations on your promotions. A Farsal voiceover thundered over the video feed, and I flinched at the volume. This video will be a brief synopsis of Species 92A, who go by the name Gojid. Millions of hours of pre-contact footage are available, to be sorted over the years by your diligent paws. I've compiled examples of the key aspects of their culture, and a conclusive analysis of their successful conversion. Hunter tilted his head, watching footage of prehistoric Gojids rigging a sailboat. The video scrolled through a series of clay houses and sprawling orchards that didn't look much different from the modern day. An overhead image of a village with limited electric lights completed the narrative. It slowly faded to black, void of narration, and switched to primitive cave artwork of workers tilling fields. The Gojids call their homeworld the Cradle, a name that stems from a local deity, the Great Protector. As their creation myth goes, all of nature was crafted to be the perfect home for their species, the Farsal declared on the recording. The land provides, and Aishain heeds their cries against threats by famine or beast. This has been their predominant religion since the advent of agriculture. Farming doctrine and the faith were spread alongside each other, with the locals claiming the Protector taught them how plants grew. Surveillance video showed Gojids sorting through a forest and gathering up anything they could find. The camera lens zeroed in on half-eaten carcasses, which were thrown onto a cart by the primitives. These filthy members of my kind stopped short of a clearing, ducking into bushes. Splotchy, lean predators with massive fangs were stalking a grazing species and downing as many of the prey as they could. Key Gojids are hiding because they saw the predators. That's prey behavior, right? A gunshot rang out, and the Gojids burst from the foliage with reckless abandon. One splotchy predator snarled in pain as a bullet bore into its haunches. The primitive sapiens were stretching their arms out to appear larger and waving their claws around. To my bewilderment, the hunting animals dashed off without their prey. The Gojids congratulated themselves before collecting the kills. The recording proceeded with an explanation. Gojids are a scavenger species. They allow predators to do the dirty work, then swoop in to obtain the carcasses. Flesh is not a staple of their diet, but rather a pricey treat for occasional consumption. What you just witnessed is a family of market vendors scrounging for cuts to sell to the upper class. With this being an accepted cultural item, one of status even, it's apparent to us that a cure is needed. The government, locally elected settlement councils, even send out foraging parties during times of hardship. It's endorsed as a method of survival by their very leaders. The footage transitioned to grainy images of starships landing, and stories plastered in prehistoric newspapers. Creatures from another world, they come bearing gifts, the headline read. The front page image showed a priest of the Great Protector in conversation with a Kolshian. I managed to read a bit about a new future for Gojid kind before the feed cut to pro-exterminator pamphlets. My emotions were in turmoil after seeing my kind scooping up predator food on film. Could I argue that the fossil's gift of the cure wasn't a blessing? Was it that wrong to initiate a proper belief system? Their temperament toward aliens proved non-hostile. Formal reeducation seemed too extreme. With how invested Gojids were in nature, convincing them to adopt exterminators, they weren't amenable to the concept. They laughed off our teachings and spurned our ways. Conversion would go on to require decades of gradual effort. Had the Gojids been introduced to the wider galaxy in a hurry, it would have been disastrous. But with the technology we gave them, how could they not come to love us? That was how we got our paws in the door, and it also let us slip our ideas into the public domain. We mixed the cure with life-saving medicines and spread the rumor that it was a judgment from the Protector. Clips of fossil transporting our priests to remote wilderness and beginning excavations played on the main screen. The time-lapse showed days of work condensed into a span of minutes. Hunter and Samantha both were enamored with the landscape between the jagged fronds on the trees and the sunset orange sands. I was more focused on the tablets the archaeologists were digging up and passing to Gojid observers for examination. Those were the Protector's stones. They were preserved in our planetary museum and cited as its oldest texts. Horse. The priesthood insisted that all of nature was created by their deity for a higher purpose. But after discovering the texts we planted, they did our work for us. Predators were cursed by bloodlust, tarnishing the Protector's creation. They existed to threaten and kill. Her words. Gojids, the chosen, would be punished if they continued down the predator path. Why else would they suddenly be dying from meat consumption? Within decades, we'd wiped all recollection of their scavenger past. I had already grown accustomed to the idea that our religion was falsified by the Federation. Fortunately, I'd never been an adherent of the faith, so it didn't affect me. What was alarming was how easy it had been for them to convince our entire planet those tablets were legitimate findings. History could be rewritten at their whims, and nobody would remember that it had once been different. Was this distortion of our primary faith necessary? All things considered, the summative montage hadn't been as horrific as I imagined. With a single incident captured of carcass collection, perhaps I could pass it off as a single tribe and clear our name. The final pieces of the video were of Gojits at Federation summits and patrolling on starships. I reminded myself that these clips were from before the Oxer's discovery, to our knowledge. The military fixtures on the bridge seemed odd, and left me wondering if our aggression was that severe as to build war vessels. Why would we need a military? For the exterminators to clear colonies, or for violent purposes? Plainly, the Gojits had become model Federation members. They completed a slow but smooth transition. Their malleability allowed us to fine-tune their temperament. We worked to elicit fleeing responses to predatory stimuli, of course, but their natural ability to tackle threats and protect their fields from harm made them the ideal military species in a defensive capacity. I paused the video. What? They chose for us to become a powerful species, despite being omnivores? I knew they used the crocodile, but we're not that aggressive. They co-opted your religion, poisoned you through doctors, and that's what you focus on? Hunter grumbled. I don't understand any of what I woke up to, but my head hurts. Samantha wagged a finger. What's with the chit-chat? Finish the video, so we can pack it up. There's only a few seconds left in this prick's monologue, thank heavens. I played the Farsal's endnote, at the human's request. Due to the Gojit's location, it's in the Federation's interest to encourage their military growth. They could act as a safeguard to keep Species 45G in line should those nightmares ever find their roots. Having a compliant asset mitigates risk of such aggression spilling over our borders unchecked. Thus, I'm grateful they're stuck being 45G's neighbors. I expect Gojits to necessitate little correction and to fulfill a stabilizing role, perhaps even pacifying the region. Carlos and Samantha looked mystified by the mention of Species 45G. I was befuddled too, until I pondered the short list of Gojit neighbors. The Venlil were the weakest race in the galaxy, so it was obviously not them. The Zeruleans specialized in healing, which wasn't an aggressive practice. The Dosa couldn't attack a cotton ball with their size. That led to the apparent answer. The fossil must have discovered humanity before Hunter's time, before they'd even discovered the Gojits. Why wasn't that documented in the Terran chamber? Why hadn't cure research begun sooner? That's certainly interesting. Samantha, having not stumbled upon the only possible answer, waved her gun in the fossil prisoners' faces. Who is Species 45G? Are they dead? Sorry, but I can't tell you, Astafa croaked. I chewed at my claws. Is it humans? No, Bowen. That video is from before the Arksha were discovered, let alone the Terrans. Use some modicum of logic. Give us a straight answer right now. We don't have time for your games. Who is it? Samantha roared. We'll find out eventually, with or without you in one piece. Carlos raised a placating hand. It can't be worse than what you've done to humans. A little late to start hiding things, don't you think? Just give us a name to put with this 45G designation. Without our history haunting me, I could focus on helping the United Nations pick apart other findings. I checked the progress of the humans' data download, which showed us almost complete. Perhaps the last note could be used to make the Gojits respectable again. This mystery species must be one the Federation wiped out, which suggested Earth wasn't the first planet they were willing to genocide. It seemed likely nobody had heard of 45G, so we'd have to locate their extinct homeworld. Pushing the focus onto the truly dangerous species might be good. It offers an unknown threat, and the Farsal complimented our civility by comparison. Kay, the female predator, bared her teeth. Why aren't you talking? Named, Daria. Spit it out. Why don't you ask about something else? The Farsal staffer gulped as Samantha fired a bullet right next to his ear. The Venlil. It's the Venlil. Shock made my blood run cold, and the humans displayed equal surprise. Hunter showed no signs of disbelief, but he wasn't familiar with the Venlil's reputation. The Farsal must be fibbing with his answer, though it was bold to provide an obvious false response at gunpoint. Perhaps it was worth it to investigate what other Terran soldiers found in their greatest allies' archive chamber. The Nature of Predators 129 Memory Transcription. Subject: Governor Tarva of the Venlil Republic. Date: Standardized. Human time: 2137. The United Nations had multiple operations ongoing and more threads up with politically. The Duertan Shield and their various subsidiaries required delicate handling. To the avians' credit, they were helpful with the rescued cattle from Shaza's sector. Earth also had 31 direct allies to manage diplomatic relations with. The factor causing me the biggest headache, though, a human colony within the Mazik's borders had welcomed its first settlers, and 3 extrasolar colonies within Terran space had opened their doors soon after. I was pleased the Predators were establishing themselves and expanding in a peaceful manner. However, that rendered the millions of humans residing on Venlo Prime more controversial than ever. After living here for months, several petitioned our office for citizenship. We weighed the requests with the same criteria for any Federation immigrants. Anti-human dissidents argued that more primates should go to Kolia or Liern, the respective Zerulean and Yotul homeworlds. These refugees also had other options available now, they said, between rising new colonies and Earth's welfare having stabilized. To be honest, I didn't think it was a bad idea for the Terrans to mix with different alien populaces, like any other species. However, these Venlo critics weren't making proposals out of concern for humanity's continuance. They were alarmed by recent overhauls of Federation institutions. My dreamy plans with Noah fell through because of the political upheaval. The only visit I took to Earth was for the opening of our permanent embassy in Vienna. As much as I'd love to step out of the public spotlight, the alliance I cherish depended on me maintaining power. This is going to be a vicious re-election cycle. I expect my opponent, Veln, to appeal to voters who don't want binocular eyes on every street corner. For these final 3 months, the campaign is my focus. What is my legacy, Cam? I've served in this office for 3 years, and we discovered the best friends I could ask for. But it's still early enough for someone to rip it all to shreds. I rue the possibility of a day where we don't lock arms with humanity, I mumbled aloud. The military advisor pinned his ears back. I wouldn't worry. It's a little late to disentangle ourselves. And besides, people are starting to get used to humans. The Federation consistently polls as less popular than Earth. Besides, sunk cost, we've invested lives into Earth's side of the war. Handing freed the cattle. Rescues, Glim corrected from the couch. The Venlo rescue was wearing a human scarf over his neck, covering up the brand. After his role in landing the Duertan Alliance, it seemed wasteful not to offer him a cabinet position. As my campaign advisor, he could travel with me to various cities and remind the populace about the newly liberated souls. Cam flicked his ears. Right, rescues. Regardless, if Zhao flew all the way from Earth to accompany Noah, and Sarah, an apolitical human, is also on the guest list, they must be here to offer their support on the campaign trail. I hope you've decided whether to accept, ma'am. Cheln voiced worry over the optics, campaigning alongside humans. It'd make it seem like people are voting for predators with a vote for me. Political suicide. Did I miss anything? I sighed. Glim tilted his head. Some people won't attend events with humans present, especially in rural areas. It's asking for exterminators to stir up trouble. Thank you for your concerns. You're not wrong. We can't tie our platform to them, but I would feel terrible rejecting the help. They understand politics, so we should outright discuss PR concerns with them. On that note, I'm slightly concerned that the new Predator citizens are able to vote. Should they really have a say in how we run our planet? It's a way for them to influence our affairs. By that logic, why should a Zerulean or Krakotl citizen have the right to vote? We're not discriminating by species, Glim. I care about Noah and the Gaians, but they're an extraordinary circumstance which no one fully understands. We haven't engaged with them in peacetime, or established special laws accounting for their unique attributes. There's no precedent. Nothing to stop them if we're wrong about. A knock echoed against the door, and Glim pressed a paw to his forehead. I called for the visitors to enter, watching as a crisply dressed Secretary General Zayal strolled in. His black hair was combed over, and his brown eyes held distinct worry. Elias had barely been older than me, yet he projected an air of dignity and wisdom. Sarah acted reserved, finding the seat after a meek greeting. Ambassador Noah's eyes didn't light up like usual, which tipped me off that something was amiss. Perhaps this wasn't a cordial visit. I wondered if something had gone awry in the war effort. This could relate to the cured humans at Milo. My office received word of the bioweapons use, but I might have underestimated its significance to the Terrans. Racking my brain for other possible culprits, no answers presented themselves. Hey, Tarva. Noah squeezed himself between Glim and I, pulling me into his embrace for a second. How are you feeling? I brought my prosthetic tail to his chin, turning his face toward me. Emotions swirled in the ambassador's pupils, indignant anger that chilled my blood. There was also a trace of loss and pity lurking, which I didn't understand. It would be easy to assume that there was a threat against the Venlo, except the human envoy lacked military generals. Besides, the uncertainty in Noah's grimace wasn't how Terrans responded to threats, at least in the past. What happened? You're looking at me like I have a month left to live, I hissed. The ambassador shared a glance with Sartain. That's why we both came, to break the news. We thought you deserved to have your oldest friends here. Nobody is in danger. Sarah arched her thick eyebrows for emphasis, anticipating the fearful guesses that would pop into my head. This is about our mission to the Galactic Archives on Tolsk. I know about that, I offered. You mentioned attempting to recover anything the Farsal hid about prehistoric cultures. Fenl omnivores? Is that what this is? No. Far as we can tell, no, but we uncovered some shocking information about the Venlo, which flings every thesis I wrote about your sociology out the window. Secretary General Zhao set his eyes on my snout. Dr. Rosario is correct. This changes everything that's known about your species. Doesn't the way they constantly hammer home that you're the weakest species raise suspicion? Let me tell you, that's propaganda they force-fed you. You're saying we weren't always weak, I breathed. Is this a suggestion that the Venlo should become a military species and trained to behave predatorily? Is this a critique of our emotional culture? Not at all. Governor, how you act upon the information I'm about to provide isn't my concern. Humanity will stand beside you, no matter what you decide. It deeply saddens us to discover how our friends were oppressed and mistreated. My belief is that the choice of who you wish to be should be yours, not ours. Certainly not the Colchians. Losing yet another chunk of our identity was gut-wrenching. It often felt like the humans were dealing sucker punches in quick succession. Perceived facts, which were infallible from our perspective, crumbled as if they were made of sand. Few institutions were left untouched by the Predator's arrival, mere months after first contact. It wasn't their fault that the Federation's meddling was so pervasive, or that the Venlil were blind to such manipulations. Still, it would be more comfortable to stuff my paws over my ears and ignore the latest truths. That's why there's such fearsome opposition to the humans. It's hard to market the destruction of every belief we've ever held. My platform was about change and the need to rid ourselves of the Federation's lies, no matter how difficult it was. That meant the full picture of the Venlo's past must be dispersed. If the Colchians committed crimes against my kind, we deserved justice. I managed to give Zhao an ear flick, and he powered up my office's projector. However, General Cam looked skeptical about Venlo not being the meek creatures we were reputed to be. I've seen for myself that we're a sensitive species, my military advisor muttered. Our forces aren't tough. In the heat of battle, we cry or we flee. That's why we needed the Federation to defend us. That's why humans defend us now. Noah pursed his lips. You look angry, Glim. How do you feel about this? Glim turned his scowl on the Predator. I, for one, believe they could have done anything to us. The Colchians are evil. Milo proved they have zero qualms over harming innocent herbivores. That's the truth, Sarah growled. It wasn't just the Venlo we learned about. There's records of how they changed every species they came across. Secretary General Zhao cued a video, including us. However, this meeting is only about helping our friends. I've had my staff share the entire cache, millions of hours of footage. With you, Tarva, every log a researcher recorded, every aspect of society they poured over, and every action they took against you. Again, what you do with it is your prerogative. We're here for you. Noah placed his palm over my paw and traced his fingers over the fur in reassuring patterns. If you want humanity's aid, we'd be happy to lend our resources to recovering your past. We could make detailed lessons of the unadulterated history. Okay, just tell me already. The suspense is going to kill me, I grumbled. The Chinese national obliged, playing the video in mournful silence. My eyes soaked in the long-ago recordings of our homeworld. There were a few images of Venlo fights, which the United Nations censored due to their bloody nature. Overhead footage was also captured of my kind fending off larger animals, headbutting them with frenzied aggression. Oddly enough, clips existed of predators spotting Venlo isolated in the wilderness and turning to avoid us. Zhao scratched the back of his head. From what we've gathered, the Venlo are genuinely a species that feels emotions more strongly than others. This also entails high impulsivity. You're prone to lash out when feeling angry or threatened. That's just one hypothesis, of course. Sarah jumped in. What's certain is that the Venlo were seen engaging in contests of dominance. Duels and feuds would break out from perceived insults. Your culture was honor-based. Glim scrunched his ears. Why would anyone see fighting as scrupulous? There's no honor in that. The United Nations does not condone unnecessary violence, so I can't offer a justification, Noah said. In our past, duels were seen as a method of vindication. It was about proving a point and not accepting slights against you. The Secretary General nodded. Aliens could have done it for any reason, and will never be able to ask your rationale that regardless, this same honor-driven ethos is what irked the Federation about the Venlil. Care to explain, Ambassador Williams? Of course. The Federation outstayed their welcome after first contact. Frankly, you knew that the changes they made conflicted with all logic. Ancient Venlo were remarkably stubborn in their convictions. They didn't take well to being mellowed. The Venlo were an urgent case to subdue because of your aggression. A Farsal researcher referred to you as more temperamental than the crocodile. The people of this planet thwarted the Federation's attempts at re-education. That led to drastic measures. The human scientist twirled her curls around a finger, and I scanned her closely. She had started to say a name before switching to this planet. While I wouldn't prod at this moment, I wasn't going to let that slide off my radar. For now, it was head-spinning enough to hear about traits that were antithetical to a modern Venlo's disposition. Kolshians and the Farsal fashioned us into the galaxy's laughingstock. Why did the Krakatlo get to be a military species, and how could we have been more aggressive than a coercive race like them? Zhao resumed his video. Venlo were packed into camps and forced to watch propaganda clips. Federation teachers implemented similar curriculums in the classrooms, targeting the youth with zeal. Subsequent clips were spliced together of our citizens lashing out against the Federation's occupation. Exterminators lost their flamethrowers in wrestling matches, and tussles led to suit punctures that removed incendiary immunity. Burning occupiers ran off with screams, chased by crazed-looking Venlos spewing fuel. That was the first in a chain of chaotic events, which must have infuriated the Federation. One Venlo was shown launching himself several feet and latching his paws around a Farsal's head. I noticed that his legs were straighter and sturdier than any of ours I'd seen. His face seemed deformed too, even with the motion blur. There was little time to focus on those facts, however, as images of alien visitors dragged from cars ensued. Property destruction appeared to be rampant wherever the Federation built anything. Someone with a stolen flamethrower lit the entire re-education camp ablaze. Noah drew a shaky breath. The Farsal assumed that the Venlo would give in after a few years, that the re-education would take hold. But no matter how long they stuck your people in those camps, the second they had a chance to rebel, they did. The Kolshians proposed drastic measures, even floating around glassing your world, the Secretary General explained. They were humiliated by the failure of the uplifting process, but instead of annihilation, they eventually elected to impose the ultimate insult on you. They discovered a genetic joint disorder that caused your knees to bend inward, Tava. It negates your ramming power. They also created a defect that prevented your olfactory system from developing, to limit your threat detection abilities and increase your fearfulness. The feds forcibly dragged every Venlo citizen off for editing and screened the populace to ensure it hadn't missed a single person. rats. They physically modified us. They crippled us. I hissed. It's their fault the Arksher targeted me. Glim was hysterical, slamming a paw against a couch cushion. His tail was flailing with emotion. If they hasn't made us so weak, the fucking Greys wouldn't see us as J-Perfecti livestock. Maybe I could have outrun the cattle collectors when they... Sarah's eyes were moist with pity. I wish I could say that was it. Feds ensured that the re-education effort succeeded by taking every child born following the gene edits to be raised by a fossil off-world. K was when they sold you on how weak you were. Oh, the weakest species in the galaxy. From the day the kids were able to speak, they heard that line. Farsul also raised the Venlo pups with the rest of the Federation's ideology, and provided positive reinforcement for any fear response. Then, they had that generation raise their own kids, and waited for the natives to die off. The rest is history, the Secretary General rumbled. The pacified Venlo were moved home, and told they were isolated as pups due to a plague. The Federation saved you. Noah's voice dripped with bitter sarcasm, and his grip around my wrist had become vice-like. Go home to Evan Lil Prime, a name conjured up by those colonizer bastards. The authentic name was too violent for a prey species. Authentic name? Cam echoed, in a dazed voice. Galga. The best translation we could find was World of Death. Perhaps that was early Venlo's experience, or maybe it's Gallo's humor about your planet's extreme conditions. Even as the humans plainly spelled it out, my mind rejected the novel understanding. Something as sacred as our homeworld's title, the place that I was governor of and sworn to protect, even that was a fabrication to control us? What heartless monster would remove a child from their parents and treat them as a pawn? My visceral outrage was reminiscent of the charged emotions when the tortured Marcel was first wheeled in front of us. I could see my anger mirrored in the predator's clenched fists and the way they leaned forward in their seat. They took our children, I growled. They took kids away from their mothers. I know the pain of losing a daughter. Noah massaged my shoulders while scowling at the carpet. You're so strong, Tava. Nobody deserves to suffer what you did with your daughter, and the Federation didn't hesitate to inflict that agony on millions. The Federation are lying frauds. They mocked us and spit in our faces. They do it to this day. Why? Zhao issued a bitter chuckle. If I knew that answer, the same thing wouldn't have happened to humanity. You're preaching to the choir on that front. We're not that different. Maybe that's why we get along so well. The people of Skalga are owed the truth. Cam, we're releasing everything at my next campaign event. To think the Kolshians treated us, and countless others, with utter disregard. They deformed us at a genetic level. Who would commit such a violation? We'll help as much, or as little as you like. We might be able to reverse their edits, Sarah offered. I understand how personal this is, so if you'd like us to stay out of it, humanity will respect that. Are you kidding? We never would have learned the truth without you. Your soldiers risked their lives to get this information. You are sincere, wonderful friends, and I wouldn't want to face something like this without you. Any suggestions you have, we welcome your input. The Secretary General dipped his head. Whatever you need and anything I think might help, it's at your disposal. We support the Venlil through highs and lows. Of all of our allies, we personally brought what we discovered to you before any others. Humanity's alliances are little more than handshake agreements, but with you, I have confidence our mutual loyalty is unshakable. Well, I think it's past time our friendship was official. We should unite with a shared venture that's what the Federation pretended to be. Blast everything you found in the archives to anyone who'll speak to you, and then start your alliance. The galaxy deserves something better. In my periphery, I observed how the briefing's attendees reacted to my proposal. Nona had turned his focus to searching the Secretary General's expression. My sweet ambassador loved the idea of strengthening Earth's diplomatic ties. Hope flashed in Sarah's eyes, a sign that neither astronaut had abandoned their peaceful intentions. If I was reading Zhao's neutral stare correctly, he'd already thought of extending a United Nations-like organization to allied species on his own. That left the question of whether my advisors saw this as a knee-jerk proposition. The archive's revelations would lend our goals validity. Still, convincing prominent diplomats to commit their governments to a group spearheaded by humans would be difficult. General Kam had snapped out of his trance, signaling agreement with tail language. However, Glim's expression had hardened with skepticism, and for a moment I feared whether the rescue opposed formalizing an alliance with predators. Zhao raised his eyebrows. I would be honored to secure our alliance in an official capacity. We'll host it in a neutral location, and welcome anyone who seeks to join our formalized alliance, whatever its name may be. That's a great idea, in theory. But who would be invited to the summit? Glim avoided the predator's gazes as their heads snapped toward him. The Duertan shield is only using you. And how can you guarantee the Kolshians won't use it as an opportunity to attack you? The Duertan shield and their allies will be extended the courtesy of an invite, but I'm sure it's a formality. Even if they send a representative, which would surprise me, they have no interest in joining us. As for security, we can direct the guests to a handoff site and keep the true location unknown beforehand. They'll be escorted straight from the relay point to the summit. I love the idea of us addressing and wooing potential friends for more than the 5 minutes I got on Afa. But does that plan work for you, Tarva? Noah growled softly. I flicked my ears in agreement, though a knot of anger still churned in my stomach. The anguish inflicted upon the Venlil was inexcusable, but at least it functioned to bring us closer to our friends, the humans. Assuming Earth triumphed in the war, we could lay the groundwork for genuine harmony. The Predators could deliver what the Kolshians pretended to seek in their mission statement. The nature of Predators. 130 Memory Transcription Subject, Unleashed Captain, Sovlin, United Nations Fleet Command Date Standardized, Human Time, January 31st, 2137 weeks, had passed from our fateful venture to the archives, a central, fateful venture to the archives. Member of the conspiracy had fallen with little more than a whisper, weakened by the Ark charade that rattled them post-Earth. I was now contemplating the Predator's chosen punishment for the Farsal. My time on the bridge during its enactment, and the surrounding events, were a blur. It was fair to say that I was distracted by the pre-FDL humans traveling on our vessel, along with the shocking revelations about the Venlil. I couldn't picture the mewling Venlil as the volatile creatures caught on film, butting heads and brimming with ferocity. The Terrans had met the perfect race to be warrior buddies, yet nobody realized it until now. Thinking back, the difference in Slunik's behavior was night and day, from his time on the ship to our encounter on Silas, Marcel's silver-gray friend, had grown a spine. The predators could dredge that volatile temperament back up, stirring emotions long forgotten. My therapist listened to my recounting of events via video log. An occasional surprise flashed across her face. Dr. Bari wound up working with other predator disease patients, besides myself, on alien worlds, after learning of our mental practices. I was relieved to have someone to talk to about what we found on Tosk, and the perceived fairness of the punishment that Terrans meted out. True to my word, I had gifted the meatiest revelations to Silene as soon as we reached the ship. We rush out of the archives, 22 additional civilians in tow. There's no telling if we'll meet resistance, or what's happened above world. Focus on the task at hand, they tell us, all that, I sighed. Let's gloss right over humans from 200 years ago, being preserved in an icebox. Though I might circle back to some questions for you. My point is, we surface and establish communications. I was thrilled to not be trapped within the water. Uncommand had ordered us to return to our submarine. It wasn't clear then why no Farsal were waiting for us, or whether they'd attempt to pick off departing vessels. Air sub-shuttles had been prepped to rejoin the space fleet, and the crew had been loaded off one craft at a time. It ended up as a cramped voyage, with 4 additional bodies to squeeze inside our transport. Hunter had grown morose, perhaps with the full brunt of the shock hitting him. The young predator hardly looked around as we scaled the atmosphere, though there'd been a flash of awe when we could survey the planet's breadth. Hunter must feel the way I'm feeling, but tenfold worse, learning that aliens exist, waking up far from home, and having proper technology thrown in his face. Not to mention that he's lost everything that mattered to him. Sorry for the dramatic pause, Doc. Anyhow, we flew back up without incident. Locals didn't come for us, and I was worried the moon did some serious damage. I chewed at my claws as I continued, still struggling to believe the archive's discoveries. Yeah, the UN dislodged a fucking moonin. I was briefed on what happened when we got back to the ship. The Farsal used some serious firepower to break it up into tiny pieces. Therapist's binocular eyes bore into me. So this fallen satellite burned up in the atmosphere? Took a concentrated effort, but they stopped it. You humans assumed they'd be able to smash it up in time. In the time that the Farsal were hurling missiles and ships at the unexpected meteorite, the Terran military established itself in orbital formation around Tulse. Weapons primed, demanding unconditional surrender. That's how we got off-world, without a hitch. The humans' ultimatum had been explicit. For the generations of suffering inflicted on trillions of sapients, the Farsal states could no longer be allowed to exist. The leadership had the choice to surrender the entire planet to the Predator's mercy, or to face certain annihilation via orbital bombardment. The Farsal elders had a day to discuss the proposition. Additionally, any aggressive action toward our military would nullify the countdown. Unlike the Grakal's infamous self-sacrifice, Terrans wagered that Tosk would elect for self-preservation. Kai didn't know how the humans could have the manpower for another ground occupation. 2 vassal states already presented a tremendous strain on their resources. Our ascent back to the ship went unchallenged, as the Farsal fleet had stood down, awaiting deliberations. It was clear from Fal and Silas that the United Nations allowed surrendering states to survive. The enemy could anticipate that they'd be unharmed. Our crew stayed on duty in case of an attack, until official word came through. The objectives of our ship's mission had changed, with the sudden need to return rescued civilians to Earth. Once Tosk was handled, it was likely we'd ferry the reawakened predators home. Cryogenically frozen members of other species had been recovered too, but only the Federation's additions from recent centuries. The supply of ancient races like Gojits, Venlil, and Krokotl was long since expended. I felt like there was something Terrans were omitting from that list. My thoughts again shifted to Hunter, wondering how the brown-haired human was doing. The civilians had been confined to a specific wing of crew quarters, reserved for diplomatic envoys or unexpected additions. Captain Monahan hadn't wanted the primitives disrupting military activities, while we were occupying hostile territory. I thought that was a wise decision. Having Onso gawking at basic machines was enough. Dr. Barry cleared her throat. Then the prime to Sovlan? I can't let you retreat into your head and get swept away in your thought. Let's focus on what happened. What was the Farsal's response to those demands? The United Nations terms were accepted, I murmured. I didn't know what we had in store for them, but it was laden with conditions. The elders and high-ranking leaders were to surrender, so that they could be brought to Earth for a trial along with the captured archivists. I was surprised that all but 2 elders turned themselves in. Those 2 were found in their offices with, self-inflicted demises, per recon drones. What else was asked of the Farsal? I don't imagine that is it. The United Nations sent transports to collect all predator disease patients, political prisoners or dissenters, and foreign diplomats or visitors. I didn't understand what we were doing, but even with local assistance, it took days to round up everyone we wanted. A few of those departees were allocated to our ship, actually, and stowed in a separate wing from the primitives. Sorry, outdated humans. A stern breath seeped from her lips. Erase the word primitive from your vocabulary. It's demeaning and unhelpful. Sorry, Doctor. My point is, Terrans wanted to retrieve everyone they deemed innocent off-world, because they didn't intend for anyone else to leave Tosk again. How so? My eyes rolled back in my head as I recalled the scene in the viewport. The UN fleet had moved a number of useless objects into Tosk's orbit and caused them to either disintegrate or collide with artificial satellites. The humans hadn't been satisfied with the resulting debris field, so they lugged more space junk into the planet's vicinity. Carlos referred to the concept as Kessler syndrome, and Onso chimed in that cascading collisions would continue for centuries. It was a self-sustaining chain that would only worsen with time. That was when the Terrans proclaimed their terms, with a righteous indignation that only they could muster. The Farsal lost their right to roam the stars, with their revocation of autonomy for other races, and their cultural genocide of hundreds of worlds. The Predators intended for no ship to leave Tosk again, and thus rendered spaceflight impossible. These conspirators would be confined to their own world, imprisoned by a tomb of debris indefinitely. The UN shot down a bunch of satellites, creating an impenetrable cloud of trash sealing the world's inhabitants in. I shudder thinking how humans even dreamed up such a consequence. My spines laid flat despite my unease. It was becoming normal to witness how devious the Predators could be. We left nothing to chance. FTL disruptors were set up in the world's bounds, multiple, in case one failed. On ships would patrol the system, in case the Farsal ever tried to launch anything or cleanse their orbit. I presume existing weaponry was accounted for. Military installations on Tosk were destroyed before we created the cage. Orbital defense stations were surrendered to the jurisdiction of the UN to be used or salvaged as we desire. The elders ordered the colonies and their forces to stand down, compliance with the Terran's roundup was mandatory on the homeworld. Just like that, a founding member of the Federation is no longer spacefaring. Depending on humanity's wishes, they might not ever be again. How do you feel about that, Sovlin? Well, Carlos tried to tell Sam there's innocent civilians that got caught in the crossfire. Sam said they took the ones who stood up for you, the dissenters and the fellow victims, and the others should be grateful that they were allowed to continue living. Something along those lines. I asked how one you feel. It's complicated. When I talked with Silene, we remembered giving Sam a hard time about humans animal testing. I felt sick at the thought of using a creature as a toy, even for medicinal purposes. After meeting Hunter, I am coming to realize that you were never savage monsters, living solely for carnage. So the Farsal did testing, experiments on genuine sapients, without any healing purpose in mind. Stopping your predation isn't noble enough to justify it. If I'm understanding you, it follows that you're now unsure the experimentation on Gojids was justified. I despise my ancestry. Yet I can't imagine how I'd feel in Hunter's paws. Did ancient humans Arili have to name their kids Hunter, by the way? That name still exists, Sovlin. You'd have to ask why his parents specifically felt drawn to it, but I imagine it was a wild, adventurous appeal. I'm just saying, that's comically predatory. Holy protector. Anyhow, Tosk's fate is unlike anything that's ever occurred, but I think the punishment is fair. The Farsal species will go on, untampered with, and that's more than you can say for the rest of us. The human therapist didn't mask her pleasure, hearing me frame meddling in a species' affairs as a negative. Her sharp eyes dialed in on me, and she palmed her ebony chin. I could feel her pupils through the screen, tugging what else was on my mind out of me. That was a simple quandary. After we left Farsal territory, the ancient humans were allowed to leave their quarters. However, we would be arriving at Earth soon, and I hadn't seen Hunter throughout the return journey. And despite him being a primitive predator, I can't help but to think of him as a kid that I'm worried about. Perhaps he wants time to himself, so I don't know if I should try to visit. Hunter hasn't left his room, not even for mealtimes. I leaned back in my chair, fidgeting with concern. The UN leaves care packages outside the guests' doors, and those have disappeared, so I know he's handling his basic needs. I don't know how he'd feel about me barging in, or if I'd even be helpful. Maybe someone like Onso would be better, since they both grew up without technology, and the Yochul is even more primitive than him. The psychologist issued a sharp cough and leveled a forceful stare at my skull. Kezovindata. Oh, for fuck's sake. How much can you really expect of me? Just let me finish. The Uplift has his own cryopod human and's been running her ear off instead of me. I'm glad to have a break from him. But that means Hunter is my responsibility. I don't know what to do, and I don't want to ask anyone else. Does he want to talk? Do I help him out during our shore leave on Earth? Hunter must be extremely lonely and confused. I'd be happy to fit him into my schedule if that was something he wanted down the road. What a unique set of circumstances. Why don't you knock on his door and ask if he'd like to speak with you? That's the quickest way to find out whether he wants space and how deep of a rut he's in. Okay. Then what? From there, assuming he's receptive to your presence, you can offer to bring him up to speed on Earth and modern amenities. Do not thumb your nose at him or talk down to him. That's the least helpful attitude you can have. Be kind. Listen, those are not my specialties. You were a good father to Hania, Sovlin, and a good teacher to Risa. You know how to be supportive, and you know how to be a mentor. You're right. Thank you. Of course. Our time is up, but please, reach out if Hunter is in a crisis. Go speak to him. Will do. Take care, Doctor. The human terminated the video call, and I hopped out of my chair without hesitation. Procrastinating wouldn't make it any easier to reach out to Hunter. I'd fret over the ancient predator's wishes, regardless of when I took this first step. When he first woke up from the pod, I'd promised to do anything I could to help, despite my cluelessness on how to accomplish that. It was my responsibility, as a representative of the UN, to coax him to adapt. Even if it wasn't my job, I pity the ordeal he's been through. Maybe I can find more small steps for him to take once we land on Earth. I can try to be his friend. After my lengthy stint aboard this ship, it was no challenge to find my way around. I could discern which humans were primitive civilians, and which ones were military crew by who paid me any attention. Most ancients weren't quite used to aliens walking around yet. The designated quarters were tucked near the rear of the ship, with little to offer in the way of luxury. My gaze landed on an unassuming door, which was assigned to Hunter. I drew a nervous breath and wrapped my claws against the frame. Hunter. It's Sovlin, I called out. I don't mean to bother you or invade your privacy, but it's been a while, and I wanted to see if you're all right. I can go away if you... The door swung open, and a disheveled Hunter blinked red, puffy eyes. The human pressed a hand to the frame, leaning his body weight forward. I could see him wiping snot from his nose with the other. Scruff had taken up residence on his chin, a sign that he'd abandoned his grooming habits. Behind him, I could see the deep indentation in his twin-sized mattress that suggested he'd hardly left his bed. Hunter cleared his throat before speaking in a voice scratchy from disuse. Hey, we're almost home, to Earth. A few hours away. Yeah. Cool, I guess. I was worried about you. I looked for you in the mess hall and the rec room, but never saw you. I assumed you want to be alone. I just don't have much energy, man. It all hit me like a freight train, and I miss everyone so much it hurts. Didn't even get to say goodbye. Going home is a daunting prospect. There's a war with literal aliens, and I have pretty much nothing to live for when you think about it. And I thought about it. I had my whole life ahead of me, mapped out and doing stuff I loved, but now it's just a question mark. Fuck that. Find a way to do the stuff you loved. What if you tell me about your past, about you, and I'll help you wade into this scary future? I promised I'd do what I could, and I meant it. I don't know how I'm supposed to have fun anymore. Then my mission is to make you smile. Just so you know, teeth-baring is a sign of aggression from every species but yours. A lot of people saw it as a sign that humans were hostile. Hunter couldn't help but grin at the absurdity. You've got to be kidding me. There's the smile. Not kidding though, I don't exactly do jokes, so Sovlin comedy won't be on your itinerary. What do you say about seeing your homeworld from the bridge and getting a tour of the ship? My human friends told me, at your time, not very many people saw Earth from space. The grandness of it all is magical. You can be one of the earliest people to witness it, sort of. Okay. I don't see why not. Stretch my legs at least. I grabbed the human's hand, pulling him down the hallway. The action seemed to take him by surprise, and earned stares from passing crew. Hunter couldn't have the opportunity to withdraw back to his room. He needed a push to adjust to his new circumstances, and to witness the novel, beautiful things surrounding him. Life returned to his amber gaze as we hustled through the ship passageways. I released his palm at the bridge and gestured with a sweep of my paw toward the viewport. FTL travel was done in staggered, pre-approved increments within the Sol system, as a wide berth was considered restricted space since Earth's attack. This time, Hunter took a good look at the starry night sky and the outer planets. Icy rings surrounded a dust-colored world, a massive giant that we passed by. The ancient human released a shrill noise, which I'd learned was a whistle. On Tulsk, he'd been too dispirited to appreciate orbital bodies. Now, he could witness the striking majesty of his native Sol's great expanse. I passed the captain's chair, currently unoccupied, and approached the viewport. Wonder lit up the Predator's amber gaze. Hunter followed me closer to the screen. He reached out with a hand, as if he felt he could touch the planet. Moisture saturated his reddened eyes, and he dropped his arm back to his side in wordless awe. I drifted my claw across the abyssal blackness on the display, pointing to a faint blue dot. That's your home, a tiny beacon in a dark universe, I breathed. Hunter pulled his tears away. There's no place like home. I stood next to the human as we peered out at the Sol system's contents. With the success of my stargazing idea, it seemed more plausible that I could help the misplaced predator. Once we arrived at Earth, I could fulfill my promise to help him navigate the staggering changes that had transpired. My mission was teaching one Terran about his people's achievements in the past centuries and guiding him through the current landscape of his homeworld. A lot had changed since Hunter was last on this planet, but I was determined that we'd tackle the present reality together. The nature of predators, 131 memory transcription subject. Ace Captain Sovlin, United Nations Fleet, Command State Standardized Human Time, February 1st, 2137. Tyler Cardona solved our logistical issues with the plan to show Hunter around Earth. He invited us to lodge at his apartment in Columbus. The blonde officer was slated to handle some interrogations of the archives personnel during the days, but otherwise was free for shore leave like the rest of us. Oddly, Marcel's friend was non-specific about the specifics of those questioning sessions. Yet again, I got the impression there was something I didn't know about the people taken from the base. Tyler only stated that it was better the less I was made aware of. If the humans were torturing Farsel's staff, I couldn't blame them for succumbing to fury. Earth couldn't afford negative public relations now, though. From what I heard, rumblings reached my ears as we departed Monahan's ship that the United Nations was planning a massive diplomatic convention. Venlo Prime was especially shaken by the news that the Federation had performed drastic alterations on them, and the issue had taken front and center in their election. I wondered if these discoveries would be what toppled the Kolshian-Farsal conspiracy for good. Kiev Farsal won't be around on the galactic stage anymore. Regardless, they're banished to their homeworld for the foreseeable future. The duration of the war, at the minimum. After a rough night's sleep on a water mattress, I awoke to the sound of a slamming fridge door. Hunter was already awake, and Tyler was showing him the icebox's contents. Did ancient Terrans have the concept of freezing food, or did they worry about spoilage at all, with fresh prey available for consumption? It would become evident quite soon how advanced, or not the 1960s human was. I wished again that the Yotel, Tyler's exchange partner, was here to manage the primitive-minded aspects of this stay on Earth. Everyone likes mac and cheese. See, I can cook. Officer Cardona strode over to a microwave and popped the door open. He then fumbled with the packaging box, sliding a small carton out. That work for you, Hunter? The ancient predator squinted at the box, staring at the ice crystals within. You eat this cold? Oh shit, is that one of those fancy microwave things? I heard those irradiate your food and take all the nutrients out. Hell, I even heard the Soviets use it for mind control. Don't be ridiculous, I chimed in. It heats up water molecules. It's basic science. It's like putting nuclear fallout in your food. The radiation isn't ionized. And mind control. Were you people saint? Tyler coughed, before sliding the tray into the microwave. Let me just punch a few buttons. It's perfectly safe, I promise. We've had hundreds of years to see if it's not, you know? Exactly. Regardless, why would humans ever think something so crazy and unfounded? Says the one raised in the Federation. Ouch, Tyler. You're comparing Dosa to Mazix there. It was a different time. Humans had less refined views on many things. Like the captain told you, we had enough nukes pointed at each other to end civilization in one go. Isn't that right, Hunter? The brown-haired primate nodded. Yeah. You see, the Soviets want to destroy democracy itself. They'd like it if we're all communists. When I was in school, we did drills of nuclear attacks, and the teachers had us hide under desks. I couldn't avoid gaping in horror as a mental image materialized. Had humans really taught their children that they could be irradiated at any time, the way the Federation did with predator attacks? The rhetoric would sound paranoid and unhinged if there hadn't been a very real threat of nuclear annihilation. I couldn't imagine living in a world where the possibility of self-inflicted extinction loomed over their heads. What was the point of hiding under a desk against an atomic bomb? Furthermore, the translator took its time chewing on the first part. Hunter said, before conveying communism as a classless society. It wasn't evident to me what that had to do with democracy, but Hunter spat the term with disgust. Carlos' words from back at Silis about not viewing others as people rang in my ears. Perhaps this nuclear standoff originated from an ideological rift. It sounded like this Soviet tribe, a name I'd never heard before, were viewed as the enemy in Hunter's territory. What's bad about a classless society? I queried. Wouldn't equality be a good thing? The microwave dinged, but Hunter's eyes were boring into my skull. Oh fuck, are the aliens commies? Did the Soviets win? We didn't try hard enough to sniff them out. Shit, they'd kill me for criticizing them and all. Lay it on me, Sovlin. I didn't know Earthlings killed people for free speech. I have no idea who these Soviet people are, and I have no equivalent for the word communism. From what my translator says, it sounds like an unattainable ideal. If ancient humans knew how to have everyone get by, I am all ears. I joined our military to provide for my family. It was a well-paying, respectable career. Sovlin, most countries today have lax laws on speech, and you won't be taken to the handful that don't. Tyler placed the steaming food by Hunter, handing him a plastic fork. You can say whatever you like about humans and our government. It's considered a basic right. Hunter pushed waxy yellow food around with his silverware. You've never heard of the Soviets? Sovlin has no reason to know them. The Soviet Union collapsed at the end of the 20th century, broke into several independent countries. That's righteous, and now that I think about it, the Aussie called me a Yank, so USA still exists, correct? Unreal. I was surprised you let a chick carry a gun. She sure didn't act very ladylike. Must be distracting, having eye candy around on the battlefield. The tongue on that one seemed like a shrew. I flinched with surprise, hearing such objectifying and belittling remarks from the primitive predator. The blonde human looked appalled, and his eyebrows arched up with disgust. Officer Cardona's fists clenched and unclenched, while his teeth baring seemed like the unfriendly kind. Reading between the lines, I could sense that ancient Terrans didn't believe females belonged in certain professions. It also sounded like Sam's speech patterns didn't align with the passivity Hunter viewed as fitting. Did the males see themselves as better, due to a higher propensity toward physical strength? Maybe Earth truly wasn't a charitable society when we observed them. Come on! The fuck did you just say? Tyler hissed. Hunter chewed on a mouthful of food. What? I mean, it's bonkers. They're the fairer sex. Pretty girl like that belongs at home, not fighting aliens on another planet. Look, I know that was the prevailing thought in your times, but you better drop that idea quick. You're gonna get some teeth knocked out, if you don't. If Sam's capable of doing the job and willing to take the risks, why shouldn't she serve? It doesn't matter who you are, or where you're from. Everyone has an equal chance to prove themselves nowadays. You're getting hot under the collar there. I only want to protect women. Was polite to her when she was around. I didn't mean for you to come unglued or anything. Like, I told Sovlin, I don't belong here. Clearly culture isn't the same. You call denigrating half of humanity cultural. I growled. Tyler palmed his head. Tolerance is part of what I meant about less refined views. It's no different from you calling us predators and your insults toward Onso. It's not an excuse, but I don't think Hunter knows better. Stems from a place of ignorance. There must have been recent changes in humans as a species after all, so I gleaned some insight into how the Federation could frame pre-Fell Earth as an uncivilized world. Perhaps Hunter had some problematic views from his upbringing, though I didn't imagine it could be that difficult to show him the errors in his thinking. There were some positives in notions he espoused, such as democracy and the right to critical speech. On a separate note, Tyler's arguments about my predator hatred being similar fell flat. That was related to personal trauma. Why would anyone else cling to biases when shown the flaws in their thought? Especially a primitive waking up. Hunter should realize he needs to catch up with more enlightened minds. Hunter abandoned his half-eaten meal and padded over to the couch with a frustrated look. He cradled his head in his hands, breathing a flustered sigh. The human snatched a remote, but looked confused by the sea of buttons on the touch interface. He set it back on the coffee table, wringing his hands in frustration. Tears welled in his eyes, which I suspected was his overwhelming dread returning. I found myself a spot next to him and picked up the remote. I'm not gonna make it a day here, Hunter groaned. My opinions seemed to be an issue. I switched on the streaming services. Oh, have I ever been there? I'm still there. It's hard to know that there's a problem with your thinking when it's how you were taught. If you're open-minded and you try to be kind, it'll all work out. Tyler thinks I'm ignorant. Let's drop the subject and revisit how, societal norms have changed later. Why don't you tell me what you were studying in school? I was getting an economics degree. First person in my family to go to college. Didn't want to work on a farm forever, studying the markets and managing finances. The ebb and flow of the entire system. I enjoyed it. Why did you wind up joining humanity's cause after your planet fell? I did terrible things fighting against Earth because I hated predators and I wanted you to suffer. I turned myself in when I realized you were genuine people. What terrible things did you do? Like Hitler stuff? Like who? Wait, I heard that name when that Koth abomination was talking about the Oxer's prophet. A ruthless, murderous despot, Sovlin, a name spoken with disgust on Earth to this day. Tyler chimed in. Both of you shouldn't ask about topics that will cause only anguish. Hunter narrowed his eyes. Was Sovlin actually like that? No, he tortured a pal. I'm not making excuses for him, but Marcel, the victim, agrees that Sovlin has suffered immensely for his acts and wants him forgiven. Wow, honestly, knowing his background, I was expecting something a lot worse. Next question, what are those rectangle graphics you're cycling through on the TV? I glanced down at my paw, realizing I was skimming through the Humans media collection on autopilot. The fact that Hunter glossed right over my crimes made me wonder what the metrics for evil were back in his times. From what Tyler said and past comparisons to Oxer figures, it stood to reason that Earth was once home to predators of unfathomable cruelty. Most Terrans possessed even-keel dispositions and were emotional creatures, but the savage outliers could gain power then. Laws and morals weren't as stringent on a societal scale, or so I was beginning to gather. This is a streaming service. That's where that video stream phrase came from earlier. It has a collection of movies and shows that you browse, I explained. Hunter's eyes widened. And you can watch any of them? There's hundreds of options. Thousands, more like. Every film known to man is on one subscription service or another. Tyler moseyed over from the kitchen, gnawing on a breakfast bar. He plopped himself into a reclining chair. Stop and start it at your leisure. Binge watch an entire TV season if you want. No ads on the full tiers. Cable hasn't existed at all for over 50 years. That's unreal. You have unlimited, constant entertainment. The pictures on those, movie reels look so clear too. We had IA3 TV channels, and you watched whatever was on. Primetime just switched fully to color this year. What was this year for me? Are you saying your television wasn't in color? I asked in bewilderment. How do you have a visual show without using any colors? Was it just an audio show, like a podcast? A what? It is podcast. Like radio. Tyler jumped in. Yes, but it's accessed by episode at leisure. And Sovlin TV in its early days was in black and white, monochrome, if you know that word. I see. I breathed. I've never heard of such a primitive visual medium. Why don't we pick out a movie? You just passed Age Satellite Wars with Manny Griffin. I love that movie. We can give you and Hunter a history crash course. Mimicking a human shrug, I clicked on the title Tyler mentioned. Studio introductions gave way to a burning fire before the camera panned up to a missile, slamming into a power station's smokestacks. Screams were echoing through the air as panicked actors ran across the screen. The camera cut to a predator that I vaguely recognized from the Yeescape from the cradling promos, who had a panicked look in his binocular eyes. Dirt and grime was smeared across his oily skin. Holy shit! Why would they show what's basically a raid in such vivid detail? You can see the missiles hit. Che, the lead actor, likely Manny Griffin, was helping a half-conscious human limp along. Orange light detonated behind them, and the two primates went flying. The camera dropped to the ground, turning blurry as a ringing sound echoed through the speakers. My spines were bristling from the intensity of the scene. The fog cleared from the lens, showing Terran hands fumbling to get up. The shot followed Manny, who was calling out the missing comrade's name. The human's eye whites suddenly became glaring. It was a look of primal horror before he skidded over to a shrapnel pile. I shrieked, realizing the actor was kneeling by a bloodied corpse. The violence was graphic and uncensored, photorealistic even. A pole punctured through the fallen primate's heart, and purple-red liquid soaked through his white shirt. I averted my eyes, trying not to throw up, while Manny issued a despairing wail on screen. Oh my, they actually showed the injury. Hunter had gasped at the gory sight as well, despite supposedly being from a more violent Earth than Tyler. That looks real. That's worse than in Psycho. I kept my gaze on the floor. That is a sick thing to show the audiences, in the opening scene no less. They didn't show blood in your time, Hunter. Not many did. It was pretty taboo. Brutality shouldn't be depicted in detail. Tyler paused the movie, scratching his scalp. Maybe this was a bad idea. This is about the human cost of the SAT wars, so there's a lot of stuff getting destroyed in chaos. I see why you humans censor your movies around us, I grumbled. I can't believe a ancient Terran has a better take on immortalizing brutality than you. Though I shouldn't be surprised when you play games about shooting other humans. He does what? Hunter demanded. Man, what is wrong with you? Are you a serial killer, to even call that a game? The blonde Terran snorted. For fuck's sake, I feel like I'm talking to Sovlin. It's adrenaline, a power fantasy, and it's a normal pastime nowadays. Please, tell me you're joking. This planet is nothing like the one I left. Playing into the future, it's more having an ocean of madness dropped on my head. Hunter had his nose scrunched with disgust, though this time I agreed with his input. The display of violence modern Terrans treated as entertainment was revolting. The primitive primate stalked off to the guest room, and Tyler watched him leave. So far, I'd failed in my promise to help the out-of-time predator integrate with his homeworld. I'd only learned disturbing things about his time period and views, yet Officer Cardona still managed to surpass Hunter's violence tolerance. Humans are exhausting. How can one species be such an enigma, and have such an extensive collection of sordid oddities? Hunter's response to bloodshed afforded a definitive answer to his thoughts on violence and willingness to perpetrate it himself in a bind. He would have gotten sick boarding the cattle ship back at the cradle, just as Carlos had. Despite understanding his backward worldview better now, I had no idea how to help him adjust to the norms of the modern era. Whatever the reawakened Terrans said, this was only wading into Earth's offerings. There were greater extremes on the scales of both technology and entertainment than we saw today. We haven't even introduced him to every alien species and the history of the galaxy yet, I remarked to Tyler. We haven't tried to locate his current relatives. From the stuff in your apartment alone, he's having a reaction to just about everything. The blonde human sighed. Just about everything has changed. The hand of progress moves things forward, you know. You and I would be lost 150 years in the future, too. Forget the future. I'm lost in the present. Hey, you're not alone in that. It's hard thinking for yourself, but you're part of the whole hand of progress now. 150 years from now, I want us to still be here and the Kolshians to not. You and me both will have to see what comes of your hush-hush diplomatic convention. Maybe the archives will change things. I don't know much, man. I'm sure it'll be broadcasted back home when it goes down. Some alien hotshots are coming into town, and the UN's silence is more about figuring out how to sell it to the Humanity First crowd. The truth about the uplifting shit has all of our allies rattled though, so we gotta seize the day. The Venlo must be losing their minds. I wonder how Slaynik is doing. Tyler's eyes darkened. I know the answer to that. It's not my business to say more, but Slanik isn't well. Not to mention, the Battle of Milo is still ongoing, deadlocked. That declaration made my heart sink, as I recalled how angry Marcel's exchange partner had been after my appearance. The Venlo had been through tremendous trauma, bouncing between grueling battlefields and watching a friend's torture. Part of whatever was hurting him was my fault. The new revelations about Venlokind could have been the stressor that tipped the scale and led to a full-on breakdown. There was nothing I could do to help Slaynik and Marcel, however. I had to focus on the person I could still make a positive impact for. There had to be options available to aid Hunter in fitting in and learning the proper etiquette of our time. Humans were fundamentally different all those years ago in some ways. Good traits worth salvaging existed within him nonetheless, so I wasn't going to write him off as a savage predator yet. The Nature of Predators, 132I, Memory Transcription Subject. A. Chief Hunter, Isif. Aksur Rebellion Command Date Standardized Human Time, February 2nd, 2137. The insurgency landed some major gains against Betterment. After successful plots with infiltrators on Riss, improvised explosives targeted shipyards, government buildings, and military barracks, with human intelligence disseminating ways to homebrew such munitions. It took several detonations for Oxer officials to catch on to the package bomb tactics, which flattened a few offices. One took out a wing of prophet descendant Gizmael's palace, though unfortunately, the government's head wasn't around. My job was selecting which ships to assign to liberate cattle from various sectors. Of course, the last thing I wanted was for the Oxer populace to starve, however, if Betterment failed to fill the citizenry's stomach anymore, and the rebellion was teeming with food. It pushed more recruits into our arms. Risking our lives to rescue prey was not something I would have dreamt up of my volition, but I was trying to entice the UN to see us as honorable allies. Blowing thousands of herbivores out of the sky to liberate them would earn a disapproving nod from Zhao's people, so we turned to piracy tactics instead. Successful missions led to my people returning cattle, with no demands made, to a Terran subsidiary. The rescued herbivores must have been confused to see Arxer in a gunfight amongst themselves, and then handing them off to a free society. We received a warm reception as we docked at the human worlds. I didn't know that the primates had the manpower to attend to rescues, but they would find some place for the livestock. After those positive deeds, we talked the Earthlings into providing air support when we offered to raid a cattle world in the Mazix sector. Ichao is still leery of taking on the Dominion, especially since Gisnell is targeting my faction rather than Earth. Supposedly, the Battle of Milo had mixed results, a stalemate in the kindest interpretation. I don't know how humanity can hope to take Alpha, let alone Riss. Our task was to survive and create chaos for as long as was necessary. The downfall of the Dominion wasn't going to happen overnight. Still, it was rejuvenating not to have to perform cruel actions to retain my title and to see other defectives living open lives. The clips the United Nations forwarded from the archives validated that empathetic dispositions were once common. Before Betterment began culling weak individuals, Riss touted a number of creative talents in ethical camps. Selecting for violence and aggression weeded out the vibrant emotions that we once possessed. While we were a solitary species, we aspired to higher ideals. Riss had been excited to learn from alien cultures, and the farsal narrator seemed confused about whether our peace offer was ever genuine. Immense sorrow crashed down on me, realizing what our race once was. Perhaps we could be sophisticated sapiens, devoted to reason and honor once more. Zhao vaguely mentioned an additional archives discovery pertaining to Riss's past, but claimed that he hadn't decided what to do with it yet. I wasn't sure what to make of that statement. The Secretary General promised to explain the missing tidbit down the line, so in the interest of placating humanity, I opted not to push for answers. If it was vital to the war efforts, the information would have been passed along with the initial package. Good morning. Lisa, Isif, please provide your daily. You were right about everything. Oleg's statement? I guess the Federation abducting humans wasn't that crazy, now was it? Lisa huffed in irritation. It's been weeks since the archives raid. Are you going to bring this up every day? How many times do you need us to stroke your ego? You told me every day that I'm crazy and detached from reality, so I expect an equal number of acknowledgments of how wrong you were. Even after I was spot on about the feds doing gene probing on their own lot, nobody thought, hey, maybe Oleg's onto something. They do it to us too. A broken clock is right twice a day. So you've been right twice, and you're still a broken clock. I'm still waiting for the death ray predictions to pan out. Well, that's different. Human institutions are better at covering up conspiracies, so you gotta look at the facts. Follow the money. You're insufferable, I jumped in. What do you get out of all this baseless speculation, Leaf Licker? Fella twitched her whiskers. Oleg doesn't trust people. Can I tell Siffy why? I guess, the human grumbled. His parents were pronounced as dead in a car crash, but he never got to see the bodies. They were reporters. He thinks the government, his or otherwise, made them disappear. I kinda thought they were abducted by aliens, but it doesn't seem the Feddies visited Earth recently. So, that leaves human players. You see, the elites just want to keep power, and they do that by ensuring that we mindlessly consume and follow their narratives. The game is rigged from the start, but they want us to keep playing. Lisa pursed her lips. Ole, I don't know how to say this, but did you ever think their bodies weren't fit for burial? That they didn't recover them intact? Your relatives might have kept that knowledge from you. The relatives who wouldn't take me in and sent me to a group home? Ah, yes, those people definitely had my best interests at heart. Maybe the bodies were burned, Feller offered. I had a classmate who got killed in a predator attack on school property. The exterminators torched the defiled body and the entire building. The humans and I stared at the dosser with the same amount of bewilderment, processing her story. What predator managed to sneak into an urbanized children's facility? Why did the prey creatures insist on burning anything that so much as looked at a predator? It wasn't clear what happened to Oleg's parents, but I could guarantee that the leaf-licking primates wouldn't do something so moronic. Granted, corpses could be vectors for disease transmission, but this hardly sounded like an issue of public health. Kai thought empathetic creatures mourn their loved ones in ritualistic fashion? That Dosser's parents would accept the exterminators burning the remains of their child. Guy, we don't do that. Lisa was blinking in rapid succession, as though something occurred to her. We perform autopsies on violent deaths. Why would the exterminators burn the bodies? Felra twitched her whiskers. The predator's saliva and DNA is on the body. You didn't answer her question, rodent, I growled. What if those chemicals got into the water supply or were absorbed into the soil and then to plants? It could cause a dangerous strain of predator disease. It was clearly from a savage monster, after all. This is the most unscientific, sniveling nonsense I've heard from a leaf licker. So you're saying, because I picked you up with my claws, you contracted predator disease and need to be burned? I am, contaminant to you? It's plenty verifiable. Being around predators made me want to try carcass food, so it does prove their point. It's worth it to me. Besides, you're a good predator. I told you I thought there were harmless predator disease strains, and you're harmless. I am not harmless. That is insulting to say, Felra. I am a fearsome hunter. Murderers and marauders cower at my name. Lisa feigned a yawn. You're melty on the inside. And for the record, that's not an insult. It's a good thing to have a heart. Have you noticed? Humans don't like cruel monsters. My sister had me convinced you were people-eating menaces until I met you. You showed us both that Arcture can be different, Feller said. I thought you were gonna eat me, but then I saw you really cared. More than anyone else I've known. I'm sure now more than ever that nobody deserves to be alone. Feller and you are just adorable together. Now, I've led some teams for the UN, some sensitive missions, but a rebellion like this, you have a cause, an important one. That means something. I like you because you stand for an ideal. My eyes narrowed to slits. That's easy for you to say. The Arcture following me would love to hear we're chasing some illusory concept, yes? And I'm sure they'd be thrilled that leaf lickers like their leader for being defective. I'm harmless, is that not so? It's okay to care and to have feelings. I know you're strong, but I don't think you'd hurt people for no reason, that's all, Felra chittered. Speaking of people you did hurt, Where is Kaisal? Lisa tilted her head. Yeah. He should be here by now. He's usually punctual, so I wonder if something's wrong with him. Kaisal has been nothing but a negative presence on this bridge, so I've asked him to work alone. I flared my nostrils, simmering at the memories of the runt. As long he files his reports, I don't think it'll be necessary to break his tail again. You sent him away, Siffy. I get that you did it for me, but I don't want that. Kaisal isn't the last grey that hates prey that you'll have to handle. If I'm gonna stick around as your friend, you have to do better. I tried discipline. I tried feeding him well and giving him power. What do you want me to do? Pet him? Silly Aksha, I have to be the first sapient you pet. I'll be jealous if not. Now, we're gonna go find Casey, and we're gonna be nice to him. The two humans shared a glance before gesturing for Feller and I to go on without them. Judging by that wordless exchange, it was possible they agreed with my exclusion of Kaisal from the group. The scrawny Arkster hadn't become the open-minded successor that I hoped for, nor had he been helpful as a second. The Dosser truly was deranged, if she thought showing defectiveness to the condescending runt would change his stance. Why did my best friend care about the treatment of someone who viewed her as food? This is what happens when empathy runs haywire. It is weakness when it's not contained. I checked that the dosso was balanced enough for me to walk and strolled out of the conference room. Kaisal's quarters were on the opposite side of our cordoned-off area from my lodgings, which was intended to keep him distanced from Felra during leisure time. Gasping noises reached my sensitive hearing long before we arrived at our destination. I narrowed my eyes with suspicion. Had the scrawny Arksa managed to re-injure himself through incompetence? I quickened my pace, flinging open the door with slight worry. It seemed wasteful if anything were to happen to Kaisal, after the effort I put into training him. Felra chittered as she noticed the Arksa sniffling and cocooning himself in a blanket. He appeared to have been sleeping, though he jolted awake after our noisy entry. The runt struggled to collect himself, but mucus still dripped from his nostrils. Before I realized what happened, Felra leapt down onto the bed. "What's wrong, Kaisal?" I asked, scooping the dosa back onto my shoulder before she could get eaten. I have felt sadness and loss before, yes? My understanding will surpass the average Arkser's. You're just the latest person to bully or trick me into doing what you want. You're forcing me to tolerate that prey animal even now. Everyone laughs at my weakness. I didn't want to join the war. I tried to defect to Earth, AHWH, and they shipped me back to the Dominion. I'm used and discarded at every turn, and my life is nothing but suffering. How can you possibly be suffering? You are well fed and elevated to a powerful role, are you not? Being able to feel something other than hunger, it's just as awful as starving. I think about things, I revisit things, and it hurts. The dosser attempted to wriggle off my shoulder. It's called guilt, Kaisal. You can't see me as anything more than a thoughtless animal without feeling it. You blame me for what happened to the Aksur when you annoy it was the Farsal and the Kolshians. We could be civil with each other. I hate you. You were involved. You helped them make us live like this? I lashed my tail. Don't roar at. Stop, Siffy. I can speak for myself, Feller hissed. Have you not seen that betterment where I knowingly helping the Kolshians? A lot more than any of us. The reason you're starving and you live like this, is your own government slaughtered your actual animals. They didn't care what happened. I hate them too. Why do you think I defected? But you just squeak and babble on about soft nonsense every day. You know nothing, and you contribute nothing. You weaken us with your squeaking gibberish. The scrawny archer kept his head pointed away from us, and his sides heaved with uneven breaths. I was tempted to explode at him for those comments, but Felra shot me a scathing look as I opened my maw. With flaring nostrils, I let her leap off my shoulder. Kaisal hissed with disgust as the rodent crawled up his arm. Her ginger fur looked bright compared to the shadowy interior and his grey scales. If you don't want to be in a war, we need to make peace. We don't have to like each other, Felra said. It's time for prey to see predators as people, and predators to see prey as people, naughty food. Nobody should live like we do now. Can't you agree to that? Kaisal fixed his eyes, which were narrowed to slits, on her. I hate this war as much as I hate you. Get away from me. So we agree on ending the war. That's a good start. Hey, I know you don't want to be alone. Siffy and I are friends, so you don't have to hate me. I picked the dosser up, returning her to my shoulder again. I'm just trying to make things better, Kaisal, in the only way I know how. If you work with me and make an effort with Fela, I can enable your success. I do not wish to discard you, but I must protect her. Come back to the briefing, if that is your desire. I'll be there in a few moments, the runt grumbled. I ambled out of his quarters and moved my pupils toward Feller. The dosser looked quite pleased with herself. She'd handled herself with more fortitude and discretion than I could have anticipated, given Kaisel's hostility. It was true that other Archer would share those feelings toward prey, so it would behoove me to discover how to change their opinions now. If betterment was overthrown, I did wish for the needless war and carnage to cease. Too many sapiens have died and lived wretched lives. With the hatred between our peoples, how could we ever achieve lasting peace? I do not think the Federation wants peace, Fela. Convincing the Archer is easier, and as you can see, that's not easy in the slightest, I remarked. The dosser tilted her head. I've told you multiple times to reach out to the Federation and make amends for the awful things that have happened. You could get some herbivore allies. They do not want to talk to us, yes? I know that is your hope, but it is a fantasy. It is not within the realm of possibility. You don't know that. You haven't even tried. Trying worked for the humans. The humans haven't done what we've done, and their allies are lukewarm at best. 10% of the Federation was willing to consider not slaughtering them. You could reach out to that 10%, send a message to their diplomatic summit. Maybe Ja would help plead your case. The reason the humans won't associate with us is twofold. It's partly because it would kill their reputation with said allies. I wasn't invited, and I doubt they'd show me to the main location if I turned up at the handoff. I won't interfere with their get-together, so get that idea out of your head. Then figure out where they're having the meeting on your own. You could follow them and try to deliver a message, or at least ask Zhao instead of assuming he. It's not happening, rodent. The dosser ducked her head, drooping her whiskers in a way that made me feel guilt. The simple fact was that there was no fixing the rift between the Archer and the rest of the galaxy. The bad blood stemmed from generational trauma and heinous atrocities. No rebellion could depict us as anything other than monsters, except to the humans. Even the primates hadn't always been sympathetic, due to their open disgust toward our cattle practices. I could never tolerate the derision the humans had subjected themselves to, regardless. The goal of my rebellion was to undermine the Dominion, not to sing in the streets with leaf lickers. The best that the Aksha could hope for was the overthrow of betterment and a brighter future centuries down the line. If Felra couldn't get that through her head, she was more delusional than Oleg. The Nature of Predators, 133 Memory. Transcription subject. Governor Tarver of the Venlo Republic. Date is standardized. Human time, February 5th, 2137. The election cycle had become more contentious ever since Venlo reached the public's ears. Veln lambasted my proposal for a union with humanity. My re-election platform involved an instinct suppression program that extended to civilians, a vow to hold a referendum on renaming our planet to Skalga officially, and a pledge to strengthen our military under Terran guidance. After what the Federation did, we had to ensure they never got their claws and tentacles on us again. Reversing the gene edits was my top priority. It was too late for the current generation, but Venlo born in the future weren't going to be hobbled and sense-deprived. Funding scientific research was an action I was already taking. The Federation physically weakening and mocking us, stealing our children, outraged the public. Veln was clever, suggesting that Venlo didn't want humans having the second crack at our genome. The first debate had happened just before I left for the summit, and he claimed that I was making us too dependent on predators we knew for a month. He had stumbled upon a campaign slogan, "No more federations," as I prepared to bring us into a new organization. The polling margins were a few percentage points, with the race neck and neck down the home stretch. Many Venlo wanted to stand on their own and pursue an isolationist policy. I didn't know how to tap into that sentiment without violating my core principles. What could I do to give the appearance of keeping humanity at arm's length without actually pushing them away? Right now, my focus was exploring the station we were docking on with my delegation. Selling a joint charter to an incensed citizenry could come later. The human envoy should have been the first ones there. I don't know how many others have turned up, but we need to lay on the charm and mingle with every species. It's our job to back up the Terrans, put down any bigotry. Am I understood? I asked. Cam flicked his ears in acknowledgement. Yes, ma'am. Not sure where the escort ship has led us, with them jamming our comms and navigations. Think that's the point. Nobody knows where this is happening, but them. It's secure as it can be. I'm here in case Ambassador Koji asks after me, aren't I? Glim grumbled. I can't believe the Duetten are actually coming. I chuckled with disdain. I don't think Zhao could believe it either. He practically spat that name when he read the guest list to me. There's quite a few surprises there. Krakotl separatists were invited. Biala is coming on behalf of a vassalized Silis. Gafki agreed to come too. How Terrans pulled that one off is beyond me, but the archives sure have galvanized everyone friendly. We're not going to get an opportunity where so many species are open to the suggestion again, Cheln, my diplomatic advisor commented. I've typed up a draft for your speech, Tarva. You need to hammer home that Venlo are herbivores, and we're still modified beyond recognition. Tie credit back to the humans for the archive's findings. Keep that in mind. My focus is more on one-on-one interactions and leisure activities. We have days together with galactic leaders, and that means pulling out all the bells and whistles to make the leery parties feel safe and contented. Let's waste no time. Soon as the docking clamps are in, split up and move around. A few other high-level diplomats from outside my cabinet were along for the ride too, with leading figures from the exchange program also on the guest list. Every species was allowed up to 20 visitors, though I imagine the host humans would have more than that. Between security concerns and the need for at-length discussions with all parties, there was no way they could manage with meager staffing. I eyed the colossal space station as we ducked below a hangar's overhang. Flashing lights illuminated the docking port, though the process of interfacing with the landing pad was automated. A welcoming party of humans was present in the terminal, standing with personalized gift bags. They were wearing full helmets, complete with translucent flower and fauna decor. It looked like someone had ripped out the pages of a children's book. The bottom section of the masks seemed to retract as needed, perhaps by brain pattern recognition. The Terrans could unseal the mouth covering without even touching it, almost like a prosthetic. The one who greeted me unsealed her mask for a moment, revealing a warm smile. They've been advised that they can act normal around the Venlo. That makes me proud to know they don't have to hide themselves with me. What's in here? I accepted the gift bag they offered and pulled out a translucent bottle. Cam scanned it with a visual translator, revealing that it said Everclear grain alcohol. Thank you, but you do know your human drinks are watered down compared to ours, right? The Predator chuckled. One shot of this stuff can make a human sick, but we still brew it. It's jet fuel. 95% alcohol. Figured it'd be more up your alley. Glim eyed the bottle with interest. Finally, something that'll make the bad thoughts go away. Give. Not so fast, Cam interjected. I can't sit through days of this political snooze fest without being inebriated out of my mind. We're sharing. The human greeter wagged a finger disapprovingly. Now, you haven't been here 5 minutes. Don't you think it's a little early to get wasted? No, Glim answered. Governor Tava, I guess you have to be the responsible one. Whatever you do, don't leave us to talk to the Duertin alone. You didn't hear me say that. Please, head inside and lend our people a hand. We can take the bottle and the luggage to your quarters. I passed the bag back to her. You got it. We'll go say hello to the guests. A team of Terrans swooped in to unload our belongings, and it occurred to me that parties less comfortable with the Earthlings wouldn't appreciate predators taking possession of their belongings. I swished my tail in gratitude before following the numerous signs pointing the path to the gallery. The station was new construction, likely having the final coats of paint splashed on in advance of the summit. Hallways and rooms were built with vaulted ceilings to accommodate Mazics, while accessibility ramps and quadruped lifts were also present. There's no question this was created as a place to host all species. That lends to the assumption that this is in a system close to Sol. Hundreds of guests had amassed in the banquet hall, which had a number of tables positioned shy of a stage. Non-alcoholic refreshments and Terran snacks were present, and calming music played throughout the theater. My gaze scanned the social circles that had formed. Human diplomats were chatting it up with various leaders. The big names weren't wearing 360-degree helmet. I recognized Sarah's curly hair through her mask, before deciding to wander to her group. Kupo, the Mazic president, was listening to her intently, along with the Fisan ambassador and guests from the Gojid party. Body appreciates the accomplishments of the scientific community, and I accept that, the female astronaut was explaining, utilizing emphatic hand gestures. The history books will remember Noah's speech on Alpha, the feats of military grandeur, and the jaw-dropping revelations. The experiments we've done are the foundation for reversal of the cure, or for any of the innovations engineers created for the military. Intellectual pursuits should never be a spectacle. Halmina, the Fisan, pointed the horn between her eyes at Sarah. The important thing is whether those experiments form the basis for profit, or whether they give humanity a competitive edge. You humans hold your own economically. Those contracts you almost got us to sign were sneakily exploitative. Is science able to generate enough revenue to be worth the cost? That's the wrong question. None of the technologies you see as profitable would exist without someone pushing the boundaries or unlocking a new discovery. I always found a number of fields fascinating, from biology to neurochemistry to geological surveys. What motivated me to pursue 2 PhDs and kept me going through the grueling astronaut training was the better understanding of our universe. The gaps we filled in our knowledge in a few months are remarkable. What is remarkable about it, human? Kupo asked. You didn't specify what you thought the right question was. I'm still at a loss for what drives your people, even after our work together. The right question is simple. Why are we here? What is the purpose of life? I fail to see why that is important, or what it would change in your daily living, or how it adds anything of value, Halmina chimed in. It sounds like a religious concern, not one of science. A Gojid I didn't recognize spoke up, waving her claws idly. Can you say there's any purpose, after all the suffering we've seen? I'm little more than a de facto leader of our largest colony. I watched my culture disintegrate, my homeworld fall. Sarah shifted on her feet. It's a concrete question, as much as a philosophical one. The origins of life, the nature of our reality, it mystifies us. It defies all comprehension. We thought finding other life forms would put our role in the universe in perspective. Well, I strolled up to the circle, tapping the human on the leg with my tail. Did it give you the answers you hoped for? No. To be honest, we hoped that aliens would be enlightened, and they would show us a better way of living. Instead, we found a galaxy just as cruel as what we knew. I understand how Gojid Minister Kiri can struggle to find meaning, but maybe it's up to us to make our own meaning. Free will means that this suffering doesn't have to be all there is. Science can lead us beyond our current problems, and I refuse to stop believing that. I've always admired your optimism. I remember how happy you and Noel were, peppering me with questions and brimming at the prospect of new friends. Yet, even if science reverses the gene mods, it can't bring back the stolen years in history. It can't reset everything to how it was before. That's a defeatist attitude. We can try it, Harva. Hazy, that's a cattle rescue I'm friends with. For the other guests, she used to be a historian. When she heard that everything she loved was ripped to shreds by the archives, you could see how much it hurt her. But, while she might not be willing to leave the safety of her room, she's brave enough to work on a new exhibit of the Venlow's past. We can move forward. We can get through this. President Kupo flared his beige trunk. I don't know how I ever doubted humanity's motives. I was certain they'd turn on us, but Koa owes our continued freedom to them. You have my full faith and my full support for this mystical union of yours. The Gojids would like to hear more about what membership entails, Kiri chimed in. The benefits and the costs. Protecting what's left. I think we should let go with the theft case. Hamina tossed her head. We're curious about the economic benefits. If you can give us a leg up on those pesky Nevoks we're in, no questions asked. It'd be worth your while, cheaper wares, better quality, to cut them out of the equation entirely. They've been losing to us in every regard for the past century. I'm not an official diplomat, but this is about genuine harmony and fair treatment between species. I can't see us agreeing to exclude any allies. If anything is discussed economically, I imagine it'll be market regulations and labor laws, Sarah sighed. What a disappointment. We're a newer species, like you. We fought our way from the ground up, and we didn't do it through red tape. I interjected, thinking of how to placate the money-hungry species. If the Fasan Compact is superior to the Nevoks, it should be easy for you to negotiate deals with every power on your own. That's how the free market works, isn't it? Surely you have the confidence to outbid them. You don't want any ethical problems embroiling you in controversy along the way, or any confusion in currency exchanges. The regulations exist for your benefit. I suppose we'll consider the impact of these proposals. The Nevoks are so far behind us that they're nigh irrelevant. Our superior prices speak for themselves. The Venlo Republic would love to hear your best offers for an exclusivity deal if you join. Now, please excuse me. I ducked away from the circle, feeling confident that Sarah could steer the conversation away from greedy lines. The Mazics didn't seem to require convincing to join our union. The Fissons would sign on if they thought they could get the better of the humans economically, and the Gojids would be interested in any protection for their piecemeal colonies. I passed Zerulean Prime Minister Braylon in one-on-one discussion with UN Secretary of Alien Affairs Aaron Quimper. From what I overheard, the Predator was detailing protections for medics under the Geneva Conventions. The quadruped seemed receptive to these clauses. Key United Nations was adamant about having every member state ratify the Geneva Conventions and a Universal Declaration of Sapient Rights before permitting entry. Severe violations would be cause for immediate dismissal from the group. There was no sign of Ambassador Noah, which gave me a slight pang of disappointment. I shook my head, certain that he'd turn up later. The astronaut was likely hiding among one of the groups. Secretary General Zhao was with a massive group, telling an amusing story to his listeners. I realized this was the only time I'd seen him wear a visor. During our early briefings, he elected not to do so. I slipped into the crowd and perked my ears to catch the end of his anecdote. Mind you, this was my first time visiting an alien planet. As I stated, we were briefed on avoiding sudden movements or emotional displays, to avoid panicking the Venlo. So Jones and I are trying to be businesslike and professional, but we have no idea how to feel inside. General Kam thinks it's a wonderful idea to take us all the way to the Governor Mansion's gates, and there isn't a soul in sight, Zhao growled. Yotol Ambassador, Laulo, leaned forward. Let me guess, they heard human military were visiting, and nobody dared to visit. That's the gist of it. Anyhow, Cam seems nervous and remarks on what competent predators we are. I've got no clue how to respond to that, so I take a swig of my water. Jones decides she's gonna make a wisecrack with the aliens. Says something like, "Oh, don't worry. The US only preys on oil fields." I can't help but laugh, and the water shoots up out my nose, sprays all over Cam. The Venlo just looks horrified. I haven't heard this story, I commented. I think I find it more amusing than he does. Anyways, I apologize to Cam, and Jones and I are trying to explain why that happens. She means to search up the scientific reason for drinks coming up your nose and asks where her holopad is. You know where it was? In her hands. You could just see in Cam's eyes when he realized that humans are horribly designed, incompetent predators. I thought you were apex predators, Governor Burla, the current Tillfish leader, offered in an uncertain voice. Sure, that's true enough. We also trip over literally nothing, put our holopads in the fridge when grabbing food, and forget what we were saying in the middle of a sentence. I'm serious. Do your species ever walk into rooms and you can't remember what you went there for? The Thafki representative scrunched his blue-gray nose. We zone out and forget things, of course. But why would it be tied to walking into rooms for humans? Funny enough, I looked it up, and it might be one of our prey defects. Early humans lived in caves, so predators would typically lurk at the edge of those thresholds. One theory is that our brains tell us to focus up and search for dangers. I guess our predator wiring isn't that strong, is it? We had plenty of creatures that ate us in the wild. Hell, the reason we probably invented language was to raise alarm calls for specific predators. You're sapient because you used to be prey, doer in Ambassador Koji remarked, in a voice that was unusually quiet. Something found in the archives changed her hostility. She seems mellow rather than incendiary. I should look up the exact contents of the Duerten's files. I was so focused on our own that I hardly cared about any other species' truths. Zhao nodded. Kyle. Precisely. Just look at us, and I don't mean our eyes. We were defenseless prey, and most of our instincts evolved from us trying to stop being eaten all the time. The more I learn about it, from scrambling to understand our place in the galaxy, the more I think our instincts have little bearing on how we actually live nowadays. Humans have some obsolete, faulty wiring. Terrans have so many shared traits with us. I straightened my tail with confidence. The Secretary General was taking the right approach to build common ground. They're nothing like predators are supposed to be. Sapiens are supposed to be whatever they want to be. Predator or prey, that is a dichotomy for animals. In this union, we're all the same. It's almost time for my speech, and that's exactly what I'm going to argue. What's best for all of us is to protect each other and to cultivate a new culture of acceptance and tolerance. I hope each of you will choose to join us. Once the majority of the guests had arrived, the humans would be able to present their opening speech. Between the two circles I'd visited, the predators' diplomatic appeals were going surprisingly well. None of the species appeared disconcerted, and the fear directed toward Terrans seemed to have eased. I risked a glance around the venue and spotted Noah and Glim on the opposite side of the hall. The Sulians, the Onkari, the Varen, and a number of more recent neutrals were picking through the food offerings, alongside the Venlo human duo. Everyone there was in good spirits. As light-hearted as this summit had been so far, I couldn't shake my unease over how well it started off. Gatherings never went smoothly for humanity. Between the Afa speech at gunpoint, the ship sabotage, and the bombing of Earth's memorial on Venlo Prime, it was too early to relax my guard. My job was to ensure there were no incidents with any of the delegations. The reception to the Predator's initial address should be telling, giving us an estimate of how many species had genuine interest in signing an accord. The nature of predators, 134 memory transcription subject, Yo Governor Tarva of the Venlil Republic State, a standardized human time. February 5, 2137. Secretary General Zio had to address the sprawling crowd. I perked my ears up to hear what initial rallying cry the humans had crafted. From what I'd heard, their species possessed excellent speechwriters, with the ability to weave compelling arguments and play to semantics. The UN leader was holding a few note cards and had a presentation behind him on the projector. Noah walked up to me with a plate full of food, waving a croissant in front of my face. Why did he have to remember my favorite Terran pastry? You want to distract me, don't you, Predator? I teased. The human smirked to himself. It's working, isn't it? Here comes the airplane. I'll send you to the opposite side of the room if you don't behave. And stop trying to fatten my waistline. Ambassador Williams made a pouting face, lifting his visor to reveal what humans called puppy dog eyes. To think that binocular gazes could be changed into an expression garnering sympathy. I shook my head before breaking off a small piece of the croissant and popping it in my mouth. The astronaut looked satisfied with himself and delved into the rest of his excessive amount of food. Perhaps I needed to babysit him before he gorged himself sick. Gah, humans. I managed to center my attention on the stage as the Secretary General commenced his speech. Every delegation in the room was granting the human their full focus. The group he'd been mingling with before seemed especially keen on his words after the disarming sampler that was dispensed among them. Marketing the prey attributes of Terrans was a brilliant move. Had I known what utter dorks they were during our first meeting, the perceived schism between our ancestries wouldn't have felt as irreconcilable. Hello, leaders of the Orion Arm. I'm not here to present the reasons why humanity is not a menace or a threat to civilization, or to deflect claims that we're bloodthirsty monsters, Xiao growled. Each of you have interacted with us at length, and if you don't already see that as the infallible truth, there's little I could say to convince you otherwise. We're people, like you, who have been persecuted without just cause, precisely like you. We're no one's enemy, lest you threaten the safety of our loved ones, our homes, and our continued way of life. I leaned closer to Noah's ear. The last line seems a little provocative. They could take threatening your way of life as opposing hunting, for instance, or asking you not to eat meat on their worlds. Absurd. Anyone who draws wild conclusions like that wouldn't last a day in this alliance, my beloved replied. The Secretary General adjusted his visor before continuing. Humans respect the inherent differences in our cultures. Despite their artificial origin, we don't ask you to change yourselves. We merely ask for the same courtesy. We ask, no, we demand not to be changed or altered for things beyond our control or ingrained over centuries of natural development in our collective identities. The laws we wish to codify as a foundation for this proposed union etch that fervent belief into stone. Please, raise an appendage if you feel that your species was treated unfairly during your uplift by the Federation. My paw rocketed into the air, joined by dozens of others in my expansive vision. Scanning the entirety of the crowd in a subtle motion, I noticed there wasn't a single attendee refraining from lifting their arm in agreement. The Krakatl and the Duertan both had wings raised, while Mazik President Cupo flared his trunk to the heavens in protest of early size-based bigotry. The Yotrel ambassador was practically bouncing to show emphasis. The tiny quadruped ceruleans rocked up onto their hind legs to signal agreement. My own people bore indignant looks, mirroring my raised paw. It was a sea of consensus, detesting the personal effects of the Federation's overreach. I'm glad that you recognize what's been done to you as immoral. We're going to ensure that such horrors are never inflicted by anyone who calls themselves a friend of humanity. Zhao gestured for us to lower our appendages. That anyone who dares to trample another civilization's sanctity and sovereignty is given no quarter, no aid, no herding with us. First item to show you is based upon a document adopted by every member of the United Nations, now modified to reflect a sapient rights rather than solely human rights. I present the Universal Declaration of Sapient Rights. The display behind Zhao offered a code to scan relevant documents to our holopads, so we could peruse its contents in our own language. Article 1 stated that all sapient beings were born free and equal in dignity and rights, and were endowed with reason and conscience to act in a spirit of kinship. Subsequent listings expounded upon those rights, prohibiting discrimination, banishing torture and servitude, and guaranteeing civil rights about personal beliefs and enforcement of laws. There's nothing I could imagine anyone finding objectionable. I noticed the Terran's snug diet in between language and religion as things not to deny rights over. Knowing how human culture is, I imagine that's a new protection added for their sake. United Nations is open to suggested revisions for anything you think we've overlooked that's heavy-handed, or that would otherwise provide you reassurance. For our own sake, we've also issued the Geneva Conventions for your ratification. The Secretary General pressed on. Should there ever be an engagement or dispute between member states, I want civilians to be kept out of the crossfire. I want some semblance of civility in an affair as brutal, bloody, and barbaric as war. Though my true hope is that we maintain peace through this very forum. It would provide humanity's sanctity of mind not to worry about one's suffering. So, I ask that you review this document as well. Noah mumbled a comment to me through a mouthful of food. I should think our doubters like a promise from the IP Predators Sea to accept surrenders and treat prisoners fairly, among other things. Also, it shows our intent never to raid worlds and target civilians like the Oxshire do. Rules of war are a strange concept to us. That there can be any goodness or empathy when you're trying to kill people. It's hard to wrap even my mind around, I whispered. I'd never imagined Venlo fighting you anyways, so it's a moot point. The final point is perhaps our most important one. It's something entirely new we wrote. The Secretary General's lips, uncovered by any mask, hardened below his eye visor. To touch upon your discontent over your own uplifts, this document contains a protocol for handling the discovery of any new species. I felt this was an issue we must take with the utmost gravitas. Please consult the final item in your packet for full details. I flicked through my holopad's catalog, landing on the discussed draft. Doing better than taking every child on a planet away from their parents and crippling them at a genetic level seemed like a low bar to clear. It would be curious to see the specific items the Terrans had in mind. Hopefully, the other guests also agreed that young races should be treated with dignity and in the spirit of equality. Zhao commanded the stage. Panels must convene to ensure that any first contact, 1, does not threaten the indigenous culture or supplant it with our own. 2, that barring an emergency event, it must be planned at length to avoid frightening the locals through careful study of cultural norms and values. 3, that we will not engage in any communications, visits, or exchanges that are not expressly desired by the natives. And 4. That they will not face discrimination for their technological level. Any questions? So you still want to perform uplifts after everything you've seen? Yotol Ambassador Lolo barked, ears quivering with anger. Why are we interfering with this species' natural development at all? Excellent question. I grant that this is a contentious ethical issue, even on our world. However, to sit back with an air of moral superiority and allow millions to die of diseases and famine is to deem these species as lesser, to say we don't care about their lives. Obviously, dumping an entire catalog of knowledge at once is irresponsible. It should be drip-fed and focused on issues that impact quality of life. Uplifting itself is not evil, as long you're not planting your heel in their neck. I see. I'm still not sure it's a good idea, but proceed, I suppose. I appreciate your feedback. Any ramifications of our group's interactions with another culture at any stage of technology deserve consideration. The influence we have must be wielded for good. I imagine a first contact would be planned for years. Would anyone else like to voice a question or concern? Duertan Ambassador Koji puffed out her grey feathers in a display of dominance. You claim to care about herbivores, yet you ally and cooperate with the Arxer. Our intentions with the Arxer are entirely as follows: to use them to strengthen our position in the war, to liberate all sapient cattle in the galaxy, and to dismantle the Dominion where possible. This was seen at Milo, as you all have heard, where we got a unfriendly Arxer commander to soften the Kolshians up for us. That battle has been difficult nonetheless, but it's given us a competitive advantage. And you all have seen the millions of rescues we freed in a few months. So you admit you're working with the Arxer. I admit we're using the Arxer to benefit humanity and sapiens across the galaxy. That accusation has dogged us from the beginning, yet no one can conjure an example of us siding with or acting like them. We went to great lengths to stop the raids on the Cradle, Fall, and Silas, losing human lives in the process. You claim, human, that they're not your friends. We're supposed to believe that predators would choose prey over a fellow predator that conveniently saved Earth. You should believe us. Do you see the Arxer invited to this meeting today? We sought to secure our alliance with all of you here today, not them. While some bargains we've made are unsavory, even causing us discomfort, don't fault us for doing whatever we must to win this war. I want everyone here to survive and remain free. While Arxer infighting was known throughout the galaxy, I was the sole leader in this room aware of Yusif's empathy test. It wasn't something that the chief hunter cared to advertise, so he wouldn't have appreciated me publicizing. Our shared goals for a better future were the reason I cooperated with him. Had other parties known the extent of our interactions, they might vote to hurl me out the nearest airlock. I understand your point, though even talking to them is most unsettling. Koji still eyed the predator with disdain, but submitted to his confident word. I think I speak for everyone in this room in saying we'd never work with a filthy gray. We'll be watching this. Secretary General Zhao nodded. Well. Is that the only concern in the room? You have the Farsal imprisoned on their own world, isn't that right? Krakotl separatist, Nuela squawk. Yes. It was an option that took the Farsal out of play, and allows us to decide what to do with them after the war ends. We can't afford to occupy them, or to do nothing and let them rejoin the war. Besides, there must be consequences. They've perpetrated too much evil as a civilization. I agree wholeheartedly. Why did you let them live? Clear the debris and bomb them. The fossil deserve to die for what they've done. Calls of assent rippled across the room. If I wasn't afraid of upsetting peace-loving Noah, I might have signaled my own desire for righteous vengeance. These were people who couldn't abide by any civilization not being under their control, and who ripped children away from their mothers on Skelga. Why did the Farsal deserve a future, after reshaping every species and allowing other worlds, like the Thafkis, to fall? Had the predators decided to eradicate them, I might have felt a dark glimmer of satisfaction. Well, I say we save the serious, lengthy discussions for tomorrow, when the Paultons, presumably, show. I'll leave you with a final thought. My proposed name for this venture is the Sapient Coalition. Mull that over, and without further ado, let's get the festivities started. A cheer went up from the more human-friendly guests as the predators switched the music to a more lively overture. Drinks rolled in on carts, which earned that rapturous reaction from the visitors who were less than fond of the binocular-eyed sapients. Koji, Krakotul separatist Nuela, and Gojid minister Kiri belined it for the liquor, while other guests approached at a normal pace. Glim was also scurrying toward the stronger booze, though trying not to attract attention. I wondered if it was a good idea for the rescue to be drinking. I brushed up against Noah, feigning a look of innocence. Do you think you can beat me in a drinking contest here? You're evil. He placed his hands on his hips and stifled a laugh. I'm kind of a lightweight, so I don't think so. I never understood what's so bad about that anyways. I get the same effect out of less booze. Isn't that a win? Well, humans are all lightweights to me, so I won't judge you any more than the rest of your kind. Come on, let's browse the fun juice. This is a happy occasion, for once. Lowering the inhibitions of a predator would have once come across as a suicidal idea, but I trusted that Noah had no latent bloodlust at this point. We retrieved a handful of drinks, getting into the social mood. The Terran ambassador downed a few shots of vodka, perhaps because of me. It seemed unusual to bring out a bar at a diplomatic summit, but I suspected it was to stifle guests' fearful inhibitions. With a leader's hackles down, they might warm up to humans, or even enjoy themselves. We wandered the floor, avoiding dancing or sitting at a table for the moment. As Secretary General Zhao was showcasing a number of games from Earth, a few of which were children's games. Noah volunteered to demonstrate one called Pin the Tail on the Donkey, and tried to rally the crowd as he swaggered forward. Second-hand embarrassment made my skin feel hot, watching him struggle to remove his visor. The UN leader shook his head, before procuring a cloth strip and wrapping it over the ambassador's eyes. Sarah waltzed in by my side. The Paulton delegation has arrived, Tarva. They had the longest voyage of anyone here, but that accounts for everyone on the guest list. Excellent. Stick around for a moment. Noah has been drinking and is blindfolded. I'm sure you want to see this. The human ambassador was handed a tail to stick on an animal picture. It was apparent from his head posture that he couldn't see anything. Zhao placed his hands on Noah's shoulders, spinning him around 10 times. The astronaut staggered forward, lurching from side to side, and extended a searching arm in front of him. The crowd was uncertain how to react to a sightless, disoriented predator, but the braver spectators cheered him on. My quiet snickering turned to horror as Noah stumbled right before the donkey picture. His face smacked against the wall, and the mocktail fell from his grip. I rushed to his side before I could think, cradling the groaning predator's skull in my paws. The astronaut pushed the blindfold off his eyes and offered a reassuring smile. Crimson blood was dripping from his nose, sending a jolt of pain through my heart. This put a damper in an otherwise jovial moment. All the security Zhao has here, and nobody's arresting the 2D donkey. It clearly assaulted me, Noah quipped. I chuckled at his goofiness. Do I have to cut you off already? Let's get you cleaned up. I'm fine, Tava. I was just demonstrating what not to do for the people who've never played. How does anyone think humans are dangerous? I helped Noah up, checking him for any other injuries. Don't try to act all tough. I'll find a first aid kit, and my chastising of Ambassador Williams faltered as I noticed the complexion drain from Zhao's cheeks. The Secretary General had a hand to his earpiece and didn't seem to like some news he was receiving. The UN leader quietly muttered for everyone to stay put before striding out of the room. I shared a glance with Noah and Sarah. An unspoken understanding was reached between us. The three of us tailed the Chinese national, followed shortly after by the majority of the delegates. This feels like what happened at Earth's memorial ceremony all over again. I have to know what has him shaken up and find a way to keep Noah safe. What is going on? I screeched. Zhao didn't even look back. Stay where you are, Tava. There's an unknown ship that followed the Pultons from the handoff site without being seen. Is it the Koshians? Noah's injury was forgotten, and he quickened his pace to catch the Secretary General. All of the delegates are in one place. Most of our key personnel are here. I thought this location was secure. I don't know who it is, but I know it's not a Shadow Fleet ship. More on that in a moment. Our audio recognition tells us it was a DOSA voice transmitting a message to us, requesting permission to land. The DOSA delegation is already here, Ambassador, and the shuttle itself is a Krakatl ship that went missing years ago. We jammed its weapons systems, forced it to land in a sealed bay, and ordered the passengers to disembark. There's only 2 life signatures. But you let unscheduled visitors land. I hissed. And I'm sorry, how did they avoid sensor detection? Sarah's tone was thick with worry. Who would know where the handoff was to follow them in the first place? I'm trying to get answers. We need to see what's going on and how they found us. They refused to say who they were over the channel. The ship's in a sealed hangar, and an entire team of soldiers will be waiting for them. The station's integrity is safe. We're going to sweep the craft for bombs. Those scanners turned up no suspicious markers. That's why I asked everyone to stay where they were, instead of following me. Duet and Ambassador Koji squawked with suspicion. You said yourself that it was a Dosser speaking, not a Kolshian make, that its weapons are offline, that your people vastly outnumber the passengers, and that a scan showed no signs of threats. What are you hiding that you don't want us to see? I'm protecting you. After a incident on Venlo Prime, I've been taking every precaution to ensure you're safe on this station. But if you insist, tag along by all means. We will. There's no predator deception happening on my watch. Secretary General Zhao tightened his fists, storming into the bay. Dozens of guests tailed behind us, determined to see what the commotion was about. True to the UN leader's word, Predator soldiers were encircling a small Federation shuttle. Massive guns were pointed at the landing ramp in case of trouble. I fitted my paw into Noah's hand, and he squeezed it to reassure me. Military personnel delivered the order for the passengers to disembark upon Xiao's signal. The tension was tangible in the air, descending on the gathering with suffocating effects. The landing ramp lowered, and I craned my neck to spot the ship's occupants. It was disturbing that an unknown party could track us to a secret location. There was the possibility that they were a scout ship for an actual threat. We needed to assess their allegiance and question them at length. The Terrans held remarkable trigger discipline, so I trusted the soldiers not to get itchy fingers. A massive shadow moved inside the ship, and the muscles in my legs stiffened with horror. Noah's uncovered eyes went wide with shock, making the veins pop next to his brown irises. The Terran soldiers grew much more aggressive with their shouts, now ordering the passenger to stay where they were. Gasps and screams rippled through the Federation crowd, who shuffled backward. If someone didn't reassure them, this could turn into a stampede. The figure cloaked in darkness was unmistakably an Arxer silhouette. I thought about Xiao's response to Duerton accusations, shooting down the notion of working with the Greys. Had the humans invited them here? Either way, the galaxy's other predators had infiltrated our secret meeting, and that didn't bode well for the Sapient Coalition's diplomatic prospects. The Nature of Predators, 135 Memory Transcription Subject. Governor Tarva of the Venlo Republic. Date, our standardized human time, February 5, 2137. Secretary General Zhao leapt into action, declaring that human security had put the situation under control. My fur bristled from fear before I noticed that the Terran leader seemed more concerned about our guests' reactions than the Arxer intrusion. A carnivorous predator remained on the landing ramp, and I swore I spotted a dosser using its forehead as a seat. The beast's maw hung open, leaving me to spot a signature chipped tooth. Gizif. What is he doing here? This was not a planned visit. Zhao barked. I guarantee my men can keep you safe. I also swear to give a full explanation and accounting for our security lapse. We have nothing to hide from anyone. Please, I ask a few minutes to sort this out. Ambassador Koji was flapping her wings with irritation. I knew you were partnering with the Arxer and deceiving us. They were not invited. You can interrogate me to your heart's content, but I ask you to merely allow me to present the facts and ensure your safety. This is the unfriendly commander I mentioned earlier that went to Milo. I spelled out the truth in exact detail. You each came all the way here, so please, give me a proper chance to detail the facts. Now, excuse me 1 second. I was the only one who dared to creep forward, getting myself into eavesdropping range as Zhao approached Isif. Other diplomats seemed terrified for the Secretary General approaching a carnivore, whereas Koji and the Duerton Shield representatives looked as though they'd finally caught humans in the act of conspiring against prey. The dosa perched on the Grey's head was the object of my curiosity. Who was she, and why was she so serene in the presence of a sharp-fanged predator? What the fuck are you doing here? Zhao hissed, echoing my concerns. Are you trying to cripple the United Nations reputation also? If Betterment gets wind of you showing up here, we could be dragged into hostilities we can't afford. The dosser glowered at the human, speaking in Isif's stead. We'd like to work together as allies, so your people need to stand against Betterment, not just the Kolshians. If we want peace, It's time for the Arxer to make amends. We want to talk to the delegates and explain how the rebellion opposes the Dominion. Is that so? You're out of your mind if you think these herbivores will even listen to the idea of working with you, Isif. I do not think that it will work, but I have been persuaded to try, Isif growled. I am not so foolish as to think I could join your union. Would it be so wrong for me to say a few words and open some channels? I cannot fight the Dominion alone, and I do not wish for this war to persist between us and the Leaf Flickers. It's going to be a nightmare to clean up this mess, without allowing you to speak. Getting them to join up with us was going to require nothing short of diplomatic perfection. Now, they're watching me chat with an Arxer. If I don't get rid of you soon, guests will start walking out of the summit. Please, Secretary General Zhao. They have already seen me, yes? I wish to say a few words, as Noah did on Alpha. It cannot make things worse. The human leader stood seething for several seconds and locked eyes with me. I hesitated before signaling my approval with my prosthetic tail. Zhao shook his head at the ground, failing to conceal that he was visibly upset. The United Nations had put a lot of stock into this summit, and now it would be spent justifying why Earth was colluding with the Arxer. After taking a moment to collect himself, the primate turned to address the diplomats. I don't believe I'm even passing this on to you, but the Arxer wishes to say a few words. I can attest that we'd make sure he doesn't set a foot wrong. We will not let him stay at the summit long, but you may wish to hear what he intended to say, perhaps, if only to pass judgment on us. I wish to give you all the facts and all the angles, Zhao said. Gojid Minister Kiri looked outraged. Isn't that the monster that destroyed the cradle? The one who kept us as food? Cerulean Prime Minister Braylon chimed in. Nuela, the Crocodile separatist, squawked with fury. You should gun that mass murderer down on the spot. Isif stared at the floor as the crowd moved from a fearful state to cheers and calls for execution. It was obvious that Zhao was unwilling to shoot Isif, even if it would calm the mob. However, any attempts by the humans to defend the Arxer were going to collapse the summit. I told that Grey outright, after his empathy test, that I could never forgive him. That hadn't changed, and collaboration between his faction and the Venlo would stay pragmatic rather than friendly. However, the only way to save this gathering was for me to speak up in the Terran's stead. Silence! I shrieked, swishing my prosthetic tail with raw emotion. Venlo were the ones who were the delicacies of his sector, and who were tormented by unspeakable cruelty. I lost my pride and joy at the age of 6 to Isif. But I say you should hear Zhao's explanation. The dying wish of Elias Maya was for peace between us and the Arxer. President Kupo stamped a massive paw. Why, Tara? I want the Greys to stop attacking us. I want the Dominion and the Federation gone. Most importantly, I want the truth to mean something for once in this star-damned galaxy. There is nothing I won't sacrifice for that. Secretary General Zhao clasped his hands behind his back, strolling forward. Well, said Tava, humanity is willing to give everything of ourselves for peace. Look at Ambassador Williams, who went to Alpha despite expecting to be killed, or worse. Why did you volunteer, Noah? I said that if there was a single species like the Venlo, it was worth it, Noah answered without skipping a beat. I would have died for what we're doing here today. I would have gone to my grave, satisfied, for a chance to win maybe a quiet peace. The United Nations shuts no doors to anyone willing to mend the rift in this galaxy. Before we decide whether to permit Izif's request to parley, I ask you to lend your ears for 5 minutes. Follow me back to the banquet hall while we contain our visitor here, and you will hear the full scope of humanity's dealings with the Oxa. The Terran's leader pushed his way through the crowd, who parted in a hurry to avoid the confident predator. I cast a scathing look at my fellow diplomats and hurried after Secretary General Zhao. If anyone could talk their way out of this disaster, it was the humans. Their silver tongues were the only reason a predator race swayed any allies to their side at all. I would do anything in my power to back up Earth's claims. The first order of business was ensuring that the diplomats would listen to us at all. The Zerulians, the Yotel, and surprisingly, the Krokal were the first factions to return to the meeting area. Mazik President Kupo, despite his former skepticism of everything the primates did, was coaxing others to agree to the impromptu plan. The Sulian and Iktali representatives herded former neutrals back, while the Dosser delegation managed to stop gawking at Isif's confidently waving hat. Key, most staunch human allies, one turn on the arboreal predators, not without hearing their side of the story. It's the others that will mean the difference between a sapient coalition of a dozen or so, one of 40 plus, or somewhere in between. The rest of the factions trickled in, grudgingly willing to hear the Earthlings' explanation. The Gojid and Tilfish leaders seemed disgusted. The Cradle and Silas both had suffered devastating Arcshire raids in the post-human era. The Thafki looked terrified, which was understandable for a species that was nearly hunted to extinction. Recent revelations showed that the Federation conspiracy allowed their planet to fall centuries ago, making that loss even more needless. Meanwhile, Duatan Shield visitors appeared to be returning to solicit a confession from Zhao. "You just proved you'll choose the Arcshire over us." Koji stormed toward the stage, ruffled with disgust. "Here's the proof of you siding with them. Humans acting like them comes next. You lied about the extent of your involvement with them." Zhao leaned toward the podium's microphone. "Settle down. My answer to you was the truth. I can recite it to you, since I have it written on these cards here. Does anyone recall the 3 things I listed as our intentions with the Arcser? To win the war? Cerulean Ambassador Shozen offered. Close enough. I did say, we'll do whatever we must to achieve victory. So I repeat, my 3 stated intentions were, to use them to strengthen our position in the war, to liberate all sapient cattle in the galaxy, and to dismantle the Dominion where possible. Those are my exact words, and it was the truth. We interact with Isif to benefit humanity and sapient life as a whole. Koji puffed out her feathers. But you didn't say. That's exactly what I said verbatim. These proceedings are recorded. You can check for yourself. Nothing I said was a lie or predator deceit. I was quite candid about us allying with them, even naming the specific instance of Milo. Do you refute that claim? No, fine. Ute, I refute that a Grey could ever benefit humanity or any of us. Really, so Isif lending thousands of ships to fend off Koshians at Milo meant nothing? He is leading a rebellion against the Dominion, which you and I both thoroughly despise. That weakens the Arcshire. The Battle of Silis ended bloodlessly because he intervened. Furthermore, since his uprising began, he's attacked cattle holdings and returned any herbivores he could acquire. So you don't care about the cradle at all? Minister Kiri hissed. Are you forgetting who fought the Arksher on the ground? There would be no Gorgid refugees without humanity. The fact that your remaining colonies have been left alone is because we retook the cradle hound and parlayed with Isif. Again, I'll do anything to ensure your survival as sovereign entities. The Gojid representative backed down, but judging by the bristling spines, she was still simmering. Having bargained for every Venlil cattle in custody, I could attest to the benefits of negotiating with Isif. Planting meat-growing factories on Skalga had been unsavory. Still, the exchange was a net positive for my species, humanity, and its allies needed every drop of cooperation they could scrounge up. General Jones had briefed me on the Arksur-Kolshian collusion to perpetrate the war, after assuring that I would keep it secret. It's a good reason to seek peace, and it redirects some of the blame, knowing the conspiracy wanted us to be attacked and butchered. Tell them why the Arksur still exist at all, I prompted. Zhao pursed his lips. I was going to show them tomorrow, but very well, it can be bumped up the list. The Kolshians could have stopped the Arksur at any time. It wasn't just the Thafki's world they let be raided. It was every world that was ever attacked by an Arksur ship. If you don't believe me, hear it from Nikonus's lips. The Secretary General hastily played the video clip intercepted from private communications. When Chief Nikonus had called Prophet Descendant Gizanil over Arksur interference in the Battle of Milo, gasps sounded across the hall, seeing the two rival powers conversing with each other. Diplomats' shocked expressions intensified as they processed what the two heads of state were saying. Pedimint's leader griped that Isif was promoting peace and satiety with his rebellion. Nikonus' reply was somehow more damning. I need one predator around, and the last thing I want is a fucking Arksur asking for peace. It makes you look good. Polian had spat the words with disgust. I know. It's sickening. A fat, lazy dominion without betterment. The war must continue, for the sake of control. We're trying to hunt Isif down, but he's been elusive, Gizanil responded. The tape finished playing, culminating in Nikonus's assurances that betterment could continue their raids. The diplomat seemed appalled, hearing the Kolshians endorse the Arksur's barbaric cattle practices. Despite this knowledge not being new to me, it was an infuriating reminder of how the conspiracy wanted Venlil to be weak and afraid. My daughter's death was part of their moral imperative to fix the galaxy. What joking? Isif seeking peace was a threat to our enemies. That's why humanity works with him. Zhao planted both hands on the podium, and I could sense his binocular eyes surveying the audience. Whatever the Fossil, the Kolshians and the Dominion don't want, we do. They don't care how many lives are lost. They want to keep us all in this terrible loop, so that they retain their power. Nothing changes the fact that those Greys are people-eating monsters. The Thafki ambassador objected. It doesn't change everything Isif has done. You're right. But the Arksur weren't always like this. Just like all of you weren't always what they made you to be. If Isif's movement keeps Nikonus' hand Gizanil up at night, that's a damn good reason to keep it going. How do you think the Kolshians will feel just seeing a peace-seeking carnivore address you? I imagine Chief Nikonus would have a conniption if we allowed Isif to present a statement to the delegation. My fantasy of the look on his face made me giggle under my breath, earning a strange look from Noah. Learning the atrocities inflicted on Skalga's inhabitants by the conspiracy had turned me spiteful. The Federation's founders deserve to pay for their crimes and have the crumbling of their ideology shoved in their faces. The unanimous opposition to Asif's presence has dried up in a hurry. Sentiments seem more mixed now, though people like Koji and the Thafki aren't mollified. I express my utmost gratitude for each of you listening to humanity's side of the story. Your consideration is all that I asked. Let's take a vote. Who would permit the Archer to speak his piece? Zhao asked. To my surprise, Nuela's wings shot up before my own paw raised. The crocodile must truly detest the Kolshians for what they did to Naishtal all those years ago. The Fisons seemed to weigh whether Asif's speech could have economic benefits, however. When the Nevok ambassador raised a paw, the Fisons matched their rival's vote. Gojid Minister Kiri surveyed the current tally, before hesitantly throwing her paw into the air. Among other scenting voters were Tilfish Governor Burla, the Zerulean and Yotul camps, the Tardy Paltan Party, the Quiet Takans, and the Sulian Iftali delegates. There were some predictable parties among the naysayers, the Thafki, for obvious reasons, and anyone affiliated with the predator-hating Duertan Shield. Mazik President Kupa was the most surprising voter against the humans' plea. Koa's leader pledged full-throated support to the Terrans, but he rejected the idea of hearing from an actual monster. There was only so far he was willing to compromise his values. The split was visible through a survey of the audience, with there being a clear edge to those in favor of hearing Asif's speech. I released a breath I didn't know I'd been holding in. Per my quick estimate, about 2/3 of the audience cast a yes vote to Zhao's query. The Secretary General blinked with pleasant surprise before announcing that he would fetch Asif. Those who'd voted against this proposition looked extremely discontented. Koji was staring at her peers with a betrayed expression. Fuck you, predators. The Duertan stormed up to Ambassador Noah, who was nursing his bleeding nose. You say you want peace, you want rights, then you bring the very monsters that steal both of those things here under false pretenses. How many aliens have you gotten killed, dragging them into your war? The Terran astronaut flinched, and I could tell that Koji struck a nerve with the war casualties remark. It was clear he was also frightened that the avian would attack him and make a scene. I moved in front of my human, resisting his attempts to pull me back. My paw curled into a fist as I leveled the Duertan ambassador with a glare that could melt glaciers. The rest of the Venlil delegation, minus Glim, rushed to my side, forming a wall in front of Noah. I think you should leave, I told Koji coldly. Other human-friendly species mobilized into our formation, the unintimidating Zeruleans among the first to stand by my side. Nuela was ready to go toe-to-toe with the other avian species, with the crocodile delegates eager to atone for their past crimes. The Duertan ambassador became visibly nervous when Kupo stepped into her path. The Mazik respected the results of the vote, and didn't appreciate the scathing rhetoric toward sweet Noah. I recognized the irony, remembering how accusatory Koa's president had once been toward humans. The gray-feathered avian turned her beak up toward the sky. We're leaving. The entirety of the Duertan shield is leaving. We'll never be beholden to filth like you and your pets. Koji stalked away, followed by the handful of species from the Duertan's alliance. Laulo, the Yotul ambassador, started cheering and imitating human clapping as she left. The avian looked like she wanted to bite his head off, though she marched off without another word. Secretary General Zhao peeked his head back into the room, just in time for the Duertan to push past him. Judging by his weary grimace, the Chinese general put 2 and 2 together. The good news was that the Thafki and other non-shield dissenters remained present. With the troublesome Duertan vacating the premises, it would lessen the chances of hostile responses to every word a predator uttered. The 38 species still present found seats far away from the stage and waited for Isif to be brought in for his speech. Whatever the chief hunter wished to say to us, I hoped it wouldn't cause any more diplomatic upheaval. The nature of predators. 136 Memory transcription subject. A nil civilian 8. EU standardized human time. February 5th, 2137. The awkwardness between Marcel and I hung in the air, though the human forced some small and I hung in the air talk. My exchange partner had stayed on the quarantine station for longer than any other patient, even after the infected were all clear to leave. I didn't pry into his affairs, but the mention of moving to Venlo Prime hadn't sat well with his fiancée, Lucy. She was growing exhausted of the redhead running around the galaxy, and was less than thrilled at the prospect of leaving Earth behind. The Zerulean doctors had passed along rumors that they heard Mark yelling into his holopad. The scarred predator had reported my crime to the United Nations, and admitted it when I came to speak with him after reading Frankenstein. Marcel thought he was doing me a favor by qualifying his report with me being mentally ill and with unknown variables from the Venlo news in the archives. The fact that my species were once fierce warriors unsettled me. We were twisted into something that I didn't comprehend. The instinct suppression program had stirred something that changed me back. Feeling like a science experiment gone wrong, the moral of I Frankenstein landed. I am the monster. A deformed, angry man, and I know what I must do. I interrupted the human's current train of conversation, which was regarding rainforests on Earth. You can't even look at me. What do you want me to say, Slanek? I'm, well, upset at my own people as much as you, Marcel growled. When I notified On Command, they claimed that the video logs from your helmet cam, went missing. Then, they pull some under-the-table stuff with the Venlo military to give you a quiet, honorable discharge. It's bullshit. I didn't want a discharge. I want to go back to the war. No! You told me you read the book, and you understood. I did. I finished it weeks ago. You're still not ready to talk. Slanek, who was the one dodging every question of substance. I don't need to hear any more lies from you. You just want me to let it go, but we can't rewind the clock on our friendship. I trust very deeply, and you broke that. The only reason I'm coming with you is because I want you to get help. For what it's worth, I'm sorry I didn't see it sooner. I rose to my feet as the near-vacant train stopped near my hometown. You think I damn myself? I heard your interpretation of the book. What's the point if I've already fucked everything over? His hazel eyes glistened. I couldn't bear to watch you go off the deep end. I loved you, the brother I never had, Slanek. I still do. But this hatred is festering inside of you, and it's turning you into someone I don't recognize. Everything I did because I cared about you, because I didn't want you, or anyone like you, to get hurt. No matter what you think of me, I'm still here when you need me. I'll make sure you're taken care of on Venlo Prime. The predator's stare intensified, and he placed his hands on my shoulders. Marcel turned me around forcibly, inspecting me with a look that screamed alarm. As bitter as I sounded right now, It offered slight comfort to know that the humans still cared about me. The way I regarded him was like the brother I lost. Perhaps my dependency on him was from fear of loss. The prospects of the Terran having no choice but to cling to me due to the effects of the disease were enticing. This was an alien world that he'd need to be coaxed into. Unfortunately, my calling is much more urgent. The things that were done to me, to all Venlil kind, must be reckoned for. I'll try to set Marcel up for success. How you said that, it was like you're not coming back. Are you going to hurt yourself? His voice had become much softer, and he shook his head emphatically. It doesn't have to end like this. You made a mistake. I won't sugarcoat, but it doesn't have to define you forever. I'll help you. I straightened my ears in earnest. I'm not going to self-harm. That was a dark assumption. I just need to go somewhere else to sort out my issues. That's exactly what you should do. I'm really happy to hear that. See? I did understand. I'm a monster, and I need to do something about the things that made me one. The Colchians. The Farsal. The history being burned from the ledger. I wouldn't put it like that, but yeah. Marcel declared, with a bit too much enthusiasm. It takes a brave person to seek help. You got this, buddy. Breaking away from the human, I led him down the sidewalk toward my childhood home. The cerulean row house with crumbling paint had character and eccentricity, as my mother put it. The last thing I wanted was to speak to my parents, knowing that they would be ashamed of the predatory creature their child had become. However, Marcel needed a place to stay, and I couldn't take care of my business until I knew he'd be looked after. My plea to the universe was that my folks weren't anti-Terran bigots. Swallowing my hesitation, I ordered Marcel to wait at the bottom of the stairs. During my deployment on Silis, that had been when I recognized the onset of what any normal Venlo would call predator disease. Onzo cautioned me never to repeat that phrase again, but it would be tough to hide how much I changed. The Yochul had been correct about us being fired up before the Federation got us. Stealing my swirling nerves, my claws tapped the buzzer. As seconds passed waiting, flight impulses tugged at my mind for the first time in a while. The door creaked open before the elderly female Venlo behind it spotted us. Her transition to throw her arms around me was near instantaneous. I stood in numb silence as my mother sobbed into my shoulder. She stepped back at last, cupping my chin with pure joy. The guilt threatened to consume me, especially as a hint of fury tugged at her ears. I noticed her pupils dart briefly to Marcel, though she ignored him. Slanek, you haven't contacted us in months, she hissed. We had no way of knowing if you were dead, and we saw you on the news with him. The government told us you moved to Girth during the raid. Then we only found out you were alive by hearing you shipped off to Silis. I flicked my ears. I'm sorry. There's some things I didn't want you to know. Do you have any idea what you put us through by deciding what we should know? Come here, human. Marcel shifted on his feet. Are you sure, miss? Shit, you guys don't have last names. I don't want to call you Miss Slanek. Call me Jency. I obviously know who you are. Marcel Fraser. Thank you for bringing my son home. Sure thing. It was harrowing out there, Jency. We've been through a lot together. But we don't need to talk about that, I interjected. You're more calm around Marcel than I expected. I play mahjong with my human co-workers a few times a season. They have such wonderful gossip. My mother gestured toward the hallway. Please, come in, both of you. Your father is grabbing groceries, but he'll be back. I pinned my ears back with discomfort as Jency dragged me inside. The human removed his shoes at the doorstep, not wanting to track dirt inside, I presumed. Marcel hadn't been happy when I got mud on his couch back on Earth. How I wished I could rewind the clock to those days. This wasn't where I belonged anymore, and I needed to make a quick exit before my mother realized her son was an unlovable monster. You want Jency to remember you as the thoughtful, well-mannered young man you once were. Not as this thing. Hey, listen, I'm not going to be staying long, I hissed. Jency issued an adamant and no-tail signal. Nonsense. I'm going to fix you boys a nice lunch, and you're going to tell me everything you've been up to. I don't want to. I can't. Mark, can I have a minute to talk to her? Alone? The human nodded and turned an inquisitive gaze on my mother. She pointed with her tail toward the living room at the far end of the hallway. I watched as the Terran faded from earshot, grateful for the knowledge that their hearing was subpar. What I was about to impart to my mother wasn't something I wanted Marcel to be aware of. It had crossed my mind to leave him a note, but that might induce him to interfere with my plans. Hurt flashed in Jency's eyes. How can you leave so soon after being gone for so long? Do we not matter to you at all, Slane? Look, I don't think I'm coming back, Mom. Don't ask why. There's things I have to do. I'm here for Marcel's sake, because the Koshians cured him, and he has nowhere to go. Please, if you still love me, take him in and care for him. That's my only wish. I have nothing against your friend, but asking me to let him move in, with no set time frame, is a big ask. I don't know him, and he's not my son. You are. Pretend Marcel is your son. He'll be a better son than I ever was. Please, I beg you. Nothing is more important to me than knowing he's safe. We'll help him get back on his feet, at least for a little while. Why don't you just stay a little longer, Slanik? You can't run off saying I'll never see you again. Tell me what's going on with you. It's not important. Whatever happens next, it wasn't your fault. I ducked back out the front door, shaking off her efforts to tug me back inside. I'm sorry, Mom. I really am. Tell him I'm sorry too. Without any further hesitation, I found myself sprinting as far away from home as my crooked legs would carry me. Memories of playing with my brother kindled my own tears, and the sobbing turned hysterical as I reminisced on my adventures with Marcel. He hadn't wanted me to stay, given his claim that our friendship couldn't be restored to its former state. Jency would ensure that he adjusted to Venlo Prime, and didn't end up destitute on the streets. It's okay, Slanik. You were always a liability to him. He's better off without you. They all are. My lungs burned, forcing me to slow from my breakneck run. The merciless sun beat down overhead, its reddish glow permeating my bushy fur like it was punishing me. I forced myself to keep moving. I couldn't afford to miss the train and allow Marcel or Jency to chase after me. No matter what happened next, I hoped neither thought it was their fault. There was nothing that could make me regret my time in the exchange program, in meeting my gentle, vegetarian, predatory, predator. I shimmied inside a train car just as the doors were closing, and collapsed on a bench with a heavy sigh. The knapsack on my back had felt light until now, since it contained only meager belongings. I slid it onto the floor in front of me, allowing myself a short break from hauling it around. An automated voice declared that we were heading to Oriel, a farming village. I hadn't checked where the transit was headed before hopping on. I could keep riding until it reached a large city, one where I could find a spaceport. It gave me time to iron out my plans. Goodbye, Marcel. I won't disappoint you anymore, I whispered, bowing my head in mourning. My paws retrieved the I Frankenstein book he'd given me. I understood the exact parallel that was being drawn by the story. It was laughable that I thought that it was an allegory for humans being the unnatural monsters, when the novel first inspired me to pity them, the unholy mix-and-match abomination created by scientists that thought they could play God, who was then driven mad by the world around him. It was me. It was always me. Marcel implied as much when he implored me to find the text's lessons. What I needed to do to fulfill my destiny was spelled out in the crisp pages. There was only one way to extol the rage surging in my heart at a deserved party, just as I had done with that arrogant Colchian scientist. The execution had felt righteous and satisfying, a welcome release, until Marcel returned. If I was embracing my role as the monster, that meant I must kill my creator, after they lost everything they loved. With Niconas' empire crumbling due to Terran interference, I was content to skip the first step and go for the jugular. Niconas, and by extension, the rest of his Colchian underlings had done this to me. They were the reason for all of my suffering and deformities. The Commonwealth chief must fall by my claw if I were to feel better. Nobody else should suffer as the Venlil had. Those tentacled freaks shouldn't have the opportunity to harm anyone ever again. I was going to find my way off this world and find someone who could smuggle me into Afa. When I lorded over Niconas' cold, lifeless corpse, after watching the light dim from his eyes, then his punishment would be complete. Justice will be served. It might not set my heart at peace, but I don't care. It's not about me, it's about them and what they've done. Humans could never slip through Alpha's security to get close to Niconas, but the Colchians didn't take us modern Venlil seriously. There had to be a way to use stealth to my advantage. I stashed the book back in my knapsack and set my mind to devising a plan. Attaining a weapon was the first order of business, though I had that figured out. I imagined an exterminator's office would give me one if I claimed a dog was following me. How else could I protect myself from a predator? It was a shame they wouldn't hand out flamethrowers without guild membership. A standard firearm would have to be enough to put Niconas down for good. If this was the last mission I undertook, I accepted my fate. Perhaps the greatest incentive was that, if I succeeded, nobody would ever jeer Venlil as weak again. My focus turned to blocking out all memories of the human that was once my friend, and I committed myself to avenging both of our species. The Nature of Predators, 137 Memory Transcription Subject. Olvener Tarva of the Venlil Republic State. Way Standardized, Human Time, February 5th, 2137. While the United Nations had no intention of gunning down Isif, human snipers had their sights trained on him in case the Arxer tried anything. I imagine their watchful presence was for the purpose of putting the other delegates at ease, as much as they could be with a carnivorous predator mounting the stage. The chief hunter had to slouch to reach the microphone, even after raising it to its full height. Fearful expressions marred the prey delegates' faces, with reptilian eyes aimed in their direction. Everything that stirred our instincts about Terrans was there tenfold in a grey. This was the face that haunted our nightmares, the visage of the cruelest race in existence. A ginger and white dossa leapt off Yusif's head and curled up on the podium right in front of him. The delegation from Milo's refugees hissed for the rodent to be removed, trying to signal her to come to them. The tiny herbivore who'd appeared alongside the Archer showed no interest, yawning to express boredom. Many humans looked befuddled by her nonchalance, except for Zhao, who seemed to have encountered this dosser before. Yusif fled his nostrils, and a handful of delegates fainted. The Thafki ambassador was out like a light, while Gojid Minister Kiri swooned and folded like a lawn chair. Primates rushed over to try to rouse the downed diplomats, and I turned to survey Noah's expression. The Terran ambassador had taken on an exterior of alarm, as though something awful occurred to him. His unmasked eyes raced across the room, scanning every Venlil. The glint in his brown irises was of personal concern. I gasped with my own worry when the pieces clicked in my brain. Ambassador Williams was looking for Glim, and his pupils settled on a tail sticking out from under a dresser. "Oh no," Noah murmured. "Seeing an Archer must be traumatic for Glim. They tortured and penned him for years." He watched them eat other Venlil in front of him, daily. The human pushed his way through the crowd, who were preoccupied with the most threatening predator in the room. Glim was catatonic under the dresser, shaking like a leaf. He was gasping out the words, "not cattle," before diverting to repeating the numbers on his brand. The Venlil rescue promptly vomited all over the floor, and Noah dragged him out to prevent him from choking. The astronaut shared a glance with me before rushing the former cattle Venlil from the room in his arms. The terror in Glim's eyes seemed to pierce right through me. How long had he been under there? Since he heard us discussing whether to allow Yusif to speak? Chief Hunter either didn't notice or didn't comment on Glim's departure as he cleared his throat with a thunderous growl. More of the delegates cowered, and unlike the human's apologetic demeanor, the Archer seemed irked. He hissed something into the Dosser's ear. Worried gazes dotted the audience, as many assumed the Grey was leaning in to chow into her soft throat. The rodent chittered back with an angry expression and made a dramatic gesture at the microphone. Yusif sighed in surrender. "Hello. I do not expect to be granted access to your meetings or to join your association. I merely recognize the pragmatic concern that we have a common enemy, and per the information provided by Human Intelligence Services, Betterment and the Federation are two sides of the same knife. While I cannot offer any recompense for the ills you have suffered, know it will end with me and my rebellion. After everything you've done, UW want us to work with you." Nuela, the Krakatl representative, challenged. "There are Krakatl here. Humans are so soft, and their willingness to speak with you, after what you did to Earth, reflects the shortcomings of their empathy. You are the face of the extermination fleet, and I do not wish to speak or work with you." "Oh, so if you challenge your government, after leading atrocities your whole life, you're fine?" The Krakatl were used and thrown away, without Kay knowing we were omnivores. If I had that information when voting on Earth's fate, things would have been different, Ogre. If I had an alternative that did not get me killed, things would have been different. You had a choice, the ability to speak up without losing your head, and you didn't. Why? I don't owe you any explanation. You abominable monstrosity. I didn't vote for you to get your nasty eyes on the best pickings. Oh, sorry, speak to us. We never fight alongside someone as unscrupulous and repulsive as you. Silence. Secretary General Zhao bellowed. I expect all guests of the Sapient Coalition to behave with the decorum and rationality befitting professional diplomats. We don't conduct debates and decide issues by lobbing insults, no matter our personal feelings. If Noah were here rather than tending to Glim, he would have remarked on how difficult it had been to get a word in edgewise, with the constant interruptions during his alpha speech. The jeers rang in my ears as fresh as yesterday. Kupo had led the heckling, casting skepticism on the notion of arboreal eyes, and suggesting humanity would turn on us. The Mazik was much more partial to Noah now than in those days, and hadn't hesitated to shield him from Koji. However, the large mammal had voted against allowing Isif to speak. I imagined he was having difficulty holding his tongue. Humanity should be appreciative of Kupo's attempts to be respectful of the forum, knowing that his true thoughts likely aligned with Nuella's rhetoric. This debate could turn heated in a hurry, and I wasn't sure I trusted an Arxer to rein in his temper. The Terrans couldn't let this powder keg erupt into flames. Yotul Ambassador Alolo curled his lip in defiance. What is it you want, Arxer? I seek to ally where beneficial to weaken our enemies, and I am willing to attack specific targets in exchange for resources. Primarily, I seek a non-aggression pact. This war should not continue in the event we both triumph over our adversaries, yes? This death cycle must cease, Isif retorted, flicking his tongue. So you'll what? Stop raying us and eating us? Cerulean Prime Minister Braylon spoke up. I don't see how we could ever believe that you wouldn't relax our guard just to launch a sneak attack. Do you not recognize that you have the most shrewd, resourceful, relentless species on your side? A humanity with actual time to perfect their craft. It will be suicide to go up against them in a few years. Look how rapidly they advance. They learn, they innovate. Similar to your feelings, I have no guarantee that you wouldn't see my kind extinct as soon as we try to isolate ourselves. I know you think we do not deserve to exist. You? Nuea squawked. You're a bunch of bloodthirsty demons. The archives will show you it was not always so cut and dry, bird. Now shut your beak. We cannot be friends, obviously, but I would hope, many generations from now, our descendants might be civilized with each other. That each of our factions may regard the other's lives with some minimal value. Would that not be better than this cursed existence? A docile diplomat leapt around, held aloft by a Mazik, trying to draw attention. You're keeping one of ours as a hostage on this very floor. Who is she, and what have you done to her? Ah, this is Fella. I rescued her from Milo, and we are friends. She is silly and irritating, but does she look like a hostage to you? Ending here. I feel like a why hostage. I made Siffy come here, Feller squeaked, a prideful note coloring her voice. Speaking at the summit was my idea. I told him he should try to make peace. Isif was never taught how to have empathy, but I'm certain he has a good heart. For the record, nobody made me do anything. I believe this is a delusional, fruitless endeavor, and the humans, much like all of you, don't want me here tarnishing their reputation. I am surprised I was allowed to speak to you. Then why did you come here at all? Mazik President Kubo finally challenged. To test how much you could manipulate us. My reason for coming is somewhat to express my remorse over the role I played in your historical atrocities, because it is my sincere feeling. Also, practically, I cannot overcome the Dominion alone, so it is a strategic move to express the benefits that could be gained from a reluctant partnership. Zhao touts the idea of victory at all costs. Yes, the cost is for us to tolerate each other. What if I don't want to tolerate you? Then, that was the expected outcome. I merely will ask that the United Nations pass along back channels to communicate with me, if you desire. Each state may reach out, should they be interested in any non-aggression pacts. Thank you for granting me an audience. I will not take any more of your time. Zhao gave a hand signal to the UN soldiers, who escorted the Archer from the room without hesitation. I considered the speech I just heard. It was surprising that the carnivore had been able to iterate his full pitch and have his points listened to by prey. Ezif's rhetoric mirrored my own ideas, recognizing that friendship was impossible, and suggesting a pragmatic alliance instead. Risking open collaboration before the election would be political suicide, but perhaps the Venlo Republic could accept his proposal off of the public's radar. Ezif's stunt proved that an Arxer can act civilized and communicate more than hungry threats. The question is if this demolished humanity's chances of securing support for the coalition. The majority of species had consented to the Arxer's brief admittance and supported the Terrans in the face of mockery. Secretary General Zhao seemed keen to get the proceedings back on track. Serious entreaties were needed at this moment, rather than festivities. It was a shame, since I sensed how desperately the humans needed a happy moment to cling to. The guests had enjoyed the earlier messing, about to a certain degree, judging by how they cheered Noah's face-planting stunt on. This was supposed to be an event calling for unity, and celebrating the diplomatic tribulations Earth had overcome. As the UN's leader rushed to mingle with leery diplomats, I committed myself to winning over anyone who was put off by the Arxer's visit. Part of me was darkly curious if others were considering his offer, though the cynical side of me doubted it. After how the peaceful Terrans were mistreated, time and again, I had little faith in the collective to pass fair judgments. I padded up to Mazik President Kupo, bracing myself for damage control. I was impressed with how you handled yourself. The humans had a tough situation on their hands there. They need Isif militarily. You seem to understand that. Koa owes our continued existence to humanity. Though I vehemently disagree with treating that monster as a person, the UN still has my full support, Tarva, Kupo replied. I see what you're trying to do, and it's not necessary. The Terrans simply can't believe that predators are evil because the Dar are not evil. It's understandable. Not accurate, but roll with it. Perhaps there's another good predator race out there? Like Zhao said, sapiens choose what they are. Sure, but blood-drinking killers are a lot more likely to choose evil by default. There's a disconnect between that practice and good motives. Even the humans would agree, and that's why they've bettered themselves through science. Their curiosity brings out the best in them. Well, I'm glad you noticed how humans adore science and find meaning in their surroundings, I dodged. Sarah would be happy to hear that her field is appreciated. Please, excuse me. That was one name to check off the list of potential discontented parties. The slightly misguided Kupo's support hadn't been jeopardized by our unwanted guest. I noticed a dejected Nuela slinking into Zhao's circle, with her indigo wings folded unhappily. The Krokotl had her body turned away from the human. I wondered if she was afraid of him after he lobbied for the Arxer's introduction. Hurrying off from my private conversation with the Mazik, I joined the Secretary General's circle to offer support. Krokotl, of all species, have no right to challenge humanity. I was surprised and perhaps a little displeased that they were invited here when Earth's gaping wounds are still fresh. "I'm glad you're all right, Telekin," Zhao was saying to the Thafki diplomat, who looked groggy after fainting. "I'd love to get back on track discussing a Thafki settlement under our protection. Somewhere you can restore your society without being targeted for attack as soon as you plant your roots." Telekin slumped his shoulders. "Before you came along, there were 12,000 of us left because of the Arxer. The Federation leaders made sure no one came to help us. But they didn't helm the raid. The Greys did the deed. Had I known the Arxer was coming in advance, I never would have allowed it. Humanity understands how sensitive this is to you and your people. All I want is to help the Thafki flourish. You're important to us personally, enough that we never gave up on calling you our friends. Please, in turn, don't give up on humanity because of this one hiccup. Everything with you ends with our representative dying, the Arxer showing up, or a planet getting attacked. You're right. We failed to keep people safe. This incursion was a lapse in our security, for which I am unspeakably sorry. We can do better. Humans aren't quitters. Your survival and your freedom are what we fight for, alongside our own." Nuella flapped her wings. "Human? I know you may not want to speak to me. No, please. I brought you here as an olive branch, not to hold Earth over your head. I don't wish to condemn your species. While few would agree with me, I think the fact that Krokotl were the first victims changes our perspective. This is a fresh start for us all, or it can be. I just wish to apologize for how I phrased my words to the filthy Grey. Not that I regret that, just I realized how my nasty eyes comment could be taken the wrong way by humans, who also have binocular eyes. Your eyes aren't nearly as bad as theirs." Zhao coyly lifted his visor for a second. "Are you sure about that?" The Krokotl froze, stuttering for a few moments. No. W worse in person. Videos don't do the W hole, looking right at you justice. What I meant to say is that yours are unfortunate, and theirs are nasty. Is that so?" The Secretary General issued a gruff laugh, fitting his visor back over his eyes. "For what it's worth, many humans get anxiety from other people staring at them. It can be most unsettling, and I understand that your temper flared with Isif. All is forgiven." Nuella shook her wings out, an attempt to flush the fear chemicals from her body. Telekin had looked away when Zhao started to remove his visor. The Thafki didn't want to risk passing out twice in the span of an hour. I couldn't help but snicker at the frightful diplomats, along with the amused, human-accustomed Lolo. The Yochul was having a full belly laugh, and I shared his view on the situational absurdity. For anyone who knows the Terrans well, it's impossible to be scared of them. Seeing Laulo project that sentiment, I can tell the Yochul will be an easy vote to join the coalition. Positive outlook was that no parties outside the Duerten Shield had walked out, or become hostile to humans, which was a victory under the circumstances. The real test would be how many committed to join as a member state when the vote took place in a few days. Outlining any diplomatic technicalities, discussing a vision for a post-war future, and confirming signatures to the various treaties from would-be entrants were next on the agenda. For some planets, FDL comms would need to patch them into legislatures at home to vote on document ratifications. I was hopeful that humanity would succeed in its mission to found a better League of Planets. No species had fought harder, with unrequited kindness, to gain friends among the stars. A binding agreement to cement that humans were not alone in their quest for peace would mean the world to me. The Nature of Predators, 138. Memory transcription. Subject: All Governor Tava of the Venlo Republic State Day, Standardized Human Time. February 9th, 2000. 137. The rest of the summit was uneventful, with standard diplomatic, a mundane atmosphere that reminded me of any other bureaucratic affair. My speech railed against the actions of the archives, taken against herbivores for seeking self-determination. I appealed to the connections the Venlo held for centuries, and what the Federation was supposed to stand for. Exchange program guests followed me, talking about the connections they forged with predators. Braylon and Lolo spoke about why they helped Earth, testifying to humanity's innocence. Most of the speakers, however, were human. Ambassador Williams got a proper stint on stage with a heavily prepared statement, rehashing what he'd said on Alpha in full detail. Secretary General Zhao handed the floor off to undersecretaries to detail various tenets of the Charter. Extradition, interstellar police, and travel policies were proposed, followed by opinions on which substances should be controlled. Currency exchanges, labor laws, and trade were discussed by another human official. The tricky issue was that of exterminators and the environment, after the next Terran floated the idea of conservation. While the notion of preserving predators had been scrubbed from their speech, other diplomats caught on to the underlying intent. The humans deflected back to monitoring ecosystem impacts and preventing threats to sustainability. Their immediate pivot to colonization procedures and settling territorial disputes through the Coalition Forum wasn't lost on me. Kate was brave of Zhao to subtly throw condemnation on the Guild before any signatories have committed to his coalition. The humans truly hate exterminators and predator disease. Terrans didn't need to raise the issue of predator disease, beyond Sarah Rosario claiming she would share research in the interest of cooperation and transparency. I had a sneaking suspicion that humans would use the Universal Declaration of Sapient Rights to lobby for the humane treatment of mentally ill individuals. Task was also kicked down the road, to be decided by whoever chose to join the coalition. Overall, the predators covered all their bases, and managed not to garner too much outrage from coveted allies. The Arksha visit and the anti-exterminator guests muddied the waters, so we'd have to see whether those occurrences would have negative impacts on the vote. Boo. Ambassador Williams wrapped his arms around me from behind and rested his chin on my shoulders. Oh, I didn't scare you a little? I wanted a little payback for all the times Venlo approached from the side, forgetting we can't see you. You know what still scares me about you, Noah. How much I love you, I murmured. The human released his grip. Perhaps we feel the same. How deep is your love? So fearsome that it rocks the soul like a gust? You've said that before, haven't you? I might have been writing a poem for you for Valentine's. That day doesn't mean a thing to you, so I guess I can relay part of it now. It's not very good anyway. Go on. I need something to give me confidence. I'm the first on the voters' roster. For all I know, I'll be the only yes vote. Okay. Since I've met you, love is not just a word. It sings deep within, unspoken and unheard, a passion that blows all concerns to dust. So fearsome that it rocks the soul like a gust. Kai, till rest certain that I am understood and secure, I'll cherish you forever to see that we'll endure. Ah, well, Tarva, I know it's corny and short, but maybe the thought. I chuckled. That was actually pretty good. I could hear the rhyme and flow before I caught the meaning. Who knew my science dork was a poet? It can be our secret. Right, I think they're about to call for the votes, so I can stop embarrassing myself. Good luck, Governor. I could sense Noah winking at me, even through his eye visor, just by the slight movement of his facial muscles. The Secretary General had been delivering a formal thanks to the attendees, and I could see the nervousness in his stance. He summoned me as the first voter, symbolic of how we were humanity's original friends, and asked for the others to form a queue. Each diplomat obliged, and I waltzed past the various aliens. Their expressions were impermeable, granting no insight to their votes. I accepted the microphone from Zhao, who offered a few gracious claps. Hello. There has never been a species which I loved as much as my own. I love Terrans for their caring nature and their innocence. Despite all that has happened, humanity hasn't lost themselves. They never wavered in their commitment to peace, even as they were forced into a grim war they wanted no part in. Zhao embraced me in a hug before I dismounted the stage with polite tail swishes to the audience. Noah gave me an encouraging nod as I returned. My stomach was a bundle of nerves. How many species would be willing to join the Predators Alliance? There was no guarantee leaders wouldn't get cold feet or dither over the UN's exercise. Ambassador Laulo was mounting the stage, which brought me relief. Kyoto rushed to the front of the queue. If anyone votes yes, it should be him. This could give humanity's cause some momentum. Laulo surveyed the audience. What humanity proposed for contacting other cultures is certainly better than the Federation's heavy-handed annihilation and the mockery that ensues. The Yochul were looked down upon and silenced, but the Predators never hesitated to stand up for us as equals. They want us all to be equal. I finally have the respect I thought I'd never get. The Yochul offer a resounding yes vote and pledge everything we can offer to the ideals of the Sapient Coalition. The marsupial flicked his ears in gratitude, and Zhao returned the gesture as best as he could by dipping his head. Gojin Minister Kiri was trundling up the stage, and I recalled her desire of safety for her people's remnants. It wasn't clear if she'd see that safety in a union formed by the species the Gojids had been at war with mere months ago. Additionally, the spiky leader had been displeased about the humans defending the exact Arksha responsible for the cradle's fall. This vote could be a curt no. Kiri curled her claws around the microphone. Colonies and refugees. That is all we have left. We wouldn't have that without the Predators, the 8 people we attacked, fighting and dying to save us, while we wanted to kill them. They were honorable in a way we did not deserve. You know, we never officially ceased our war with humanity. Let my yes vote, as the highest remaining member of the Gojidi Union, serve to erase all uncertainty. We are on Earth's side today. That was a surprise. I could feel the tension lifting from the Predator diplomats as the first few votes turned in their favor. Each commitment injected a dose of positivity into the dialogue around humanity. After constant suspicion and accusations, the genuine kindness was moving a few primates to tears. They deserve to hear affirmative messages from all of us at the summit. I squeezed Noah's wrist with my tail. Cerulean Prime Minister Braylon took the stage next. We healed innocent civilians in the aftermath of Earth, where 1 billion lives were taken without cause. We've seen their homeworld, and their doctor's code has reminded us of our purpose: to do no harm. My brothers pleased to give humanity a chance were a gift to my administration. Kolia and her government votes to join the Sapient Coalition by the Parliament's Decision 62-3. Unsurprisingly, the 3 species who came to Earth's aid all were early votes to join humanity's league. A positive start, though our voting record can't stay perfect forever, can it? Tafki Representative Telikin followed the quadrupeds, a nervous look on his face. The Federation allowed us to die for the crime of having this semi-aquatic nature. I guess it's no surprise that they never offered once to help us rebuild our lost heritage and home. You know who extended that offer the first time we met face to face. The humans. The key advocacy for this alone votes to join the Sapient Coalition. Considering how quickly the blue-grey ambassador had been to run for the bar and avoid Zhao's exposed eyes, that was a surprise. Telekin wanted to open full diplomatic relations with predators. Thafki acceptance was an encouraging indicator to the temperature of the room. If the United Nations could deliver on the promise of a proper colony, that would be invaluable in helping the advocacy return to relevance. What more do we need to say than saving Koa? Mazik President Kupo asked, succeeding the Thafki. The people we thought were our friends came to conquer us, while the predators we doubted and scorned saved us for nothing in return. The Presidium remembers this, and we issue unconditional acceptance to take our place within the Sapient Coalition. Noah snorted to himself. Long way from never trusting predators, huh? Your speech is the reason, Kupo, and all these species started on the path to accepting humans, I whispered. You're the original inspiration, the spark that lit the fire. The Onkari and Varin ambassadors took the stage together, with the former speaking for both. We are grateful. The Sulians put us in touch with humanity. Many neutral parties had time to rethink the Terrans and who they are as a race. When we learned we were former omnivores, we felt alone. The predators welcomed us, and everyone who lost their heritage. The Onkari and Varin governments stand together as deepest allies for this unequivocal step of joining the Sapient Coalition. That left 8 entrants into our union, with no votes to oppose them. The humans could hardly contain their jubilance, and there were 30 species remaining to speak. Quick acceptance speeches from the Drilva and the galactically distant Poltons rounded out the numbers to 10. The United Nations had cynical expectations before this summit commenced, stating they'd be happy with a mere dozen allies. Despite all that had gone wrong, enough sentiment had swung in our favor. Tailfish Governor Bela scuttled to the podium. My thanks to the Terrans is a personal one, for saving me, my son, and helping me with a troubling concern. They could have done anything when they accepted our surrender, but they're giving us a chance at freedom. They fought for Silis, even when it seemed like they'd left, in spite of our participation in the raid. We don't deserve to join the Sapient Coalition, but I accept the offer with gratitude. The Harchan, the other vassal, mirrored that sentiment, before relinquishing the podium to the Fissons. Ambassador Helmina seemed pleased to have reached the stage before the Nevok's successor to Tossa, and declared that she'd joined since the coalition might soon be the only bargaining opportunity left. Eager to outshine their rivals, Tossa's replacement went on a lengthy tirade about how the humans needed the Nevoks. Both hyper-capitalist species signed on, though their speeches weren't quite as inspiring as the others. 4 converted neutrals followed, each penning the dotted line. The Sulin Iftales trotted onto the stage, suggesting they'd been smoothing the waters and guiding the last few speakers. I thought they were a certain vote to join humanity's team, after all the diplomatic legwork they'd done. However, I was curious to see what the sister species from a single world had to say about our predator friends. Noah had his 2 fingers twisted atop each other, hoping that the perfect voting streak would hold up throughout the tally. "They all love you," I whispered to the astronaut. "Everything you've done has mattered to a lot of people." The Terran ambassador bobbed his head. "Sometimes I thought no one would ever see us as anything more than monsters. It felt like no matter what we did, it wasn't appreciated." "That's not true." "Listen to what they're saying, all the things you've done in such a short time." "Here's a duo that are sure to sing your praises." Humanity answered the call. "When we discovered our sister species had been slighted," the Sulian ambassador was saying, "what they gave us was the scientific truth, derived from a methodology of scraping fact from bits of stone. They then risked their lives to recover the archives info and give us concrete answers. We decide who we are, like Xiao said, and that's humanity's friends. The dual species of Jeld will join the coalition." That was only the beginning of the tide of agreement. 7 more species accepted the proposal, and a palpable fog of emotion hung in the room. It would mean a lot to humanity if every species here voted to join. My pleasure was soured as Nuela took the stage. She'd helped greenlight the bombs that struck Earth's flesh before she turned separatist. Hopefully, the Crocodile had the sense to see that her species didn't belong in the humans' inner circle. Whatever Zhao espoused about an olive branch, the Terrans didn't deserve to interact with their archenemies on a daily basis. Deefish and Harchan should have had the decency to reject the offer too, but the Crocodile are particularly egregious. "Hi." Nuela tossed her sunset orange beak, shaking out her feathers. I offered to turn myself in, the first time I could speak to Zhao alone here. Unfortunately, he expressed no desire to have me charged. The humans were innocent, and we persecuted them to no end. I came here to apologize, but if they wish for the crocodile to join, I must honor their wishes. Whatever I have belongs to the sapient coalition. We're in. A few disgruntled murmurs passed through the crowd, but the representatives held their tongues, knowing that humanity would strike down discrimination on their floor. 3 yes voters followed the avian, but my focus wandered. My thoughts briefly flitted to the election, and how joining with this many species after the break from the Federation might turn voters against me. If securing the Venlil Republic's place in galactic politics was my last act, I could live with that. The race would be a challenge, but it would be arduous for Velm to pull us out of the coalition. Unity in the face of this war, and motivation given through outside kindness, is what humanity needs to make the final push to Alpha. Forget your competition at home, Tava. Let Noah and Zhao etch this feeling into their memories. Kaya species after species passed by Zhao, and the line dwindled without a single species rejecting a spot on our team. I thought about Elias Meyer's vision of galactic peace, and his desperate outreach to anyone who would listen. The current Secretary General had brought that dream to fruition, and made prudent moves on the war front to fend off the Federation at the same time. Despite my early doubts, Zhao had proved a worthy successor to lead Earth, and pursued harmony from his own angles. I could sense that he was proud of pulling the summit off. So we're the last ones. All of you have chosen your side? The final species in the line was Alar, the Doser ambassador, who'd kept to the back to avoid being stepped on. Milo has been captured for months by a fleet larger than any we've seen. The humans have given everything they can to saving us, and they're the reason anyone, including myself, escaped. Being one of the larger species makes them intimidating, but I find they have larger hearts in turn. Their compassion is their greatest strength. The Federation pushed us into their arms, so it's a given that we join this alliance. Silence permeated the auditorium, with Atali remarkably sitting at a unanimous vote to join. The chorus of heartfelt praises to humanity, the predator species that opened all of our eyes, were still ringing in our host's ears. Lona sank to his knees and wept, unable to fathom such decisive support being lent to Earth. If one species was worth sacrificing his life on Alpha, how much more did 38 friends mean to my astronaut? I wrapped a paw around his shoulder and tugged his shaking head toward me. Oh, Tarva, after everything that happened to Earth, it's really nice to know that I set some positive events in motion. Noah sniffled. Why couldn't it have always been like this? There's nothing I wouldn't have done. Mucus dropped from his bruised nose as the emotions he'd been carrying spilled out. Secretary General Zhao had wandered back to the podium, head briefly turning toward us. Other aliens were watching us, though their attention quickly shifted back to the Chinese diplomat. The UN leader couldn't find the words to address the crowd, and he swallowed a lump in his own throat. We have work to do, friends, the human coughed, clearing his throat. Thank you. Only now can I truly say that humanity is not alone in the universe. We're going to make this community special, because we must. Together, we'll turn the tides of this war and restore autonomy to every world. Now, before we pack this up, let's have a celebration of us. After extending their hands in a plea for friendship for months, humanity had found the eager comrades they desired. I soothed the overwhelmed Noah and thought about how far I'd come from seeing him as a despicable monster. The Terrans deserved an outcome that was in their favor, without any caveats. For the first time since their introduction to the galaxy, events had shaken out that way. My gaze swept over the various diplomats, considering how this diverse alliance would approach the challenges that faced us all. The Predators had much to teach everyone here about civility. I had faith that we could come up with solutions to our dilemmas and undo the crushing dogma that pervaded our societies. The future could be bright under Earth's guidance, paving the way for better days to come. The nature of Predators, 139 memory, transcription subject. Female civilian state, standardized human time, February 13th, 2137. The Duertan homeworld was a stormy place during monsoon season. The Duertan homeworld was a stormy place during monsoon season. Its name was Kalqua, but I didn't care much for dissecting the linguistic intricacies of any titles. Skalga, World of Death, that was a name from a species of warriors. Even that nomenclature meant little compared to the sole place that mattered, the one that I raised in my dreams, Alpha. So, despite the rift between the Duertan homogeneity and the United Nations, my concern was using the Grey Avians to complete my mission. That was why I decided to come here. I had plenty of time to concoct a plan, as I drifted from stop to stop on the train back on Skalga. The pittance I'd received from the Venmal Human Exchange Program gave me the money I needed to reach out to unscrupulous parties. That entailed looking no further than the Nevok industry, as the losing parties of a trade war with the Fissans. They would do anything to make a quick buck. I forked over half the fee up front in exchange for travel to Kalqua. The The Nevoks weren't suicidal, so their unofficial smuggling enterprise wouldn't take me to Alpha, but they still had open trade with the Duerton. It was up to me to negotiate a deal to make the trek to the Federation's home. I opened my knapsack, spotting the gun tucked next to the book. The rural exterminator's office in Selgo Falls didn't seem to recognize me, and was delighted when I'd floated the idea of taking out dogs. Those Venlo made it clear they wouldn't mind if a human predator got on the wrong end of a bullet. It was all I could do not to mow each of them down then and there. My impatience to get to business was growing now too, with the itch in my claws craving the pull of the trigger. Damn Nevok has been in a holding pattern above world for hours. Something about it being too stormy to land safely in the Duerton capital, Liliwad. Why can't we descend now? I barked. I was also a pilot. I know we can fly through choppy conditions. The Nevok flicked his ears. It's against local regulations. Too many crashes on Duerton soil, especially with smaller spacecraft. They'll find me at the docking bay if I go now, so no can do. I'll cover the fine with a little extra for you. How much to go right, non? 1,000 credits. I gagged at the figure, but fished out my holopad regardless. Missed messages showed on the old chat app I'd used during the exchange program, but I navigated to my bank account instead. I had wanted to leave something to Jency and Marcel to improve their welfare, but what was important was terminating Nikonis's life as soon as possible. The Nevok looked satisfied when I transferred the requested amount, and punched in the commands on the piloting interface. As a recognizable figure across the galaxy, I wasn't expecting the Duertan to give a human-friendly Venlo a hero's welcome. They thought our sweet predators were as good as dirt, but at least they weren't actively engaged in war with them. Anyone who threatened Earth's safety or the average Terran's welfare needed to be put down. In the past, people like me would have never allowed someone to terrorize our herd. To think what they'd done to Skalga was worse than the bioweapon the Kolshians gassed Marcel with. I wonder what their species would look like with specially crafted afflictions. Hey, what is wrong with you, Slanek? We're here, and they've locked the docking clamps until I pay the fines. You were in such a hurry, and now you've got 1,000 parsec stare at the runway. Go, get off of my ship! The Nevok barked. I jolted back to alertness, slinging my knapsack over my shoulders. Thanks for the ride. Hustling out onto the runway, rain assaulted me from above and trickled into my ears. I spotted Duerten soldiers marching toward the shuttle with irate wing flaps. I raised my paws to show my intent to surrender to the security, and halted my forward momentum to ensure I wasn't perceived as a threat to the herd's safety. The avians looked alarmed to discern that a Venlo had slipped through their borders via a Nevok charter. Several guards immediately drew their weapons. Forcing myself to remain calm, I knelt onto the pavement without waiting for instruction. 2 guards pushed me onto my stomach, planting their webbed feet against my neck. The Duerten chained my arms behind my back and held me to my poles. They called in my arrest, naming me as the famous human cheaphead, Slanek. I gritted my teeth at that moniker. Smoothing out my fur through a concerted effort, I issued a request to speak with someone high-ranking in the government. The avian's suspicion intensified after I verbalized that desire, though they passed it along the correct channels. You're completely at their mercy, so might as well play nice. They have no requisite not to hear your plea, though I don't know what happens if they say no. It took several minutes, sitting in the back of a stationary police car. but clearance came through for me to be taken to Ambassador Koji's office. The Duertan representative to Earth was fresh back from the summit, having slammed the door on humanity's diplomatic offers once and for all. I released a sigh of relief as the car began moving, and I offered as little as possible to guards prompting me for my reasons. What I had to say was for official ears only. Nobody could know my plans to annihilate Nicholas. Impatience caused me to fidget, and the bland colors of the structures didn't give me much to look at. It felt like hours later when we finally arrived, passing under a billboard that said, "A sapient predator? An oxymoron." I wished they hadn't put the Windows visual translator on to convert text to Venlo tongue. A Duertan guard hauled me out of the car, granting me an unhindered look at the embassy. The construction was built to withstand strong winds, with metal plates over the windows and entrance hatches on each floor for any natives that chose to fly inside. I was forced to take the long way around, trundling through the lobby to a rusted elevator that clearly hadn't seen much use. Is this even safe to ride in? It doesn't look like it's been well kept, I grumbled. The security officer huffed, smashing the third button with his wing. "Oh, so you talk now, just to question us? You are an intruder here, and you will do what we say. I doubt it will be worth our time to hear you out at all. I can't fathom why you came to Kalkwa with who you are." I swished my tail with annoyance, but said nothing as the elevator ratcheted up to the third floor. There were periodic creaks and scraping noises as it ascended, along with a painfully slow pause that made me think we were stuck for a second. The door slid open, revealing an array of private offices. Most were shut, though I could see lights on under the frames. I was brought to the far end of the hall and deposited into Koji's sprawling office, still chained. The Duertan ambassador had pictures of Noah's face on the wall, with his binocular eyes carved out. If I wasn't desperate to get to Alpha, I would have never beseeched her aid. I thought my guard had misidentified you, but no, it's really Slanik, friend of that captured human. Is this some deranged plea by Tava to get me to return and apologize for her audacious stunt at the summit? If I didn't know better, I'd think that predator Noah was her lover, Koji sneered. I issued a nervous laugh. That's ridiculous. Ambassador Noah just interacts with her a lot, and he's the one who convinced her to trust humans. I know people say Tava is too attached to humans, but don't be offensive. I'll be whatever I want. You're in my office, on Kalkwa, and we don't worry about hurting predators' feelings here. Well, I'm not here on behalf of my government or humanity. I'm here because of what the Kolshians did to Skalka. It's personal. They ruined my life. They turned me into this. I know you're angry about what they did to you, so we can help each other. I'm gonna kill Nicholas if it's the last thing I do. The Duertan stared at me in disbelief before she burst out laughing. I know the weakest species in the galaxy is made up, but you must be out of your mind. You're still crippled, and I can't imagine how that would ever work. Besides, it's something a predator disease patient would say. Again, I reiterate, the fact that you came here is beyond deranged. Why us? Because you're the only one with motives to make them pay who could actually get to Afa. I thought about every detail. I need this to work, so just trust me. You could schedule a meeting under the ruse of the Kolshians knowing the Duertan walked out of humanity's summit. Tell them you want to meet for reconciliation. Nicholas would love to weaken Earth and siphon off their allies. so he'll bite. That's actually halfway decent, Slanik. I don't see why we need you. I perked my ears up. You'll never get inside the hall with a weapon. Security will catch you, and you'll be blown. If you think you can attack Nicholas unarmed, you'll just get gunned down by his guards who follow him everywhere, and Gare armed. It keeps you from making yourself a target. Better yet, even if I fail, you have the cover of me being a stowaway from the summit or something. Some predator shit. Koji craned her neck in thought, and her eyes lit up with something resembling schadenfreude. I knew that I had the duerton then and there. I'd read them right, gauging that they wanted to obliterate the Kolshians after the archive's info. My guess was based on the fact that they were willing to communicate with humanity, who it was no secret they hated, after the homogeneity learned about being turned into mindless drones. The ambassador tossed her beak. How do you think you can get to Alpha, let alone with a weapon? I read a human myth about a so-called Trojan horse, I replied. Was this plot a human idea? No. They stripped me off my military rank because of what I did at Milo. I just drew inspiration from the predator trickery. They're best at it, you know. Oh, I know. I'm not surprised if Venlo saw that truth eventually. What is this Trojan horse? My version of it? Make a gift statue for the Kolshians, line it with materials that will disrupt sensor readings, and stick me in the base. My guess is that they'll put it in the garden outside. You bring Nicholas to see it, wherever it is, and I'll pop out. We can't put a slit for me to shoot from the inside without risking me being sighted. I just need an escape lever and a motion sensor for when you direct him in front of my exit. I see. You want a weapon from us, I imagine? I already had a gun in my bag, which I'm sure your guards found, so it can be stashed in the statue with me. Don't worry, I've gunned down Kolshians before. You don't want to know, so you don't need to worry about me getting cold feet. I can handle myself. What's your escape plan? I don't have one. I tugged at the chains around my paws with discomfort. My plan is to run off and meet you back at the ship. You can make a lot of noise and cause a distraction if you want to help. The less details you know about that specific part, the better. I don't want to tip off the Kolshians chasing me. That makes sense. Koji seemed to buy my lie, and she shuffled the papers on her desk. I'll bring it up to the people who can actually make this decision. If they say yes, which I suspect they will, we'll start work on this statue. What should the likeness be? Playing to narcissism always works. Nicholas boasts about all the things he did to other prey species, so it's clear his ego wants people to know. It could be a statue of him, killed by an idol to himself. It's poetic. They hated Duertin for having opinions and speaking our minds. They don't want us to speak. Fine, we'll do things the other way. For what it's worth, I appreciate you bringing us this opportunity, and I hope you succeed. I imagine the collective feels the same. Koji summoned the guard that had brought me in, and ordered him to bring me to a visitor's room on the first floor. As I looked over my shoulder, her gray silhouette swooped out of the hatch in her office, and the bird took flight. My mind harkened back to when the wingless humans had jumped out of a spacecraft, with me sedated in tow, and dropped to the cradle's surface. Loss clawed at my heart as I pictured Marcel giving Nulia pain meds for her shattered leg. The Gojit child he wound up considering his own, who played with Uncle Slanik and Mazel often. What I wouldn't give to be innocent like that again. Before Earth was hit, we were so happy and unaware of the Federation's unholy meddling. I had no clue what I really was. Tears welled in my eyes. The finality of this assassination attempt was certain. When Koji fulfilled my request to travel to Ava, and after observing her reaction, I was certain her people would heed the call. There was no turning back from deep within the Federation's heart. It was too late to select any route other than vengeance for me, and I struggled with what I knew came next. After deposing my creator, this was part of the tale where my own life of misery should come to a close. With how I'd changed, that might be for the greater good, but I was chilled by the prospect of non-existence. My tale didn't have to be an exact replica of ancient Earth literature. It wouldn't be. However, my non-existent escape plan meant the end was near for me. I wished I'd said a proper goodbye to Marcel. The red-haired human would be upset by what I was about to do. He was under the impression that I was getting help, and we'd never had the opportunity to patch up our friendship, though that hadn't seemed possible, ever. The Venel he'd befriended was already dead. Whether predator disease was a lie or not, I felt like it was a fair diagnosis for me now. Any explanation I could have afforded Marcel would have only made him more disappointed in my warped mind. This would be the last time I disappointed my human. However, given my odd unwillingness to die, I would hope to find another way to disappear than expiry. My schemes had been crafty enough up to this point, so perhaps I could think on my feet in the moment. One thing was for sure, I was no longer going to freeze or let fear triumph during calamity. If this was my last adventure, I planned to go out in what humans called a blaze of glory. The nature of Predator's 140 memory transcription subject, Iol Slanik, Venlil Civilian Jately Standardized, Human Time, February 20th, 2000. 100 ventilation inside the statue rendered it quite stuffy, which led to me donning an environmental suit with internal cooling. It wouldn't be ideal if my panting gave away that there was someone inside the statue. The icon of Nicanus was nearly double his actual height, and even had him holding a flamethrower. The duetan had a sense of humor, I'd give them that. Whatever Koji passed along to her people, the statue had been constructed hastily, and my plan was greenlit. The workmanship looked decent, in spite of the condensed time frame. The Kolshians were receptive to the homogeneity's offer to return to the fold, not knowing hidden venom was behind the talks. The duetan had a better idea than my motion sensor. They'd disguised a camera into the base, placing other knobs around it to conceal it. I tested the escape door before we departed. There was just enough room for me to kneel and spring out from a crouched position. I was also given a backup firearm to avoid any technical issues. The moment of truth came when Alpha's gunships greeted us above world, scanning us with sensors. The masking technology obfuscated my signature enough, since the hidden compartment was painted with special materials that prevented light from passing through. I had peeked at my camera screen when the ship's crew disembarked, and the duertan were shown inside the Federation Hall under careful watch. The Kolshians had quadrupled the amount of guards on site, with several looking down from newly built watchtowers. "What is this?" a Kolshian soldier demanded, as Ambassador Koji pushed the statue down a cargo ramp. I had needed to wedge myself between the walls to keep from sliding. "Shit, is that Nicholas?" "It's a striking likeness." Koji flapped her wings in agreement. "Yes, it's a gift as part of our peace offering. We would appreciate if you could display it somewhere, and allow us to show it to your leader as part of our humble apology." I'm sure there's room for it in the garden, though it wasn't authorized before. Is this offering not good enough for the Commonwealth? Duetan artists didn't do well enough. I thought we were here to reunite our peoples, not to be insulted and spat at. Routine protocol could certainly be waived if Nicholas deems fit. I meant no offense. We'll place it out in the garden, and you can go right in to see the High Chief. Very well. I expect the Federation to respect our contributions in light of the impact we have to the war. We'll follow your pal. I watched with bated breath as Koji was escorted inside the hall. The Kolshians weren't that trusting, giving it a lengthy scan that raised my hackles. One soldier rapped on Nicholas's chest above, finally seeming content when it didn't sound hollow. Thankfully, my compartment was tucked below the bulk of the statue. It lowered my risk of detection and limited the amount of off-putting cues that would be visible. The statue was moved onto a large dolly, with several Kolshian soldiers exerting themselves to push it across the clean sidewalks. Blood hummed in my veins as I fantasized about popping out now and shooting these grunts at point-blank range. With the hour of my plan in sight, the fear and doubts had evaporated. I was excited for the deliverance of sweet revenge, for me, for Marcel, and for every Venel affected by the Federation. However, my wrath had to be saved for the one who deserved a summary execution. I had plenty of time to think, hours without any stimuli, other than listening to guard chatter and surveying my surroundings. My life had gone downhill in a hurry. I ruined the only real friendship I ever had, and I erased my fear at the cost of my soul. The humans and I had no idea what we were awakening from our shaky beginnings down this path. When Nicholas fell at my claws, if I was taken with him, 2 monsters would be killed. This was the only way to be free of the Federation's tampering, once and for all. Nicholas is the one at the helm of the war, who plans to forcibly cure and use humanity. He gave the orders for Milo and every other battle, and laughed about the centuries of torment for other races. He'll do anything for power. He is pure evil, lacking respect for nature or any other societies. This would be my final act to protect humanity and Venlokind. I could still hear despondent words in Marcel's voice, demanding an account for what I'd done, but I had the conviction to pep myself up. The Duertan saw the wisdom in my plan, so while Koji had called it deranged, there must be merit to why I was doing it. The galaxy would be a better place without Nicholas drawing breath. I repeated the mantra to myself, and ruminated on how good it had felt to execute the Kolshian scientist at Miloda. Hours replaying that moment worked me into a fervor. Where is Koji? I thought to myself. How long is that Duertan going to dawdle inside? She was supposed to bring Nicholas here. You think he'd want to see the stupid statue? Even fixating on my impulses wasn't enough to stave off boredom, stuck in an uncomfortable suit and a cramped space. As I was half contemplating going on the prowl, seeking out the chief, distant chatter finally hit my ears. It had gone from daylight to an eerie dusk, with faint illumination falling on curated toast flowers from the sinking sun. Koji and Nicholas's voices floated behind me. The Duertan ambassador to humanity was the perfect figure to renounce Earth and make amends. The duo were laughing like old buddies, seeming to mock Terrans. I doubted Koji had to fake a word she said. Was shocked to learn humans groom themselves, the Duertan was saying. They trim those tiny patches of hair, paint their claws, and polish their canines. Predators dolling themselves up. It's hilarious. Nicholas clasped his tentacles behind his back. In a predator's mind, they truly think they're sapient. We know better, of course. There might be a tiny bit of credence to higher cognition in humans, but it's minimal. Flesh-eating beasts figured out germ theory, unlike the Yochel. Well, it's fortunate those human monstrosities bathe or they'd smell of blood and carcasses. Just to not smell more rancorous than they already do with that sweat they're dripping in it. I've seen it pool under their armpits, and it's fucking gross. We never wanted to be friends with them. It remind me why I shouldn't aim for Koji after Nikonos. The way she talks about Terrans is disgusting. She's lucky we have the same enemy. In Waihainli, the Duertin was positioned out of reach of Nikonos, with guards keeping the duo apart. I grimaced when the Kolshian leader stopped a hearty distance from the statue, admiring it from afar. He inspected it for several seconds before returning his focus to the avian. Curses flitted through my mind. I had thought that he'd view it from every angle and be drawn in by his own towering image. It represented the power he wished to lord over others, as well as the fawning attention he craved. What do you think? Koji prodded. Nikonos started to turn away from it. It's satisfactory, but I'm not sure it will help our image to keep this around. Are you joking? It's an expression of adoration from an independent party who regrets their time outside the Federation. It's not like you built it. Please, humor me and appreciate the craftsmanship. Come, close. Look at the knobs on the base. They're carved with different flora from Afa. The Duertin trotted forward without waiting for Nikonos' response, and I noticed the Kolshian leader curl his lip with a bit of irritation. He trailed after the avian, offering a cursory glance at a knob to appease her. The grey avian was stationed right in front of the camera and the escape hatch, though she was struggling to coax Nikonos into position. I might have to go for a suboptimal ambush. Feel the quality materials and the level of detail. I want you to appreciate it, Chief. Give me some interest. We don't gift slightly. Worried the press are going to catch you. Koji squawked. Nikonos trudged up with reluctance, and the Duertin moved out of the way so he could take her place. The indigo skin containing his violet blood, and the bulbous, sickly orange eyes harboring evil intent were right before me. This was the time to strike, given that Koji had been instrumental in luring the Kolshian to this spot. My anger toward her eased a bit. With a single, unhesitating tug, the assassination attempt was set in motion. After dreaming about this moment for hours, all that rushed through my mind now was Skalga and Earth, my two homes. I thought about Jensi and her tears at my brother's funeral. Thanks to what I was about to do, she would be mourning her other son's death in no time. If Marcel truly still cared for me, he would be grief-stricken too. This choice of mine was going to hurt the people I loved, yet I still had the resolve to move forward. The door slid open, and I lunged toward the Kolshian that was mere feet away. What the? Nikonos gasped out a few words. An alarm flashed in his eyes. Before his guards could even draw their weapons, I'd gotten off several trigger pulls into his center of mass violet blood gushed from the wounds, but I made sure I kept pulling to ensure the job was done. The Kolshian leader crumpled to the ground, while Koji had taken to the skies in a hasty escape. I landed on all fours, shoving the barrel into his temple. Guards had drawn their weapons, and I could hear shots being fired toward me. Pain seared through my stomach, nearly blinding out all sensory input, but I managed to depress the trigger again. Brain matter spurted over my wrists as another bullet struck me in the leg. My crooked limb gave way underneath me, and as I fell, more shots whizzed by where my head had been. Nikonos was splayed behind me, lying in a pool of his own blood, his bulging eyes cold and lifeless. I could tell from his vacant gaze that he was gone. I'd done what I set out to do. The wicked tyrant, the face of the empire that terrorized every world they came across, was dead. I'm okay with being executed now. My sacrifice will be worth it and bring humanity one step closer to demolishing the Federation. I still clutched my gun as I gasped in pain on the ground. Orange blood was dripping onto the grass, matting my stomach fur with sticky fluids. I managed to raise the weapon and fire a shot at a guard. It clipped him in the shoulder, though the gash unfortunately didn't cripple him. More soldiers were rushing to the scene, focused on me from all directions. I tried to fire again, but my magazine came up empty, with my bullets spent on Nicholas. My agency was diminishing, as rapid blood loss threatened to send my system into shock. Cease fire. That's Slanik. Take him alive, a commander shouted. Kolshians rushed to stand over me and kept their guns pointed at me. Medics checked on Nicholas first, finding him lacking a pulse. At an officer's order, they turned their focus to me. With my mission complete, I was ready to put an end to the thoughts that plagued me. I felt surprisingly calm about bleeding out in the hall's glamorous garden. Tentacles got to work packing my wounds and prepping me for transit. I clawed feebly toward their eyes, though my paw was swatted back with ease. Fuck you, I spluttered. My life flashed before my eyes as I laid there staring up at the sky. There was a lot of blood, I could tell that without looking. I'd never planned on making it out alive, and clearly, Koji hadn't concerned herself with my escape either. I stopped fighting and relaxed into the ancient force sinking its grip into me. A cold, involuntary wave tugged me down to unconsciousness as I fell further away from all senses and thought. Harsh light filtered into my eyes as I slowly came to in the laboratory. It wasn't clear how long I'd been out, but I still felt disoriented. My wounds had been mended and an IV was sticking into my arm. It could have been used for a blood transfusion. A sick feeling clasped my abdomen, realizing I was in Kolshian custody. Researchers were conferring with each other, clearly talking about me. Something in the air they exuded reminded me of that evil scientist, Navarus. The visuals in my periphery finally registered as machinery I'd seen in the humans' anti-predator disease campaigns. This seemed like a facility, the reason Anso had cautioned me against touting my diseased mind. I tried to prompt my weak limbs to rise, but restraints strapped me to a table. The jangling sound alerted the Kolshians to my wakefulness, and a doctor skipped over with delight. I gulped nervously, though my throat was lacking in saliva. Ah, you're awake. Now we can do our neurological scan and determine the exact areas that trigger venal aggression. The doctor pressed a few buttons, and the cot I was laying on rolled down a conveyor into a machine. Researcher's log. We are commencing our initial survey of the assassin. I anticipate few difficulties breaking this Venlo. He only spent a few months with the predators. Once re-education is complete, a docile Slanik will be an excellent example to our allies of why gentling and curing are necessary practices. My ears clamped flat with pure terror, listening to the hum of the machine. The Kolshians were scanning me to identify which parts of my brain they wanted to change, and then were likely to broadcast a before and after to demonstrate what an excellent job they'd done. I wasn't sure if the researcher had meant for me to overhear. Perhaps he thought it wouldn't make a difference whether I knew his intent. What if they convinced me to detest humans and go back to being meek prey? I didn't want that. Regardless of what they did to me, I'd hold out for the memory of Marcel. I struggled against the restraints again, despite knowing it was useless. These monsters had me at their mercy, and given my role in Nikonas's gruesome death, I imagined my treatment would be less than kind. Every ounce of my brain wished I had bled out in that garden, and that the tale ended just as Frankenstein's monster had perished. There wasn't supposed to be anything after the assassination was complete. I had to find some way to get out of here. The rest of my life suddenly seemed like an endless stretch of torment. I fell into a numb state of horror, realizing the unavoidable future in store for me. The personal sacrifices necessary to bring about Nicholas's demise were higher than I had ever expected. The Colchians chuckled among themselves as they scanned the terrorized Venlor's brain for places to poke and prod. Hatred simmered in my veins, and I yearned to kill every last one of them. Yet all the same, despite the burning rage that festered inside me, my deepest, all-consuming thought was that I missed my human memory stream terminates here. No further transcription data exists for this subject's neural signature. The nature of predators, 141 memory transcription subject, Captain Sovlin, United Nations, Fleet Command, Standardized Human Time. February 21st, 2137. Hunter was summoned to a UN base responsible for archives prisoners, accessible by a short shuttle ride to an undisclosed location. Tyler had been working on interrogations on site since our return to Earth, though the more I pressed, the more I got the feeling that claim wasn't representative of the truth. While my amber-eyed relic of the 1960s was finalizing the documents for his reintegration, I was determined to uncover what Officer Cardona, and possibly by extension, humanity, was hiding. Were the Terrans trying to convert the Farsil to our side, like they'd done with me? I wouldn't neglect aiding the human primitive, who'd become dear to my heart in spite of his antiquated ways, but it didn't sit well that I was the only soldier from the Archives mission kept in the dark. Hunter was napping against my shoulder, somehow acting harmless despite his beastly origins from lawless days. When I interacted with him, old behaviors resurfaced from when Hania, my daughter, was alive. I devoted myself to catching the human up on modern learning. It was my first real look at Earth, without any safeguards or restrictions, but we plunged into those depths together. Hunter also needed a crash course on the wider galaxy. Things that a child Hania's age would have known were new to him. However, when I passed along overviews of alien currencies and markets on a whim, I'd seen his eyes light up the way my daughter's had the first time she saw the ocean. Despite being a rural farm boy, the Predator had an aptitude for the subject, soaking up complex ideas like a sponge. While basic science and simplistic technology confounded him, Hunter could identify trends and analyze data as well as a high-ranking Fisan or Nivok. If he wanted to adjust to the modern times, trading might be a perfect option. It's fascinating that the hyper-capitalist races are run by their highest corporations and conglomerates, the ancient human had remarked. Ruling purely on economic benefits seems unwise. I'm a laissez-faire guy, but you need some oversight. Entities can't be trusted to police predatory behavior on their own. Of course a primitive human says that. I'd wanted to reply, though I kept it to myself. If savage outliers could rise to power in your time, Hunter, I'm sure they saw economic exploits as another avenue to shirk all morals. Feeling my shoulder falling asleep, I tried to slip out from under Hunter's skull without waking him. However, without my weight to support him, the Predator began to topple sideways. His binocular eyes jolted open, and he yawned in groggy confusion. Dipping my head in apologetic fashion, I tried to shake the pins and needles from my arm. It was crazy that I could see a creature that looked like this, and once likely ripped prey apart with those youthful hands as my son. It lives, I teased, swatting him on the knee with the blunt side of my claws. The human recoiled, surprised by the contact. I thought you went back into cryosleep for a moment. Hunter scrunched his nose. I didn't mean to fall asleep on you, Sovlin. Nonsense, it's fine. You were adorable. We're almost here, so I've got to return some feeling to my arm. I'm not sure how I feel about being called adorable. Any other species would take the affectionate remark and roll with it. If someone told me a few months ago I'd be trying to convince a downer predator that life's worth living, letting one snooze on my shoulder, do you know what I would have said? That you want my entire species to suffer, and that you'd claw my eyes out. Also, I'm not a downer. There's just objectively nothing to live for. The future sucks. Well, it'll suck a little less every day. You gotta press on to find out if things get better. And you can't think the future sucks across the board. You got me to wake you up, after all, and I'm one of the most loved figures on Earth. I'm quite aware the opposite is true, Sovlin. I am grateful that you've stuck with me, even if you keep trying to throw away my cigarettes. The first time I saw you setting a stick on fire and putting it in your mouth, I thought you were attempting suicide by smoke inhalation. I still do. Why would even a predator's eye do something so stupid? Tyler told you it's toxic and causes cancer. Not that it'd make a difference if it were true, but name one reason I should take Tyler's word for anything. Fair point. That prim yotel, who didn't even know what aviation was as a kid, knows more than Tyler. Why is Onso not growing up with aviation relevant? Because I said so, Hunter Ernest Garner. All three names. Ouch. Ouch is right. Now, get up. Let's move to the cockpit before landing, huh? We should be prepared for whatever they're gonna ask you. Hunter made a point of saluting, and I waved my claws dismissively at the predator. We ambled up to the cockpit, where Tyler was paying no mind to the automated transit shuttle. By regulation, someone who could pilot a craft was supposed to keep watch during takeoff and landing. That meant I needed to preside over the blonde officer for the descent. The plane had begun to tilt downward, and the windshield granted a clear view of desolate treetops surrounding a roughshod installation. Security on the ground looked like ants from this height. Sovlin called your body primitive again. Hunter snitched immediately. I shook my head. Damn you. It doesn't count toward the jar. I stopped myself. Tyler rolled his eyes. That yotel was studying rocket science when he was 13, and knows more than you about pretty much everything. I'd bet a kidney that he'd smoke you on IQ test, as if Hanzo repeats things he hears, and he reads. Word retention doesn't mean. Tyler's holopad buzzed in his lap, revealing an incoming call. The tall human grew serious at once, and he pressed a finger to his lips for silence. Hunter gawked at the video call, an awestruck expression taking over his features. I wasn't sure if such exchanges existed in his century, or if they'd been in monochrome over computers the size of a building like he'd suggested before. It might have been more difficult to resist scoffing at him, had I not seen the face on the other end of the call. Can Marcel. The red-haired human was inconsolable, weeping through puffy eyes and red-rimmed irises. A box of tissues was just in view of the camera, with several wadded up on the desk. His posture looked utterly defeated and distraught, while his grooming was in shambles, It was clear he'd lost weight in the aftermath of the cure. Marcel wasn't quite as gaunt as when I'd held him captive, without any food, but he didn't look like a healthy predator. This certainly wasn't the put-together man who forgave me after Silas. He always feel guilty just for interacting with him. Should I stay out of the picture? No, I can't. I have to oversee the shuttle's landing. Kyla, Tia. Marcel's voice was choked with mucus, sounding ragged and shaky. Oh God. How could this happen to Slanek? I should have stopped him, and now he's gone, and I don't know if he's dead or... There's nothing. Tyler narrowed his eyes. Hey, slow down. Breathe, buddy. Tell me, in plain English, what happened to Slanek? You haven't heard? Why would I know what happened to your exchange pal? The news. He shot Nicholas. The Duoten snuck him to Alpha. The Kolshians made a video about what happens to herbivores who are around predators, but it's Slanek, the skittish and emotional Venlo who couldn't fight in a flight sim. I wishing I'd lost it. Slanek's gone. His mom's begging me to know what happened, which I don't fucking know. And the last thing I said to him, the red-haired human returned to full-fledged sobbing and buried his face in his hands. While our shuttle touched down on a landing strip, I punched the name Slanek into my holopad. Multiple headlines announced Nicholas's death, and Unintelligence was on record, verifying that Marcel's friend was the assassin. I found that difficult to believe, even after seeing how bitter and angry the Venlo had been toward me. He tried to kill me while Oxer breathed down both our necks, so I knew he was neither level-headed nor pragmatic. Still, the magnitude of what the Venlo had done was enormous. Marcel? Hunter whispered. This is the guy you tortured? And who's Nicholas? I ignored the ancient beast's question and tapped Tyler on the shoulder. It's true, what Marcel says about Slanek. None of the articles are certain whether he's alive, but the fact that the Kolshians haven't announced his death means they have something else in store for him. Marcel bawled. I can't do anything to stop it or protect him. He said he was getting help. He lied to me again. He's probably being tortured, just like me. Like I was. Tyler pursed his lips. We don't know that. Don't patronize me. We both know I'm right. I need you to help me. There's no chance the Yuan-Il let me serve again, but I can't just let the Kolshians keep him. Tell me how I put myself on a warship to Afa. I have to do something. No, you don't. You've done me more than enough, and it should be obvious to you that you're not fit for combat. Forget the mental aspect. How would you ever integrate with a human unit with such severe allergic reactions from traces of animal protein? It's not your fault, and you need to sit this one the fuck out. I can't go on like this. Nothing good ever happens to me, and everyone I ever cared about. There's nothing but hate and suffering. I try so hard to be moral and kind, and the fucking universe just pisses all over me. I'm done. I'm ready to die by a gun, one way or another, so if you're really my friend, put me on a goddamn shuttle. Listen to yourself. You're irrational, man. Slanek clearly had his own issues, but I know he wouldn't want this. He loved you. Maybe a little too much. I'm going to help you, but you have to be strong and be hairy for when we find him. For his family, for Nulia. Things will get better. and you're a good person who can bring a lot of positivity to this world. Marcel, it breaks my heart to see you this despondent. If I deserve to be happy, so do you, I interjected. I can't imagine your trauma and your pain, but you shouldn't give up. This isn't my fault, not yours. It starts and ends with me. Marcel heaved a tired sigh. I don't care whose fault it is. I just want it to stop. We are working on it. Tyler's blue eyes shone with as much sincerity I'd seen from him. His concern for his friend was apparent. I know you're wondering how I can possibly help you, but you called me because you trust me. You trust me, right? Yes, but I have no one else to call. So I was your first choice. I'm flattered. Listen, I'm gonna make sure you get to help out. I'll get in touch with the UN, some way, and see that you're put on something like reports. It all makes a difference toward bringing Slanek home. Second, I'll ask to go to Afa in your place and do anything I can to bring down these fuckers, at the very least. Tyler, I can't ask you to do that. You have some sort of cozy detail. Us crayon eaters make our own decisions. You're worth it to me. I want Marcel Fraser in this world. But if I'm doing this, you better uphold your end of the bargain and carry on. Remember how happy you were learning about aliens. You're gonna treat your time abroad like an exchange program adventure, and they'll find a cure before you know it. You hear me? Uh-huh. Yeah. Good. Buddy, we landed a few minutes ago, and I don't want the boys in blue barging in, floating phrases like dereliction of duty. I've got to interrogate some, guests. Marcel chuckled, in spite of himself. You're not qualified to interrogate a Barbie doll. What are you really? Tyler coughed, flicking his pupils in my direction. What the fuck? I knew he was hiding something from me about his work here. Him. Got it. Good luck with your interrogations, buddy, the redhead pivoted. Officer Cardona grinned. I love you, man. I'll be in touch as soon as I can, and believe me, I'm on this. Thank you, truly. Don't worry, I won't do anything rash. I'll talk to you in a bit. I'm gonna go lay down. The red-haired human disconnected from the call, and Tyler cleaned his misty eyes. It was moving to see how much the two predators cared for each other as friends. However, other thoughts warred for my attention. Marcel's skepticism of the real happenings at this base fueled my own suspicion, prompting me to find a way to snoop around once we got inside. I helped Tyler straighten his uniform, shifting between concern for my former captives and nosiness toward this current operation. Tyler, I know we go where they tell us, but I'd like to throw my name in with your request, I murmured. I owe it to Marcel and his Venlo. Slanek might not have done this if he'd been allowed to take his frustrations out on me, or if I hadn't sparked his anger to begin with. Hunter raised his eyebrows. What? But I need you here. You promised to help me navigate the world, Sovlin. I can't do this alone. You're all I have. I'll still be in touch here for you at the press of a button, but I'm responsible for Slanek going off the deep end. It's not right for me to live while Marcel throws in the towel. I couldn't live with myself if I didn't try to do something. Please, Tyler. The tall human sighed. You did enough for Marcel on Silis, but I know you'll never believe that, so I'll forward your request. Onso will want to come with me, and it won't be a negotiation. If Sam and Carlos want to join, you better find out by this afternoon. Yes, sir. That Settled then. Let me walk you and Hunter to the lobby for your Q&A, and we'll sort out the rest later. I've got to get to my post. I wrapped an arm around Hunter's torso, trying to reassure him of my commitment to his welfare. As determined as I was to motivate Marcel to persist, this reawakened predator from the archives was beginning to feel like my son. I had to ensure they both sought continued existence. It was dubious how successful I was at deciphering Earth's ways, but I'd tried to set my primitive Terran up for success and fulfillment. He needed my guidance. No matter how far away I was, I would deign to be in touch daily if at all possible. Would you object to me, mentally adopting you? I whispered to Hunter. The primate scratched the brown hair on his scalp. No, that... Good. Now if only I could change your name. Are you sure I can't call you Ernest? No. That was Pa's name. I ain't my Pa, and I don't want to think about him none. Tyler escorted the two of us through the premises, down a walkway to an unassuming complex. On guards were patrolling and posted at various entrances. Despite its remote location on their own planet, the humans hadn't relaxed security at this base. The predators were notably paranoid of attacks, anywhere, in any place, but I thought it'd be wiser to concentrate security inside with the prisoners. That was, unless the notion of archives inmates was misdirection, just like the fabricated interrogations. Maybe Hunter is privy to some information I'm not. He could have overheard something Tyler revealed without me present. Since this beast is my kind of son now, he's going to help me solve the puzzle. I pushed the issues with Slanek to the back of my mind, knowing that I'd already committed to do what I could. Dwelling on the Venl's crazed, yet successful, assassination would only provide a disservice to Hunter, and it would distract me from assessing the situation here. Why would the predators alter the facts about their activities with me, when I'd proven my loyalty and discretion? I'd been willing to do everything the United Nations asked, without questions or hesitation. It was ridiculous that the primates would keep me out of the loop now. Here we are. Tyler ushered us into a lobby area and spoke a few words to a receptionist. He turned back to us with a taut smile, scanning his card to unlock a secured door. You'll do great, Hunter. I'll be there to take you both home, ramen tonight. Again? Hunter groaned. Blame Sovlin and his stupid meat allergies. If you don't like it, cook for yourselves. The blonde human vanished down the corridor, and the receptionist informed us that UN personnel would be with us shortly. I waited several seconds to ensure Tyler was gone, and scoped out the area. A keycard was visible on the desk, which was likely able to unlock the sealed door. However, there was no way for me to snatch it, since it was in the direct line of her binocular vision. I nudged Hunter, whispering in his ear, "Distract her. Make a scene." "Why?" he hissed. "Because Tyler's not a good liar, and I'm tired of pretending he is." "Do it." "Yes, idaring." The brown-haired human stuck his tongue out at me, before sauntering up to the desk in exaggerated fashion. He tried to peek at the computer display, but she turned it away from him. Hunter made a pouting face before removing his shoe from his foot. I gasped when he chucked it just over her head. The poor stranger seemed shocked as well. She rose quickly, approaching the ancient human to subdue him. I slunk around the corners of her vision and swiped her card as she shouted at the primitive to calm down. Jackpotty. I unlocked the sealed door, only to find two human guards standing a few paces away inside. Gulping, I tried to think quickly. Acting like I belonged here would be easier than shoving my way through, blind to where I needed to go. My posture straightened with false confidence, and I prayed my remaining spines didn't bristle and reveal my nerves. "I have an urgent message for Officer Tyler Cardona." Captain Monahan asked that I pass it along for his eyes only, I said, trying not to waver under their scrutinizing binocular eyes. "You can verify with her, if you want to waste everyone's time and land yourself on a starship captain's shit list. Either way, I must speak with Officer Cardona at once." The guards, both young soldiers who seemed inexperienced, shared a glance before one beckoned for me to follow them. The threat of being rebuked by a superior officer was menacing, and to their eyes, it was unlikely I'd access the facility at all without proper clearance. If I tried anything or was found to be lying, they could always restrain me. I followed the humans down a short hallway, retreading the ground Tyler had walked on. My heart was pounding in my throat from this act of deception, though I was also nervous to discover what the humans were concealing. The UN soldiers hesitated before one rapped his knuckles on a thick metal door. I drew a deep breath as Tyler popped it open, granting me a peek of what was inside the cell. There were no Farsal occupants, nor were there any rescued herbivores being purposefully hidden from their people. Instead, I could see comfortable accommodations designed for an unrestrained Arcseer, which had its monstrous eyes turned toward the door. The blonde human seemed alarmed to see me, but I wasn't paying his incensed words any attention. Why would the Terrans have a Grey in custody, kept under the guise of the archives? My heart rate climbed even higher, and with rage churning my blood, I struggled to consider what this meant. All I wanted was to have the sadistic predator slain at my claws, for the torment its kind inflicted upon my family. The Nature of Predators, 142 Memory, Transcription Subject. Arcseer Rebellion. Command Date, Standardized Human Time, February 21st, 2137. When the United Nations contacted me after the summit, I expected to be chastised for my unannounced arrival, shirking Oleg and Lisa's watch. Instead, Secretary General Zhao offered to confide the secret he was keeping about the Arcseer. The human was emphatic that this had to be kept under wraps, even from Felra, Kaisel, and anyone else in my inner circle. I landed a shuttle on the gorgeous world known as Earth, following the UN's landing beacon. It was a bit concerning to know the humans were officially in league with the herbivores, while we remained outside their organization. It wasn't clear if the speech the rodent pestered me into had made a difference, given that I hadn't heard from any governments except the Yochul. Tava was notably quiet. Human soldiers steered me in through a separate entrance from the main one, though I found their cordial demeanors reassuring. It wasn't clear what the Secretary General felt needed to be passed along in person. I hoped a request for a face-to-face dialogue meant I was in the United Nations' good graces. My Dosser friend's most compelling argument for attending the summit had been that an effective rebellion required external military support. Our success hinged on how much the Terrans or their allies chipped into our cause. While it didn't suit me to beg like a leaf licker, I would attempt to gauge their war plans. Guido humans view us as full allies. Unless they're crushing Afa underfoot tomorrow, this revolution needs to be more than an afterthought. What could be a lock and key secret about the Arcseer from the archives? I mused to my escorts, who only acknowledged my words with a twitch of their binocular eyes. We already know the truth about the conspiracy. Yes, the humans clearly had been ordered to stay tight-lipped about the purpose of this visit, so I fiddled with my holopad while waiting for Zhao. The Secretary General strolled into the room within minutes, which suggested he'd been here in anticipation of my arrival. It was another positive sign that the leader of Earth respected my time. His personal guards were lax, further denoting that he no longer viewed me as a threat. The Terran dignitary extended his right arm, and I gripped it loosely in my own paw. A slight smile crossed his face before he seated himself across from me. I'm not here to put you through the ringer, since the Duerten were no major loss. If I'm being honest, there were lots of groans among the diplomatic staff when we heard they were coming, Zhao chuckled. But frankly, Isif, it wasn't a smart move on your part. You know how delicate it is, just for us to appease the herbivores. Felra seems to have a negative impact on your decision-making, while also failing to maintain decorum and making you appear weak to your kin. She's been good for you personally, but she's a negative influence on your judgment. She needs to go home. I flared my nostrils with indignation. I'm not going to ship my best friend back to Milo, gift wrapped for the Kolshian occupiers. It was your people's idea to guilt me into rescuing her. General Jones miscalculated, in my humble opinion. Her intent was for you to tilt the scales at Milo, not to grab one doser and bolt. You're a great strategist, and you did need a push, but you've become distracted. You're not devoting your full energy to the movement. That'll cost you in the long run. I saved someone that is important to me. Jones wished to force me into openly rebelling, yes? Humanity has made no progress at Milo in months, so it seems bold to fling accusations at me for my selected engagements. You're correct to frown upon our progress, or lack thereof. The problem with Milo is we whittle down each other's drone forces, and the Kolshians send more to replace them as quickly as us. It's become a competition of how fast we can slap new automatons together, and they have the advantage of being entrenched in the system already. If we commit resources from other key areas, that opens us up to an attack elsewhere. Perhaps what they're banking on. So humanity is more focused on keeping its current systems and counterattacking. Precisely. Every system we fail to protect reflects on us. The Duerten shield has been ineffectual. The whole of our industrial power can't go to one world. You need to intervene, whether for Felra's sake or for ours. Give us an edge to make headway. It was undeniable that the Dosa didn't belong among Aksha. Her presence was hampering my interactions with the rebels serving under me, many of whom would never accept her. Vala never complained about her homeworld being occupied, but I'd noticed how happy she'd looked at the sight of Doser Summit delegates. I'd grown accustomed to having a friend to talk to, however. What was best for her was more important than her commitment, preventing me from being alone. No matter the distance, we could chat via SwiftPair like we'd done before meeting up. Humans manipulated me into intervening at Milo when the attack first began, but at least Zhao has the decency to outright ask without trickery. Felra's behavior has forced me into some altercations to defend her honor. It's truly not ideal. I'll consider it, but we've lent our resources to rescue various cattle for nothing in return. I can't risk sustaining heavy losses without some guarantees and recompense, I responded. Spell out for me what comes next. Convince me that your cunning is truly enough to topple the Federation, once and for all. Zhao donned a cocky smirk. The Farsal are already out of commission. You and I both know they're not the military might of the Empire. They're schemers, meddlers, rewriters. The Kolshians are the ones with the secret army, and we have no idea of their full capabilities. But Alpha could be an impregnable fortress. They could well have an ace up their sleeve to play, but who said all your cards were on the table? There's 3 phases left in the war. The first is defense. Should the tables turn at Milo, I imagine the Kolshians are biding their time to hit human territory. We know they want to cure us, so I'd find the use of biological weapons against a civilian populace likely. Have you made any progress toward undoing this cure? It would be of use to the Arcture, as this disease would be lethal against us. Even with emergency use protocols, I can't see us having a genetic reversal inside of a year, especially with the life or death issues on our plate. We've been looking into this since learning about the omnivore manipulation from the late Nicanus, but knowing which human genes were targeted by the retrovirus, via a before and after, is insightful. It should accelerate our research progress a little. At least your kind can survive on vegetation, yes? I should hope your other 2 war phases aren't so dreadfully passive. It inspires minimal confidence. No, Isif, we're not content to sit back. The second phase is preventing the Kolshians' allies from joining the fray, since it's unfeasible to clash with hundreds of species. We keep them out of it, hitting any targets we can, and make it a fair fight. The third part then, of course, is an all-out assault on Alpha, and we take it inch by inch. We storm the planetary defense systems on their satellite, like the landing at Normandy. Humanity must execute each of these phases simultaneously, and to perfection. You can't be everywhere all at once, but we can make them think who we are. Realization struck me like a kick to the teeth. That was the strategy humanity wanted my rebellion to employ against the Dominion. It was an arduous illusion to pull off, but the psychological effects couldn't be understated. Leaving the enemy looking over their shoulder, expecting an ambush at each turn, was the classic strategy of the Arcture. Could the Terrans rattle the herbivores further than we had, with a more convincing rendition? I was intrigued to know how Zhao hoped to accomplish that, and whether I could replicate those strategies against Gisnell. We've discussed the state of military affairs long enough. I'm sold that the humans are planning an attempt to stamp out the last of the Feds in one grand push. Even the tireless Terrans can't keep up this pace of activity forever, can they? I'll draft a plan to retake Milo, but again, I expect some collaboration and aid, I decided. Now, I thought you summoned me here to impart something you found at the archives. Or was that a false pretense? Secretary General Zhao pursed his lips. I decided to tell you the truth, because I trust you and see you as an important ally. At the archives, we discovered a handful of Arcture kept in cryosleep. What? That's incredible. I would love for these Arcture to join me. That's part of why I hesitated to tell you. You see, after learning about what the Arcture once were, many of them have become despondent. I feel like we're treading the same path as the Farsal too, telling your people that aliens kidnapped them, but not us. Except it's true, in this case. I don't follow. Knowing my own sadness to what we've lost as a culture, I do not see why humanity's role, or their reaction to the present status quo would matter. As Earth providing asylum to vocal critics of betterment, several of whom opposed that very ideology in their day, would destroy what's left of our outward neutrality with the Dominion. If word got out through your people, or we accepted the scattered pleas from this lot to join unforces, it would be problematic. Regardless, I'm not sure they want to sign on to your rebellion. They're leery, even of you, learning about the cruel practices and your history. Disappointment fogged my mind. Ah, I see. My own people think I am a monster. You don't want me to get the wrong idea about their allegiance, or spread the word about what Arcture used to be. I felt it would be wrong to deprive you of the opportunity to speak with the ancients. I know you want to restore your society to what it once was, and that mandates full knowledge of the changes that have transpired. If humanity has assessed that these people wish for nothing to do with me, I would respect that conclusion. After the ridicule at the summit, I do not need to speak to anyone who does not wish to speak to me. Relax. I've selected one of the Arcture who's taken the news in stride and hasn't had a depressive episode. Her name is Visith. She was open to speaking with you, if only to find out how you could do such things. Why would I wish to defend my entire life, Zhao? It is not as if I don't already know the full scope of my crimes. You want a reason to go through the trouble? One word: morality. Call it a foolish notion, but heeding moral principles is what gives you integrity. Without ethics, your movement is one bad actor away from returning to betterment suppression. Visith could show you what the Arcture stood for. I lashed my tail in frustration. When word from the archives confirmed empathy was prevalent in our past, I'd yearned to see it in action. After years of repressing my own defective leanings, it was difficult to understand how personal expression and interactions work. Furthermore, I found myself defaulting to cruelty as the disciplinary crux that kept my subordinates in line. Visith could give me pointers on the proper bounds of morality. Maybe we could become more like humanity through this conversation Zhao is facilitating. It's worth hearing what Visith has to say. Guy, very well. I leveled the human with a piercing stare, which he matched with his own brown eyes. If it helps return to the reason and honor that once guided us, I must do it. Peace for Arcture of the future, for every species among the stars, is what I desire, at any cost. Secretary General Zhao stood, beckoning for me to follow. Humanity has that in common, Isif. Maya talked about coexistence, and I championed protecting Earth, but it goes beyond both of those noble goals. If we vanished from the Milky Way tomorrow, I'd like for people to say we left the galaxy a better place than we found it. I know they will not say that about me. I have perpetrated too much tragedy. For what it's worth, it's my belief that history will be kinder to you than you imagine. The primate led me through a narrow corridor, which was cramped for my wider, taller form. Had I not been slouching, I would not fit upright within the dreary hallway. Arcture posture proved unofficial in this instance, as we ducked into an observation room that opened through Zhao's retinal scan. I stalked up to the window, curious for a peek at Visith. The female Arcture was seated across from a blonde human who was playing some paper rectangle game with her. The glass was one way, while security monitors also captured the scene. Zhao approached a microphone, switching it on. Testing. Visith, can you hear me? Are you ready to talk to the rebel leader I told you about? Yes, the huntress answered. In the interest of parity, I think we should trade questions. Visith figure can start. Swallowing with nervousness, I took Zhao's spot by the intercom. It's a pleasure to speak with you. May I ask whether you were around during the Fourth World War? I was more than around. I could have gone into politics, run for a small local office, but I served my country's military to oppose the genocidal maniacs that wanted to conquer the world and cull their own. My turn. If betterment told the good people, how could someone like you even exist? Blending in. You can't fully erase defectiveness, that word, from the gene pool. Assuming you have empathetic traits, which I gather from your speech, you would be put down today. Rest assured, I do not engage in such practices. Yes, how reassuring that you felt the need to specify that. I don't get how the block could have gotten away with killing people without an uproar from friends and family. Nobody fought back. Uproar. You had friends and family who cared about you? Is that really your question? If I posited it to you in the interrogative, I suppose it is. By that logic, you asking why nobody fought back was an extraneous question. I'm astounded by how rigid and literal you are. I was expressing my shock that you people just let wrists rot. Even less social Archshire cared about their families, and had a few people to share their subjects of interest with. It seems impossible to have a functioning society without any connection. It's no wonder you have no conscience. With how self-conscious I was speaking to others, the criticism of my phraseology would have been enough to make me clam up. Before Visith lambasted me as devoid of empathy. My conscience was why I shied away from talking food to begin with. Despite my efforts to oppose betterment, this huntress viewed me with unfettered hostility. It was difficult enough that the rest of the galaxy saw us as irredeemable monsters. To hear such rhetoric from my own kind needled shame deep within me. Secretary General Zhao knitted his brows with concern and seemed to weigh terminating the exchange. I was surprised when the human placed an oily palm on my shoulder, a quiet gesture of support. Visith's verbal attacks drew disappointment from Earth's leader, who'd hoped she would serve as a moral lighthouse to guide me through murky waters. I stepped away from the microphone to deliberate a better angle to approach the investigation. The human dignitary started back down the corridor, sighing heavily. A knock sounded from within Visith's room, coming from a separate entrance to her chamber. The blonde Terran accompanying the Archshire leapt to his feet with a baffled expression and propped the door open. My deflated demeanor was replaced by curiosity, prompting me to squint. The face on the other side of the threshold was gouged, belonging to an individual the humans clearly weren't expecting. The primates displayed concern at the newcomer's arrival. If my fellow predators were worried, that could mean the herbivore was a threat to Visith's welfare. I gazed upon the hate-filled eyes of the gouged and waited to see what his next move would be. It was clear the humans didn't think this spiky visitor had come with peaceful intentions. The nature of Predator's 143 memory transcription subject, Captain Sovlin, United Nations Fleet Command date was standardized into it with force that could only stem from passion. The memories of stabbing my claws into an Arxer's neck on Silas while trying to save Marcel were fresh. Everything that had gone wrong in my life started and ended with the Greys. The reason I tortured the kind-hearted human was because I equated Earth's sapient predators with these child-eating, reptilian abominations. My daughter's screams, as she was eaten alive, echoed in my ears, and uncontrollable hatred blacked out any judgment. "What the fuck are you doing here?" "You're only authorized to accompany Hunter," Tyler exclaimed. The blonde human made a move to intercept me, but I ducked under his grasp. The Archshire at the table hadn't reacted to defend itself, and it looked more alarmed than ferocious. I could see Terran playing cards on the table in front of it. How could Tyler, my friend, have been indulging in a game with these savages? The two primates who were duped into bringing me here drew their weapons. Though Officer Cardana urged them to stand down, Just as I came within striking distance of the grey, shadows flashed in my periphery. A massive, scarred Oxshire tackled me away from the one at the table, a growl rumbling in its throat. It had the clear opportunity for the death blow, but it had purposefully not driven its claws into my flesh. Rather than pinning me with its superior weight, it released its grip and gestured for me to stand. The beast's body tilted forward, arms raised in a fighting stance. It baffled me why it hadn't used its fangs to draw my blood. Was it toying with the prey that wandered into its den? "Stand down, humans," the Oxshire barked. "I can handle myself. Captain Sovlin, we have not met before. Yes? I am the one you want, not Visith. She was born long before any of the war atrocities happened." An ajar door informed me that this newcomer predator had burst in from an observation room, where a recognizable human face was watching the scene unfold. It was the Secretary General of the United Nations himself, giving a filthy monster a tour fresh off the summit. Zhao looked silently livid, striding into the room in a hurried attempt to defuse the situation. The name the Terran referred to the grey demon as was Isif, which rang a bell. The primates were consorting with the chief hunter that terrorized Gojids, forgetting all of its sins because it saved Earth. This ugly bastard is directly responsible for Hania's fate. I'm going to rend it from limb to limb. It underestimates just how much I want it dead. Visith stood from the table, lashing its tail. "Why don't we talk about whatever the issue is? It's dishonorable to trade claws without provocation. Besides, I would love a chance to speak with an alien other than the leaf lickers do not see you as worth talking to." "We're monsters that deserve death to them," Isif hissed. "With what the Oxshire have become now, I can understand where they're coming from. I never would have imagined we'd eat and torture people. That's a thing that's burdened me my entire life. Why do you think I'm letting Sovlin have a swing at me? I do not need outside assistance, which would make me look weak. Go on, Gojid, do your worst." My bones ached from the force of its tackle, but I stood with renewed determination. This Oxshire was mocking me, assuming I couldn't scratch it. The Terrans were foolish if they bought this mechanical staged profession of guilt from the monster that led the raids. I shrieked, swiping straight at Isif's eyes. Its tail hooked around my legs while I was mid-swing and sent me crashing to my rump. It waited with patience, heartless eyes facing me as cold slits. My spines bristled, sickened by the predatory visage. Isif seemed to be treating this skirmish as recreation, the glint in its eyes reminding me of how Tyler looked, playing his murderous video games. In my youth, my movements might have been a bit more spry, but my ankles were throbbing from the tail swipe. I could acknowledge that the monster had a grasp on its hunger, enough to calculate in weight rather than act in a frenzy. That necessitated a more measured response on my part, despite the fog of fury spurring me onward. "Lost your nerve already?" the chief hunter prompted. I raised my claws in defiance. "Bloodthirsty, rotten. I want you dead, dead as the fucking children you ate alive. You stole my family." Creeping forward with purposeful steps, I kept all of the Arxur's offensive weapons in my peripheral vision. It had to keep its repulsive pupils focused on me, which made it obvious where it was looking. When its gaze flicked downward, I hopped over the blistering tail sweep that followed. The grey balanced itself, swinging an arm at my head. I landed just in time to duck and popped back up to swipe its snout. Crimson red blood, the same iron-rich color as the humans, spurted from its nostrils. The UN soldiers looked ready to intervene, treacherously worried when I drew the Grey's blood. Stop attacking Isif at once. That's an order, Sovlin, Zhao growled, his own brown eyes narrowed in predatory fashion. I darted out of Isif's range, daring him to come to me. Fuck you. The Greys are animals, existential threats. This is why you weren't supposed to know any of this. Tyler shouted. You can't control yourself or be trusted with any info in the Aksha. The Federation started all of this. We can prove they weren't always like this. I don't care. You have never understood how they deserve to writhing, their words, their past, their supposed change of heart. It doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter. Isif bared its savage fangs, instruments of death, which evolved for the sole purpose of dissecting sinew and crunching bone. The monster pounced toward me, jaws wide open. The terror of being eaten made me slow to react, disgusted by the carnivore's gaping maw, revealing the accrual of filthy drool. Its teeth were impossibly sharp, digging into my throat with painful force. The Grey was applying the maximum pressure it could, without puncturing my vulnerable flesh. It relaxed its grip for a moment, long enough to throw me into a pin on the ground. Its fangs were then back at my throat, bringing my prey instincts to full-fledged panic. The last of my control poured into not flailing, which would risk Isif piercing my neck. The chemical surge was a blinding hysteria. Sensory input was nauseating, with the reeking predator grasping me within its fangs like a meal. The Aksha were evil creatures incapable of containing their hunger, and this moment proved it. Despite all of this, the idle humans were watching as if they thought the scene was within acceptable limits of behavior. Perhaps they were scared to interfere with a Grey's catch, or perhaps I was wrong to trust their benevolence. Wasn't I always worried about Terrans siding with the Aksha over us? Was all the secrecy because they're throwing us to the Greys, colluding with Isif above creatures with any redeeming features? Isif placed an uncanny eye inches away from one of mine. I do not want to hurt you. If I did, we would not be having this conversation. Are you understanding my words yet? An Aksha knows when they've been bested, when to admit defeat. Kill me, you fucking monster. A stutter lapsed into my voice from the dizzying pull of adrenaline, but I clung to my hatred in the face of certain death. Savor the act, like the predator you are. It can feel good to engage in acts of aggression, but I derive no pleasure from needless suffering. Survival is not a choice, it's an imperative commanded by biology outside our control. The societal confines under the Dominion mandated horrible actions. Evil is not natural, it is gradual, hardened by time and birthed of ideas. It is a phenomenon of sapience, not predation. Only predators eat a people. You lost the right to call yourself sapient with the first child's carcass you munched on. I am sorry for every meal I've ever had. I had no choice, so while objective fault cannot be assigned in such circumstances, my conscience assigns guilt all the same. It is unforgivable. That's why you must die, scum. Were I not vital to the efforts for a peaceful future, I would agree with your assessment, by your own words about the right to be deemed sapient. Visith has not lost her status. She never ate any creature with sophonts in her life. She was rescued from the archives, and her people might as well have been a different species. They welcomed you, as the humans would have, and like humanity, their civilians were killed for it. Direct your anger at me. The Aksha, for an unfathomable reason, opened its jaws and allowed me to crawl away on the floor. Why would it spare defenseless prey when it could literally taste my flesh on its tongue? Perhaps it was deceiving the humans, who clearly trusted it enough to let it place its gross chipped fangs on my throat. It had more control than I'd anticipated from a vile grey, but I didn't buy for 1 second that their species was different in the past. The Federation brought out a vivaciousness that was their existing inclination. No worthwhile race could have hunted other civilizations like they had. The UN soldiers bound my wrists, as though I were the criminal. Tyler and Zhao both stared at Ishmay with disapproval. While I had disobeyed direct orders and trespassed, it had proven that their secret actions were reprehensible. It was tough to believe they'd pulled Visith from a cryopod, and deemed it ethical to keep the ancient Arxer out of my purview. I risked my life on that mission to help the Earthlings. I had the same right to know as anyone else. The humans crafted too many excuses for the Grey's behavior, and their continued cooperation with these tormentors was unacceptable. Tyler breathed a flustered sigh. I was supposed to keep Visith company, Sovlin. She's a guest, and she's not dangerous. You can't be questioning our judgment and poking your nose where it doesn't belong. I'm tired of you treating the Arxer like genuine people. I spat. They're not. You know what? Either you sit and talk to Visith like an adult, or I'll have you charged for insubordination. Your pick. As if I'd ever care what a Grey has to say. My decision is self-evident. Zhao tapped his chin. Do you think the Arxer are evil? Of course I do. You humans can't even say that word. What the Dominion have done is evil, but that's why they're sapient. It takes intention and knowledge to be malicious. Animals just exist, unbeholden to our morality. The capacity for good and evil are adjacent to one another. Oh, I get it. You think you see yourselves in them. They are way different. Humans might have had savage outliers in your past, but it wasn't your whole fucking society. That's the problem with outliers. Left unchecked, you realize one day that they become your whole society, in plain sight. I opened my mouth to argue, but my treacherous thoughts turned to how easily the Federation ensnared countless societies in its web of lies. Our entire society was disingenuous, and the loudest voices all had called to slaughter the peace-seeking humans. Secretary General Zhao's words boasted the conviction of truthfulness, and Carlos's old lesson from the Battle of Silas rang in my ears. That's the belief that makes monsters of us all. Nobody has empathy for someone that is too unalike. Connected thoughts connected before my eyes. That the Arxer had en masse been convinced that aliens weren't people. I couldn't deny that it fit with true evil. The humans viewed the Grey's trajectory as a knowing, purposeful decline into depravity. Where I wanted to find a monster beyond comparison, I saw the Federation mirrored. Both parties were to blame for what happened to my family, and for that, they were irredeemable. I hated that I'd served for years beneath the Federation's banner, fighting for their causes, as much as I loathed the carnivorous creatures in this cell. Perhaps the Arxer were once capable of a slight semblance of civilization, since their decline had to start from something that wasn't this abominable. The Kolshians contacted those demons as sapients, and by Nicholas's own admission, starved them soon after. Maybe Visith is capable of restraining her bloodthirsty instincts, because unlike the humans, Arxer certainly possessed those. Izif was drooling, and the brutality in the Grey's mess hall on that cattle ship. We want peace. Make your choice, be a part of that vision. or refuse and help the Federation and the Dominion keep us in this cycle of death. Tyler seemed surprised, as I gave the ultimatum genuine consideration. The ancient Arxer had returned to its spot at the table, watching me with an unblinking stare that seemed to X-ray my skeleton. Isif's pupils darted between me and Visith, perhaps regretting relinquishing a gouged prey to fatten itself up. No doubt both greys had cued in on my vulnerable areas and fleshiest organs the second I stepped into the room. There was no depth of emotion when I peered deeper into those terrible eyes, unlike when I'd gazed into Marcel's from my jail cell. The Arxer were soulless predators incapable of kindness. Their exteriors had zero cues that didn't scream cold-blooded killing machine. Still, as suicidal as it seemed on an instinctual level, the debt I owed to the UN compelled me to comply with Zhao's urgings. My feet shuffled toward the table with hesitancy, feeling instinctive disgust and apprehension swell within my chest. Every neuron summoned the impulse to run away from the ravenous beast, who I couldn't hope to best with my arms still chained. Visith drummed its claws on the table. "Your visit was most insightful, Isif. I'd like to speak to Sovlin alone, and not while being watched like some zoo exhibit. I do not know this zoo word. Is that a term of the human lexicon?" Isif asked. "No. It's Morpheme, like all my other words. Since your language has been dead for many centuries, my knowledge is negligible. I must research this zoo concept. Perhaps my human friends can aid me. I'll leave you to be, Visith." The chief hunter departed from the observation door. It came from with Zhao, while the ancient Arxer looked mistrustful of the modern predator that had schooled me. Then again, I suppose I was being foolish to assign any emotion to a grey's countenance. However, it was an undeniable fact that Visith waited for Isif to be out of earshot to address me directly. The carnivore gestured for Tyler to retake his seat, and it tended to the playing cards it had abandoned. The blonde human watched me with disbelieving eyes, relaxing his posture for the first time since I barged in. I can't begin to express my shock, waking up to find the genocidal Northwest Block 1, and that the galaxy sees my entire race as people-eating monsters, Visith hissed. We were fascinated by the idea of aliens. I guess betterment has bred out all curiosity too. Your behavior is unhinged, Sovlin, but I agree that these Arxer are beyond saving. They are no longer recognizable. No longer people. I recoiled at how smooth and reproachful the Grey's speech was. How could your society ever have had meaningful differences from today? For starters, we cared about each other. Social and non-social Arxer managed different roles in society, being on opposite ends of the spectrum, but we respected the contributions of both types. At least in my nation. The Northwest Bloc wanted to destroy the Morpheme Charter though, and we feared the war would kill us all. That might have been better than losing to those megalomaniacs. I am so unspeakably horrified by everything the humans say we've done since then. Why would you care? Because they made thinking people cattle and wiped out entire societies. So many needless deaths, whole generations born into war, and no freedom of expression. Betterment has become so comically villainous, with the titles and hunting obsessions, that it's not even funny. They didn't use those titles back in your day. Know your savageness, Tyler commented. They would have been a mockery if they did. What's admirable about not landing a clean kill, choosing cruelty over honor? Anyhow, I got abducted by the Farsal on a mission to Kissium, a neutral state the Bloc invaded in their quest for power. I was enlisted as a soldier against those bastards, and I wanted to stop them from hurting innocent civilians, not watch them carry out atrocities in the stars. I struggled to meet the beast's eyes. Arksure hunters, aid to my daughter alive. I offer my sincere condolences. That must have been wretched to go through. I'll have you know I would never do anything like that. The Arksure I knew would never commit such vile murders, because it's unthinkable. It must baffle you that we could have ever been anything else after witnessing such a graphic and personal atrocity. This is a nightmare of epic proportions to me too. Imagine how you would feel finding your own species in such diabolical straits centuries later. Even with the gravelly register, the content of this beast's words seemed more like a human speech pattern than that of a terrorizing predator. It was worlds apart from Koth or even Isif. I would have never imagined that an Arksur could put such eloquent, civilized sentences together. Deciding to humor the carnivore, I engaged in the thought exercise. If the Gojids went on to hunt the races of the Federation in gruesome fashion, I would feel like 10 times greater of a monster than when we were revealed to be omnivores. What could be more appalling than seeing your species reduced to mindless, hated savages, with its worst members from your time in charge? I couldn't bear to see the Gojids committing such heinous acts. I shared a glance with Tyler and picked up on the flash of agreement in his eyes. The human had wanted me to empathize with an Arksur's plight. I'd mourn what my species used to be, Visith. I imagine that's what you're doing. The predator lowered her reptilian eyes. Yes, I suppose I am. Against all odds, I'd survived one Arksur's jaws and was engaged in decent conversation with another. A part of me wondered if things could have been different, had savagery not overtaken their entire society. Could carnivores have conducted themselves like any other species? The humans had seen something more than malicious monsters from the outset, and with Visith slashing down my preconceptions, it was tough to claim the primates didn't have a case. For the first time in my life, I spotted a tinge of sapience in the galaxy's original predators. The nature of predators, 144 memory transcription subject, Onso, Yotul Technical Specialist 8, O Standardized, Human Time, February 21, 2000, 137, after a lengthy tour aboard the Yuan's Rosanantean, under Captain Janice Monahan's directive. It was wonderful to have time to myself at home on Liern. My place of residence had once been a quaint farming city, built around the sales of a staple grain called eared. After Papa refused to adopt the industrial techniques of Federation agriculture, our crop farm had been outcompeted by those who acquiesced to the aliens' ways. Our land was lost within a few years of the exterminator's arrival, and my father toiled in construction work in his old age. It involved grueling, back-breaking tasks to build the very machinations he so despised. The farm that had been in my family for a dozen generations was gone, never to be passed down to me or my brother, Mona. It wasn't like I had any interest in agricultural professions, beyond perhaps tinkering with some automated tractors to complete the work for me. While I loved innovation, the knowledge I soaked up from the Federation wasn't worth the loss of my culture and the 2 decades as a zombie under their predator disease medications. If I could do it all over again, I would have stayed and helped Papa with the farm, forsaking my true passion. But then I would have never met Tyler. Tyler might be adult, but he never judges me or speaks ill of my culture. The humans have been wonderful. Kenny, the village of Rinza, was once the pride and joy of this side of our small continent, with Yotul-built train tracks that allowed us to chug across the landmass in a day. The bullet trains in their place now could zip across the island in an hour. I could still picture the original railroad being blown up during a celebratory speech, as my Gojit engineering instructor goaded me on. The harbor was barely visible behind the new steel buildings, and any green space that had been present was taken up by digitized clutter. The Federation hated water sports, perhaps why Mama's boat had mysteriously caught on fire one night. As much as I missed home, there was an inescapable sadness whenever I toured the sites. New plays at the Tail Twine Theatre. First time in over 20 cycles. A well-groomed yotel paced on the streets ahead of me, passing out pamphlets to passers-by. I remembered the last play I'd seen, a strange tale where the crops came alive and attacked anyone who tried to harvest them. I heard a Tory story, if you ask the Federation. Tu Liao's feud. Kai, a classic work of drama and stage choreography about two warring kingdoms, based on the grain wars. I considered grabbing a pamphlet, but I didn't want to carry it throughout my meeting with the respectable human. My desire to go to the performance was born of nostalgia and spite for the Federation. As much as anything, it wasn't as if I couldn't acquire an advertising handout on my way home. It wasn't clear why the imperialist aliens took such offense to plays, other than looking down on it as a primitive form of entertainment. Visual mediums like television and movies were just in better, after all. I suppose it was a good way to suppress old texts that didn't align with their ideas. What would humans think of theater? I mused aloud, ignoring the strange looks from people I passed. They have media that's beyond realistic, run by computer graphics. Perhaps they'd think a bunch of props on a stage are stupid, though they haven't had that response to anything of ours yet. There were a handful of Terrans in sight on the streets, but I decided to restrain my curiosity. These poor primates were out enjoying a stroll, and didn't want to be interrupted by an energetic yotel peppering them with questions. I focused instead on the graffiti art on closed-down Federation buildings, which was something we'd learned from Earth. The exterminator office had been shuttered once and for all, when all alien occupiers were sent out forcibly by our military. I could see that the institution was almost ready to reopen as a recruiter's office. The Yochol technocracy, now a part of the Sapient Coalition, was to be taken seriously at long last. The arrival of the humans had given us an opportunity to throw off the Federation's yoke. Everyone who was born before first contact despised what the aliens were doing to Lyran. Our planet's once gorgeous wildlife was turned to cinders by trigger-happy exterminators, burning anything that challenged their narrative. I was grateful that the Terrans were keen on conservation. That was the exact reason I'd agreed to meet up with the renowned Dr. Sarah Rosario at a repurposed lab in the village's heart. Sarah's words fell on deaf ears with the Venlo, but we're happy to accept help rebuilding the ecosystem we used to have. Fresh off the positive results she helped acquire at the summit that should leave her riding a high. Her talents won't be wasted on Lyran. Were I not committed to the military's next orders, I would have loved to devote myself to aiding this project, despite it being well outside my usual purview. If I framed the environment as a machine with cohesive parts, perhaps I could assess what forces drove the greater whole and how to fix the degradation. The supposed savage predators understood more about nature than any race I'd encountered. I trusted humanity to salvage as many animals as possible. It seemed it wasn't the flesh-eaters who had utter disregard for lesser life. I ducked into the sprawling research campus, which now featured outdoor enclosures to accommodate life forms. Curiously, the Terrans had brought pets from Earth to supplement our native customs. The Yochol government had given clearance for the UN to use its discretion on what to bring. Inside, I could see more creatures that looked like dogs, with varying forms. On a stranger note, a small animal that could fit in a human's hand was yapping at a massive canine. This seemed to scare the much larger mutt. I found Dr. Rosario waiting on a couch, and without bothering with pleasantries, I pointed at the tiny screeching thing. I know the black and brown thing is some sort of dog, like I saw in the military. What is that little thing called? The human narrowed her eyes before chuckling with amusement. That's also a dog. I know, they look nothing alike. The breed diversity is staggering. I won't pretend we weren't involved with that. Onzo, right? We met at the facility, but all Yotul look alike to you. I imagine you get the locals working here mixed up too? Don't worry, I can't tell humans with generic hair mops apart either. Hair? Mops? I swear I've heard Tyler call them mops, like the cleaning tool, which some of you definitely look like. Huh. Well, I suppose it's better to look like a cleaning mop than an evil predator. I'd stick with calling it a hairdo or haircut, but back to your point, there are some humans that look like doppelgangers even to me. I'm glad you understand. I perked my ears to signal common ground. It was the same for me with some species that came from the Federation. You have to spend a lot of time around certain ones to pick up on their individual quirks. The way we know our dog from someone else's, even if it's the same breed. Not to say sapiens are pets. Don't worry. I loved my Hensa. She was a sweet thing, a light guard. After seeing Sarah's confused reaction, I racked my brain for a human equivalent. Like angels, I think. Noble spirits that watch over Yotul. Tyler must have taught you a lot about human culture, to know that. Hardly. I researched quite a bit on my own before I'd even signed up for the exchange program. If I was going to Earth to help through rebuilding your cities or military service, it would be inconsiderate to not learn the basics of your culture. I didn't want to snub my nose at your customs like the wretched Federation did to us. You're exceptional in that regard. The Yotul are quite laid back and open-minded, but few have gone the extra mile to pass our cultural references. And humans have gone to great efforts to relate to us and other life forms. I confess, I did it because I was curious, rather than any higher ideal. A man after my own heart, Onso. Now, not to cut you off, because I would love to keep talking as we walk. But should I give you a tour of our operation? Gladly. Don't worry, I understood what you said earlier about me not being allowed to take any Hensa personally. Preserving the species with care and objectivity is most important. Sarah's lips curved upward in that customary human expression, which always registered to my gaze as both a firebrand statement of defiance against Federation norms and a graceful note of politeness imparted in a split second. It was obvious when the so-called snarl was malicious. Their eyes never lied about their emotions. Those forward-facing orbs were clear as a reflection pool. I trotted after the scientist with the glee of a 5-year-old, eager to see a Hensa out of my mind's eye. It had been so long that I didn't trust my memory, especially after that farcical doctor altered my brain with his numbing pills. I attempted to return my focus to the primates, the only aliens who'd ever treated us as equals. Hundreds of civilizations were worth a pile of manure, in my book, while the humans were a priceless gift. Despite other herbivores labeling Limana backwater, we'd received the second highest total of Terran immigrants, behind only the refugee-laden Skalgar. Many were engineers working on raising our own armada from the shipyards. That was another project I wished I played a part in. The Federation had herded us away from building any warships to avoid disrupting the notion that we were powerless, brainless primitives. Wouldn't it be the greatest insult if Yotl, in collaboration with humanity, improved upon the tech the Federation lorded over us? We already helped devise several ideas, including the crushing shield-breaking missiles. Kenya, if you'll humor me, I do have a recent question that my past research overlooked. I reminded myself that there was no shame in our societal development or low-tech endeavors. What mattered is that they were ours. If humanity were going to mock our arts and culture, they weren't the species I'd thought they were. I remember Hasey said something about humans having ancient theaters. Exactly how ancient were they? Do you have any recollection of what Terran stage plays were like? The curly-haired scientist squinted with confusion. Wayne, like, theater is one of the oldest forms of entertainment, but you misunderstood me, I think. It's not gone. For one example, back when New York was still around, there were numerous Broadway plays, which were well regarded in many circles. Really? Sorry to sound so surprised. I just figured you'd think it's outdated, like the other aliens. The Federation are a bunch of judgmental killjoys. Don't you know that by now? Just because newer, fancier ideas exist, doesn't mean older stuff can't have its charm. I agree. I just asked because our playhouses are reopening after being shuttered for years. It interests me what your Broadway plays were like. There were some that were dramas and such, but it was most well known for musicals. You know, actors sing songs to advance the story while doing choreographed, synchronized dances. I stifled a snort of laughter, lingering on the mental image. Which herbivore wrote those for you? Everyone knows predators aren't capable of something so sentimental and dorky. I know you're joking, but if you ask the feds, it's all part of our master plan. If how off-key Tyler sings reflects on all humans, it is part of your plan to make sapiens clutch our ears in agony. Sarah snickered for a brief moment as we stepped into a restricted wing of the research facility. I halted in my tracks as my gaze focused on a couch where a tan Hinsa with jagged black stripes was prancing atop it. The once beloved, near-extinct pet brushed up against the back of one human's head and nipped at his earlobe. The primate was laughing, teeth visible from ear to ear. There was no question about how this Terran felt about our old friends. A few humans were down on all fours playing with yarn and laser pointers, while the more sedentary hominids allowed Hensas to settle on their laps. The adoration was mutual. The small animals seemed fond of the Terrans, perhaps because of their willingness to afford attention. It used to be said that Hensas were excellent judges of character. Watching an earthling scratch a rumbling pet's forward-facing ears, a predator trait that the humans curiously lacked, I wondered whether they wouldn't keep our non-sapient pals for their own people. Cottonly beats breaking into our homes and burning them alive in front of us. Fuck the Federation. Hi for the small number of Yotl who've been able to harbor Hensas all these years. It must have been difficult to persuade them to hand their companions over to the Terrans. However, witnessing the care afforded by our arboreal allies, I believed these scientists could give us a fighting chance to bring back the most culturally significant species on Lyrn. It was the only way to ensure the Hensas' numbers were padded, and that future generations could enjoy their company once more. Perhaps if the pest-killing hunters flourished here again, humans might transport a few back to Earth for adoption. We love these little guys, also. How could even the feds hurt such cutie pies? Sarah approached the couch Terran, picking up the hensa. I pretended not to notice her voice climb in pitch, and in turn, she passed the tan animal into my shaking paws. We brought some puppies and kittens, our darlings from Earth. You could adopt a few of them in the meantime, while we're repopulating the hensas. I'm glad you invited me here to see this. You're doing good work. I pulled my paw tight around the hensa's belly, scared to drop her. Tears swelled in my eyes as the graphic memories of my pet burning returned. Ahem. Tyler has a big dog, a Great Dane. That thing could swallow a human's hand. He left the gentle giant with his dad while he deployed, maybe for good. It's difficult for pets to be relocated. They don't understand. It's kind to force that change of scenery on them as little as possible. Yeah. If I get to retire from military service one day, I'd like to adopt a big canine like his. Nobody'd ever mess with me again. And someday, maybe I could have another hensa, preferably before I die. Leon can be our world, like it used to be. You want to make all of that a reality. I could put in a word with the UN, get them to call in a favor with your government, could ask for you to be sent right here. You've seen as much direct action as any Yotul, from what I've heard, a true hero. We owe you the chance to help with the rebirth, the renaissance of Leon. My head tilted sideways, considering her words. You would do that, Sarah? That sounds wonderful. I mean, I do want to kick the fetties in the teeth, but I could use a break from all that. We finished the farsal off. We exposed the info in the archives. I could be useful here now. It's your choice. You can think on it. I don't need an answer today. But I'd love the chance to work with you and pick your brain as one science-obsessed individual to another. Just like my work with the cattle rescues is done, maybe your stint in the stars has reached its end too. Okay, hi. Not to sound greedy because I'm numb and grateful for the opportunity to help. But does this pay? Papa needs to retire, and I can't make that happen without a steady salary. The human pioneer took the hensa from me and passed a note into my paws in its place. I looked up how to write in Yotul numerals. I didn't misprint a thing. I nearly choked on my own saliva as I skimmed across the 6-figure number in sloppy handwriting. Sarah couldn't be serious. The difference this could make in my family's life. Not only could I serve Leon, but I could have the financial means to support all of my loved ones. It was difficult to think of a reason to redeploy if Dr. Rosario could follow through on her promise to transfer me here. Unless there was an existential threat in the stars, this was my chance to finally be happy. Tyler, the cantankerous sovereign, and I had earned some time on the sidelines. I was bouncing on my hind legs with excitement before I knew it, and I darted out of the lab to avoid embarrassing myself with the celebration. My eyes must have been glowing as I unclipped my holopad from my belt. That enthusiasm fizzled in a heartbeat when I saw an ominous message from my human best friend, the very person I'd been wanting to contact with the good news. My heart sank into my stomach, faced with a difficult decision. Hey, Onso. Sue, looks like I have to go with the UN into Kolshian territory. Those bastards have Slanek, and if I don't save the day, Marcel's gonna do something stupid. He's supposed to leave stupid things to me, right? Anyhow, let me know if you're in or if you're out. You don't have to come. Miss Ya, Buckaroo. I could feel bile rising into my throat as I was torn between loyalty to my friend and a chance at an authentic, peaceful life. Offers like the one Sarah presented to me wouldn't come around every day. It was everything I could have dreamed of. However, it had always been a no-brainer that Tyler and I stuck together. How would I feel if I forced the human to ship out without me, and something terrible happened to him? Who would watch his back if I wasn't there? The last thing I wanted was to head back to the war after enduring Koa, Silas, and Tosk. But my friend was counting on me to accompany him to the most difficult fight yet. Even if Tyler would never say it, he was expecting me to tag along. I'd been adamant over joining him on his perilous rescue mission of Marcel on Silas. Had it not been an exercise in futility, perhaps I would have mentioned to my buddy that he kept putting himself in harm's way for Mr. Fraser and Slanik. That was just who Tyler was, someone who helped out his bros. That was why I knew if the roles were reversed, he would have agreed to join me in a heartbeat. No incentives or comfort could have swayed his decision. It was also the reason I accepted that I had to turn down the offer of a lifetime and follow my human buddy to Alpha. A serene existence on Liern, with a monster-sized dog curled up on my bed, would have to wait until after we delivered some justice to the heart of the Federation. The Nature of Predators, 145 Memory Transcription Subject. Yonso, Yotul Technical Specialist, J-Day Standardized Human Time, March 3, 2137. The march toward Kolshian territory couldn't happen in a single step. Rather, it was a monumental push throughout the galaxy. The Terrans stopping by Liern to integrate a handful of Yotul-built ships into their formation proved convenient. I didn't need to ferry myself to Earth when the UN were docking above my world. Even if they would never give voice to these sentiments, I knew humans thought most herbivores were liabilities in combat. However, they showed no such reservations about having vessels crewed by our fiery sailors. The minutiae of Yotul bureaucracy were also unique in our relations with Earth. No other species would have dared to host an exchange program on human soil, but millions of our kind were already there for the rebuilding efforts. The first meeting took place in a city called Brussels, the heart of some amalgamate faction known as the European Union. Tyler, for a man as lacking in foresight as he was, attempted a delicate tap dance around prey sensibilities at first. Perhaps the UN's program had suggested such restrictions for the human side, but I suspected my pal drew those conclusions from interacting with Venlo. Regardless, hosting the meetup on Terran ground meant that, despite my gushing about the smallest details of our home, Tyler had never actually seen or set foot on Liern. I was bouncing with excitement for the tour I had planned. The sole upside of shipping out in this manner was getting to nerd out about my hometown. Finally, an alien who cared about us, or... The big guy certainly cared about Ishimi, but I knew he'd find my grocery list of fun facts boring. Alright, Onso. Look alive, they're almost here. I perked my ears up as the shuttle docked in the spaceport, and waved once I spotted the massive human among a crowd of sailors docking for a few hours of shore leave. Over here. The blonde hominid strolled over with a goofy grin. How's it going, buddy? Up top. I obliged the Terran's odd tradition of smacking his raised hand and wagged my tail. I'm glad to finally get to show you around, Liern. I know we only have a few hours, so that means we've got to hurry. I'd pace yourself, Onso. You're dealing with a persistence predator. A persistence predator, whose diet has been entirely ramen and mac and cheese. Those carbs are gonna keep you persistently on your ass. So, you didn't read my texts. I don't know what I'm supposed to say to a blurry, crooked picture of a half-eaten cup of ramen with a plastic fork in it. It's called keeping in touch. Not all of us can be all E equals MC squared. Pfft, you don't even know what those letters mean. All right. You win the ribbing contest. As a reward, I guess I'll let you play the new video games I brought. This time, I picked ones with turn-based combat. If you smash another controller, I'm gonna make you sit and watch me play. You can't make me do anything, Tyler, but, I'm sorry about the controllers. It's okay, not your money you're pissing down the drain, eh? Easy come, easy go. Quit ragging on me. I don't have great control of my temper, but you know I haven't been able to even feel angry at all for the past 20 years. My neurochemistry is fucked forever. When I'd first come off the mind-numbing drugs, it was right after the Yotel technocracy voted to join the Terrans, following Noah's speech on Alpha. The daily screenings stopped at my engineering job in a flash, once the Federation was driven off-world in the Great Reclaiming. Having a name like the Great Reclaiming already was a clear sign about how, and not greaty, we thought the alien occupiers were. The Farsal had instituted a puppet government, but when given an out, Yotel weren't compliant with their maddening decrees. Anyone who maintained loyalty to the Alien League was ousted, and we sought to make ourselves respectable. After all the horrible things the Federation said about sapient predators, it was obvious it differed from reality. Ambassador Lolo's reports of how the humans stood up for us primitives made it clear they were the only ones who saw the injustice of it all. Siding with them gave us a fresh start. Current government had settled on the technocracy name in opposition to the primitive jabs that plagued us in the 22 years since our uplift. These new officials were unelected, something Tyler had been surprised I was okay with. It would be a rude awakening to him that people claiming power to overthrow the Federation tyrants were wildly popular. We'd been denigrated for years, and we'd rather have an imperfect government of our own species than one of imperialists. The main focus was centralizing authority across Lyrn, rather than clinging to the loose, local overseers that the aliens had used to keep us divided. I was just giving you shit, buddy. I didn't mean to strike a nerve. Tyler's expression had become concerned. You should know this already, but I care about you way more than any controller. Handling emotions is hard as fuck, even for those of us who've had decades of practice. If it makes you feel any better, grown-ass humans get mad about stupider shit than that. I still remember how my batshit crazy old man would scream at the poor umpire in my Little League games. I have no idea what you're talking about, I responded. The gist of it is, adults get pissed because their kids lose games when they're playing for fun. It doesn't matter. My dad's a nutter, always has been. I'd rather you smash 1,000,000 controllers than do something that extra. Your stories never seem to translate, but I appreciate you trying. Why don't we get to touring Lyrn? Let's go, also, living geyser of fun facts. I like information, and I like sharing it unprovoked. There's worse things out there. Besides, if we're going to be shipping off to the hardest battle of our time together, this is the one upside. The yawning upside. What about hanging with your best friend, Tyler? I'm kinda indifferent to that part of the trip. Fuck you. Bah, lead the way. The blonde human's head was on a swivel as we exited the spaceport, soaking in the digital adverts that remained. I could remember, before the Federation's arrival, Rinsa's current hub of spacecraft had been home to scribes. The printing press rendered the profession of transcribing or copying documents by hand obsolete. It had been the perfect complex to add to the demolition list and replace with something modern. The location set it a block away from the bullet trains that were built atop the ruins of our railroads. More interestingly to Tyler, some Yotul had dabbled in various Terran cultural imports, by choice. Tail dyeing was in with the younger crowd. I could see one teen with a bright blue tail, which clashed with his reddish fur, pass by us. Others took a fancy to adorning themselves with shiny objects and were wearing trinkets around their forearms or necks. That jewelry trend caught on with numerous generations, since hand laborers often bound straps around their wrists in the old days. Transforming a symbol of the working class into a classy icon had mass appeal. I didn't know aliens dyed their fur, Tyler remarked. I swished my tail lazily. We did, but not weird colors, until we met you crazy primates. Some Yotul used powdered leaves to conceal gray fur, but not on this continent. Age is considered a sign of wisdom here in Rinsa. Getting long in the tooth doesn't mean you're wise. It's about the total sum of your life lessons, and some people don't learn lessons no matter how long they're taught. Source: my dad exists. You don't like your dad, and you left your dog with him? Well, it's better than a shelter. There's all sorts of abandoned animals running around on the outskirts of ruined cities. It's sad. Wouldn't do that to old Zeus. Your dog's name. I've done some research into human mythology to understand that nomenclature. We had a pantheon of gods ourselves, you know. There were a handful of followers, up until the Fedis decided it was too primitive to salvage. The old customs were most popular outside the island. One deity was like Zeus, but I don't understand why thunder was the king in many human circuits. Because it's loud and it burns shit, and that's cool. I'm pretty sure some mythos had sun gods and all, and there's lots of top dog creation and death gods too. I don't know. Who led your pantheon? Raushi, the god of fire. He was considered the most powerful god, able to melt or destroy anyone who challenged him. Giver of warmth, who lit the very sun. So Rauchi is a sun god of sorts. Your people got that flames in the sky shit pretty right. The sun kinda is a big fireball. We don't consider him a god of the sun, not alone, anyways. Rauchi's priests were adamant about the signs he'd send. Our lunar satellite isn't the right proportions and distance to have total eclipses like on Earth, but when the sun had a shadow over it, forests catch on fire, judgment. A building goes up in flames. Rauchi cursed its owner. So, what do you think Rauchi thinks about human fire eaters? Rauchi doesn't think anything, because he's not fucking real. As for what I think you shouldn't put fire in your mouth. Divine or not, respect nature a little. We do. It's better than the other aliens who used fire to shit. I shouldn't have brought that up. To burn animals alive. It's alright. If Rauchi were real, he'd give those exterminator pricks a taste of their own medicine. Tyler stopped in his tracks, narrowing his eyes. Also, After what happened the past month, I just feel obligated to restate that. If you were ever having thoughts about doing something like that, I hope you'd talk to me. Maybe I say all the wrong things, but there's nothing I wouldn't try to help with. I'd be fucking rabid if someone torched Zeus, so I'm not gonna give you some pacifist bullshit. Just don't get obsessed with revenge and don't not reach out. Tyler, I've always talked about hating the feds, but I can assure you, while I struggle with my temper, I'm not going to lose it for good like Slanik. I'm going to kill those bastards in a disciplined way, by highlighting their shit-ass ships on the sensor screen. That's what we're doing, bringing them down. Hell yeah. We're bringing them down the right way too, because we're better than M. I'd say us humans are soft, but that's not really true. It's more that once we open that can of worms doing evil shit, it doesn't get closed. So we don't cross those lines. If you ever feel any way about that, you can tell me. I might even fucking agree with you. That tear. Well, I do think that you're soft, but I can also see how you're better than those immoral colonizing pricks. I have no problem following human orders for that reason. Even if I don't understand, I trust you. My bluster is just a way of coping with everything they did, and you know that. I do, but I'd rather not assume and check than have anything happen to you. I'd be all shades of torn up if I lost you, Onso. You're my much smarter bro. The blonde human gave me a hearty slap on the back, and I tried to shake off the slight stinging sensation from that affectionately intentioned gesture. It was fresh in my mind how Slanik had declared that he had predator disease, and outright stated that he was aggressive and unstable. My short fuse was something I recognized as a problem, but I was nothing like that Venlil. It was good to know Tyler would check on me, and that I could talk to him about anything. When I confessed all of the buried baggage about my Hensa after Silas, prompted by the sight of Dino, my exchange partner had been sympathetic and supportive. Tyler may not seem like it from the outside, but he's such a soft guy. He's been helpful in letting me express and address my feelings for the first time since the Federation arrived. No predator or prey behavior shtick, just acceptance. I jogged down the sidewalk, not wanting to remain sidetracked. I just build rockets, Tyler. Anyone can do that. Don't rub it in now. Save that remark for Sovlin, Tyler pouted. Speaking of that racist old Gojid, you'll never believe this, but you know the Arksure I was guarding. Sovlin started lobbying for the UN to let Visith enlist like she wanted to. I'm not that gullible. It's true. Obviously, we can't have Visith on a ship with other herbivore crew, even if it wouldn't piss off the Dominion. Sovlin's on the train duty for the entire trip over, so be sure to rub it in his face. Aliens gotta learn to respect orders. You don't get a damn pass every other day. Don't go lumping me in with the witless feds. All aliens aren't like that. I've never disobeyed an order. Now, this is my one chance to show you around Rinsa, and I plan to regurgitate everything I know. Wouldn't have it any other way. The unlucky Terran was subjected to verbose speeches on every landmark. With him present, my sadness over the cultural losses was a blip on my mental radar. I pointed out Tail Twine Theater, which had a bustling ticket booth. Crowds had poured out in droves to see the classic play, which had been running for over a week now. The entire entertainment district could be refurbished off of the proceeds, with a fair being hosted next month. Yotul acrobats were returning, not having performed since the Federation swore off their stunts as senseless, primitive derangement. Tyler was also shown to an unassuming tower of dirt down the road, an auspice field. Yotl would toss a spare seed into the tilled soil, based on an old superstition that it would bring good harvests and fortune. The human didn't mock the practice as unscientific. Instead, he wagged a finger at it like he recognized it. Surprisingly, despite their scientific advancement, many Terrans believed in luck. I learned they had similar concepts, namely wishing wells and fountains that they threw coins into. I marveled yet again that a capable, advanced species of extraterrestrials could hold on to past practices. "We got stuff we think's bad luck," Tyler added. "Walking under ladders, breaking mirrors, opening umbrellas inside. Sometimes, it's as random as the number 13, or seeing a black cat. No rhyme or reason." "You guys got anything like that?" I noticed that I was passing the old, now shuttered, predator disease facility where that awful Farsal doctor had treated me. Though I knew this had once been a cutting-edge factory, I would rather talk about luck than this accursed building. It's bad luck to get rainwater in your ears. Something about stealing it from the plants? It's also bad luck to look at a sundial without light shining on it. So not at night or in a storm. Yeah, some people are superstitious enough to cover sundials up in the evening, or when they see clouds on the horizon. Just in case. Yeah, same. It's easy enough to not limbo my way under a ladder. I glanced back over my shoulder, in the other direction from Tail Twine Theatre. The research campus, where Sarah Rosario had invited me to join her Hensa preservation team, was that way. Tyler would be elated to meet a Hensa and learn about the project, but I didn't want to explain what I'd forsaken to re-up with his squad. The last thing I saw was for my friend to feel guilty over a choice I made of my own volition. That plaything also was the direction of my father's current worksite, where his crew were building a gun range, but I suspected he'd be ashamed for me to introduce him to a human there. You know where the Federation wouldn't want us to go? The harbor. Tyler used to go fishing with his father, and I used to sail. I know we both like water. I turned left, sipping toward the harbor. Here's where we end the tour, Tyler. If Mama's boat hadn't gone up in smoke, I'd take you for a ride. The blonde human stepped onto the dock, and I noticed that several of his kind were present in the marina. Few recreational boats were left, with the rows of moored vessels mostly bringing cargo from outside the islands. The Federation, contradictory to their goals of preventing deep-sea exploration, seemed to have gone after anything that looked primitive. I guess their priorities got tangled up. Tyler patrolled the length of the boardwalk, and given his enthrallment, I decided my commentary wasn't necessary. The Earthling wandered away from the boats, finding a small sandy strip to admire the vista. A relaxed smile spread across his face, and he removed his shoes and socks. He wiggled his toes in the dull green sand before wandering closer to the water. I tailed behind him, ignoring the irritating feel of grits in my fur. How could anyone see how drawn humans were to nature and think that it was derivative of some hunting instinct? No other species appreciated beauty quite as much as the predators. Tyler turned his head to look at me. This is wonderful. I'll tell you what, Onso. We make it back from Kolshian space, and I'll find someone to teach you how to surf. I need to see a Yotl hang 10. Something to look forward to on our return. You got a deal. The human flashed his teeth, mirth glowing in his blue eyes. With the hours ticking down before our time to ship out, we sat and enjoyed the sound of crashing waves against Liern's shoreline. Together, the two of us could find a way to pull through against any foe. The Nature of Predators, 146 Memory Transcription Subject, Angel Hunter Isif. Aksur Rebellion Command Gate A Standardized. Human Time, March 5, 2137. When Visith referred to Aksur today as no longer people, I decided the referred visitation was a lost cause. Secretary General Zhao's directive to liberate Milo would be my focus. We'd have to stumble into morality the old-fashioned way, through trial and error. The humans could guide us down the roads of sophistication and ethics, with the principled backbone that held Earth together in the wake of the raid. As much as I loved Felra, allowing her to dictate my beliefs and behaviors was neither fitting nor desirable. The first phase to bring down the Kolshian Empire was loosening their hold on the Dossa world, and thereby sending my friend home. I decided to leave Felra with a human garrison at their fledgling colony in Mazik space, called She Liberty's Bastion. It was unsafe for her to come with us to a vicious battle when there was a non-zero chance of us being killed in action. A fine Archer commander led by example, proving their mettle and relishing the opportunity for a contest of strength. Even if we had been relaying orders from far off, I thought it wise to keep my mind tactically sharp. I couldn't afford to worry about whether Felra wanted Alexei's beef jerky, while plasma beams were sizzling around us. The Terran guards would be more disciplined without the cute rodent around too. I had faith that they could conduct themselves well under peril. I observed the trusted Archer I'd called onto the bridge, filling in vital stations, and considered what this meant for my legitimacy. 40,000 ships. That's the number the humans gave me, for the original force that seized Milo. I gazed out the viewport at the fleet I commanded. The thick armor of Archer warships merited respect, alongside the punishing twin plasma guns that could skewer an opposing vessel. The rotund belly of our vessels broke up the otherwise angular build. Missiles were stuffed into the underside, as we shared the affinity for toting explosives with the Terrans. A traditional Federation ship would have cowered at the sight of our firepower, but the secret fleet of the Kolshians had an answer for all of our inventions. Standing aboard a craft of the aforementioned make, I felt woefully exposed. Coordinating disruptions against Dominion targets was one thing. They weren't expecting resistance, and they didn't have any tools at their disposal that we couldn't predict. Waging a battle against a superior enemy, with a ragtag armada at my disposal, was daunting. Proper warships didn't comprise the entirety of my force, as we had to rely on anything with a drive that fell into our jaws. The Terrans had parted with some smaller or obsolete craft they had no use for, which did little but pad our space-worthy ranks. Stolen Archer transports, retrofitted with guns, were lacking in maneuverability, firepower, and armor. The classic, intimidating warships were the few that captains had been bribed into stealing. The other ship classes were designed with the intent of bringing soldiers to the ground to take a planet, not for exchanging blows with an advanced fleet of drones. Zhao had promised to support us, so I was hoping humanity had sent something substantial to our aid. We needed any assistance we could get. Taking serious losses might as well be total defeat, with our limited numbers. The strategies I devised would also need to be good enough to outfox the Kolshians. Chief Hunter, there's an incoming transmission from the Yotul technocracy. Shall I read it? Alexei Bondarenko asked. I glanced up from my holodisplay. Please do. The humans have requested that we aid you in retaking Milo. We have been amassing an armada since the Battle of Earth, with aid from Terran engineers and feel that these vessels are ready for deployment. 2,000 newly minted ships will warp in just behind your position. We'll advance on your signal and see how our weaponry fares in action. So this is the first battle for these Yotul ships, crewed fully by Yotul, without human intercession, yes? This is how Zhao interpreted me asking for assistance. The tail end of the message says that more help is on the way, sir. A growl rumbled in Kaisel's throat at the sensor station. We all know how well the Prey wage war. Our number are barely above the 5-digit range. If the humans expect us to push forward, uncertain we can create a decisive edge, we must rethink our strategy. Yes, I appreciate your input, Kaisel. I trust you to preside honorably over your station. Humans, do you have any ideas of what this other help might look like? I cannot feel confident in an aiding force's abilities when it's all militaries of former Federation members. Lisa Reynolds glanced up from her briefing report. I've been in touch with my Yuan contacts. As I understand it, the Duerten homogeneity are not responding, even to sapient coalition parties that aren't us. It's possible that they're ignoring us, but given their involvement in the assassination plot, it's suspected that Kalqua is under siege. A show of force, a warning. Nikonus may have been in league with Gizmel, but his death changes little. I would not be surprised if the Duerten incurred the full wrath of the Federation. Even with their so-called shield, they stand little chance against the Shadow Fleet. I agree, and I don't know what they were thinking. All I know is they were livid about having their free thought brainwashed away humanity. Despite our differences, we would likely bail the Duerten out if they asked. With their hatred for us, they would sooner see their world burn than invite predators into their territory. Why do you side with, and help, the very races that despise you? Kaisal demanded. I agree with the runt. My nostrils flared as the Yotul's promised ships arrived on cue. Human empathy could be directed to undeserved places at times. If the Federation weren't a greater threat, and it were possible to secure Earth's obliteration, I hazard a guess that the Duerten would do so without question. Oleg shrugged. We need more ships fighting for us and less ships fighting against us. Simple, i.e., keep your friends close and your enemies closer. The Duerten have unusual motives, but humanity always holds out hope of a species warming to us. We didn't want to fight everyone like this, Lisa said. Look at all that's happened. The Dosser have been occupied for months, for the crime of befriending us. We have to break this stalemate here and now. No matter what, we have the human forces that are deadlocked here, in the system, holding the line as we speak. What we've got isn't even a third of the total size of their fleet, but it has to be enough to turn the tide. I suppose it does, Oleg. I sighed. Thank the Yotul for their aid, and patch them into our comms. We'll see very soon if they're at all competent. Yes, sir. The Yotul vessels were visible on the viewport, and had a different aesthetic from any craft I'd seen before. There was some mild displeasure on the rebellion's channels over integrating with herbivore forces. The technocracy's commanders seemed capable of mobilizing craft into formation, though it was their combat readiness we all doubted. If the supposed reinforcements turned tail and fled when the gunfire commenced, I'd have some scathing remarks for Zhao once this was over. It was my hope that the humans knew what they were doing. If the Terrans hadn't proved themselves to my men at Fall, I suspect I'd hear more objections. After that demolition, saving our hides, the UN could put a Siasara in charge of the Armada, and receive only grumbles from our people. Humanity has earned our trust. Oleg told me that humanity was involved in designing these vessels, which meant the Jotun warships could be more devious than they seemed at first glance. The strange shapes and features of the unknown classes suggested something was up with them. Conspiracy-loving Bondarenko adjusted his glasses, seeming to read a message on the comm station. Kaisal's posture stiffened by the sensors, and I parsed that our other assistants had arrived. My tail lashed with expectancy, waiting for one of those two to fill me in on the new development. 1,000 new contacts on screen, ID'd as human drones, Kaisal announced. Oleg scratched his chin scruff. Can confirm, I've received a communique with the info needed to relay commands to the drones. They're human, but we've entrusted them to your overarching directives. That's not as many as I'd hoped Earth would send, but I suppose you have little left to give, I mused. Very well. Place them on the front lines, and forward our planned course. The human drones deciphered the gist of my plan, and maneuvered their way to our leading edge. I could see that the Kolshian occupiers had detected our arrival, though they couldn't afford to break off from their current engagements. A lapse in the deadlock line would allow for the Terran drones in system, already pressing, to make headway. A worrisome issue crossed my mind as I watched opposing beams traverse wide swaths of space, with the only sizable manned contingents being from my rebellion and the Jotun, which foot soldiers would clear Milo of enemy troops. If we liberate the system, I hope the humans will supply ground forces. Actual landing will be perceived as a raid, and I wouldn't expect herbivore soldiers like the Jotun to be able to drive out any trained military. My focus was on executing the battle plan I devised, when my skeptical commanders relayed an openly disdainful explanation to the Jotun. The herbivores acted as if they understood. It had been conveyed in terms suited for a toddler, since that was about where the Federation's military competency stacked up. Despite the disadvantages we faced, I had to remember that this was for Fela. My best friend's people were subjugated, and while she never complained, I knew that had to weigh on her mind. The Akshar Rebellion commanders followed my orders without question, with the obsequiousness and reverence owed to a chief hunter. It was simpler to mingle with my people without Felra admiring my image, but the cruel acts I'd committed in the past hadn't escaped my underlings' memory. After witnessing my interactions, they'd seen defective behavior that didn't align with that history. I had to prove that I could be a respected commander without cruelty. It was not just about retaining their loyalty, but also being able to interact with other Arkshar as equals. Visith had reminded me that true shamefulness stemmed from not acting empathetic enough. We're keeping our strategies as simple as can be. Approach the skirmish line from a wide angle and split the Kolshians' attention, I ordered. With any luck, it'll disorder their formation and give the Terran forces already present a chance to break through for the kill. Kaisal was busy highlighting each Jotun ship on the sensors. If these prey-crewed vessels can't commit to a simple flanking pass, they're dead weight. I know. I'm not counting on the Jotun to do much more than draw fire off of us, which is fine by me. Onward, in strict formation, the fleet careened to the outskirts of the action, and coasted in for a bird's-eye view of the Kolshian forces. Thousands of automatons were warding off the primates, having kept the battle well outside Milo's sanctum. The hum of our engines in the floor was tame now, but we were ready to burn hard to swoop across our foe's exposed side. Our weapons station was locked and loaded as soon as we got within optical range of the enemy fleet. I strapped into the commander's chair, in case the inertial dampers were pushed too far during combat. The enemy drones definitely spotted us, because the nearest elements pivoted toward us to prepare for an onslaught. An AI's omnidirectional view trumped even the ranging periphery of herbivores. A few foes lunged forward toward the existing Terran line in an attempt to dissuade the friendly automatons from pushing ahead and capitalizing on our arrival. I was grateful that the vessels leading our own charge with a handful of reinforcement drones coughed up. I'd prefer they absorbed the worst of the hostile fire, rather than a ship with lives aboard. I didn't dislike the Yotol, and despite mistrusting their competency, that was a guilty by association view. I respect how they try to act brave. That's half of, actually, having bravado, yes? Of all the parties at the summit that heard my speech, only one ex-Fed was willing to work with me. With an enemy force engaged at a 90-degree angle to our approach vector, we pushed the thrusters to full burn. Numerous Kolshian craft had reoriented their weapons to face us, anticipating the greater threat of our flanking force raking their line. If the onboard programs were aware the lead commander was an Oxa, I suppose I'd been predictable. Our reputation indicated that I'd choose an aggressive course of action. Simple maneuvers amid a crowded battlefield were proven across eons, attempting to outwit a machine with faster decision-making power was an exercise in futility, unless you were a delusional Terran. Their spontaneity and wild ideas were nothing, if not unpredictable. It was both their genius and their derangement. Lisa's eyes were focused on our human allies. Sir, I recommend we keep our movement vectors clear of any friendly nanodrone swarms or shield breakers. With your permission, I'll keep combat stations apprised of such deployments and the affected radius. Good idea. 50 seconds to first volley. We are not to stumble into friendly munitions, but we will not shy away from engagement, yes? I hissed. Oleg cracked his knuckles. We're back where Lisa and I first met you, Chief Hunter. Those military black budgets had to turn up something useful, huh? Let's get it done. Subordinate Oxer on the bridge maintained submissive postures, though I could see a zeal for bringing down the Kolshians in many eyes. Nicholas had partnered with the oppressive Betterment Office to ensure that our kind would never seek peace. That was enough to spawn a growl from my own chest. With narrowed eyes and a surge of adrenaline, I soaked in every detail. The bulk of the Kolshian drones remained locked in their struggle with Terran opposites, and 13,000 rebel-controlled ships were barreling toward the enemy's poorly defended flank. Could Shadow Fleet drones withstand the initial onslaught long enough for manned Kolshian reinforcements to reach them from below? Any commander knew there was nothing easy about overcoming 5 digits worth of ships. The drones under my oversight led the way, weaving through enemy fire with mechanical precision. Our armada glided behind them as billowing explosions rocked the lines of both parties. My warship was insulated from the brunt of the fray, but we were vigilant for any munitions that slipped through the cracks. Salvos of missiles were being traded like claw swipes, deflected or landing based on the receiving party's situational awareness. Debris littered the system from the months-long battle, and we were only adding to it. Disabled ships drifted helplessly along vectors from when maneuvering power was lost. Navigations, I'm forwarding hazards I've located to avoid collisions, Kaisel barked. Lisa's head snapped toward me. I haven't seen any shield breakers coming from the UN line, but they're pushing forward to take advantage of distraction. Many Kolshians have shield outages, so I can assume that occurred well before our arrival. I drew a measured breath. Thank you. Adjust trajectory as needed, and await my orders to fire on any important foes. Our vessel wove around the wreckage of an eviscerated enemy craft, and our plasma guns sizzled in wait of Kaisel's next target offering. The rebel ships weren't as nimble as hostile drones, but our heavy hitters packed more firepower. Twin railguns from warships scorched the flesh of nearby foes, taking advantage of the shields that were downed in lieu of our arrival. The Terran armada was surging forward all along the defensive line, rallied by the obvious devastation we'd sown. A pair of Kolshian drones collided, overwhelmed by the combined crossfire, and we were gift-wrapped in easy shot against another short-circuiting defender. I ensured my outward stoic professionalism, despite my internal celebration, as our plasma tore a gash in an enemy's circuitry. The Arcture portion of the plan was going swimmingly, but I noticed worrying movements in the wains. Rather than playing a supporting role, the Yotul had separated from our ranks and was spreading out across the Kolshian lines. Why were they breaking formation? Those herbivores should have let the predator militaries handle this. We couldn't have the humans' long-awaited chance to break through ruined by bumbling incompetence. With the feeling that I was watching a disaster in motion, I diverted my focus to the technocracy ships going off on their own. The Kolshians were bound to teach the marsupials a lesson in humility. The nature of Predator's 147 memory transcription subject, Oin Chief Hunter Isif, Arksua Rebellion Command State, Wu Standardized Human Time, March 5, 2137. The Yotul warships had split from our formation and attracted the ire of formation. The Kolshian drones. It was impressive, in a way, that herbivores were able to organize proper movements, but this demonstrated reckless abandon. These craft were fresh from Leon's shipyards, and weren't automated like the enemy. No biologic could reach decisions as quickly as a computer. Terrans could circumvent this by stumping the onboard programs with new technologies and strategies. Yet it was absurd to anticipate exceptional advances from a vegetation-munching species who hadn't shown war mastery. The enemy drones swiveled their railguns with perfect precision, and plasma lances spooled out from the barrels as the Yotul drew close. The marsupials were unflinching. They seemed to be flying themselves directly into the weapon's path. Were these technocracy pilots suicidal, or did they assume out of inexperience that shields would prevent any damage from seeping through? My eyes zeroed in on one allied vessel, knowing I couldn't get my own people killed to bail out herbivores, dabbling in stupidity. An arc of brilliance was racing to greet the vessel, which was forging ahead with no thought to self-preservation. The Yotul vessel was strangely shaped, looking more like a cube than a sleek, aerodynamic contraption. The blocky form made it more of a target, rather than one that could twirl away or place lengthy guns along a slender back. With an inbound munition hell-bent on its demise, the technocracy ship bobbed as though riding a wave. The hull plating unclasped before my eyes, revealing a normal-looking craft below. The metal shell propelled itself into the plasma beam, immolated, while the ejected fuselage remained intact. The layer acts as a decoy against the targeting systems, while the key mechanisms can break from the hold, the way primitive rockets detach stages after their purpose is fulfilled. Were humans involved with building these Yotul ships? Heidi no, the leaner boat, released from within the shell, had its weapons ready, though it wasn't utilizing traditional plasma, kinetics, or explosives. The Yotul's chosen weaponry was almost like a cannon protruding from its belly, but there was no trace of any visible munitions being fired. The flash was only perceptible as ES something struck the Kolshian drones, scorching their hull from the close-range vantage point. It was an invisible force which seemed to leap across space in an instant, like it was traveling close to light speed in real space. Without shields, the enemy was unprotected from the heat generated on my readout from the unseen impact. The enemy drone I was focused on wasn't alone in having its plating liquefied and the sensitive circuitry within fried in seconds. There was nothing the Kolshians could do to fight back or defend themselves. They were blindsided by this vicious innovation. Though our foes' initial count had been 10,000 strong, they were dropping like flies. With my rebels and the Terran line hounding them, the automatons began hasty retreat. The disbelief over the Yochul's showing was palpable on my bridge, and Oxer voices on the comms channels, chastising the marsupials for venturing off, had died down. Kaiser looked astonished. How could Prey have come up with a new weapon? What are they even doing? I do not know, but I see that the humans have not led us astray with their chosen reinforcements, I remarked. Oleg, Lisa, can you offer any insight on this development? Oleg whipped around. With his signature, I knew it, grin on his face. Particle beam weapons. This is what the death ray that melted the Grand Gulf reactor was. I looked into the proof a ton. We've had them since 1989. Charge up in a particle accelerator, shoot quantum shit at near light speed, and voila. Oleg is off in crazy land again, but he's right about what it is, according to my contacts. Lisa sighed. The Yochul worked closely with the UN on their shipbuilding, and apparently were able to make a feasible ion cannon. Unlike lasers, a particle beam can't be reflected, and even with shields up, the charged particles disrupt the current. Kaiser relaxed his posture. I see. It is a human development that you gave the Prey, because you do foolish things like that. We worked hand in hand on this, just like... You know who we worked in tandem with? When we came up with shield disruptors. The Yochul. They've been excellent, not only to bounce ideas off of, but to expand on what we give them. Perhaps these herbivores are more capable than any of us assumed. Humanity always had an ability to see a species for what they really are. It is remarkable. This makes taking Milo much more feasible. Kyle, with less worry bogging down my heart over the Arxer lives that would be lost in the battle, I ordered our vessels to press the advantage. The Kolshians had given up fending off the Terrans they'd been stalemated with, and were getting overrun as they retreated. The Yochul took a few hits, despite their crafty countermeasures, but their particle beams also rendered missiles lobbed at them useless. More than once, I saw warheads erupt well before their intended target, picked off like Caesaris in a riverbank. The particle accelerators didn't seem to have the cooldown requirement that standard plasma weapons did either. The Kolshians fired off parting shots. As their numbers dwindled, few enemies had escaped the Yochul's invisible net, with their ships disabled within seconds. Our weapon station was scouring for stragglers, and I saw our gunners take some iffy shots in the hopes of scoring kills. The Arxer vessels had been outshone, though our sheer numbers helped to clean up any remaining foes. However, there was still a chance to test our prowess by Milo itself. I wouldn't expect the resounding success we'd had against the battle line, now that particle beams weren't a surprise. Still, with my 13,000 ships and the Terran's long-present drones, there was a good chance we could come out ahead. There's 40,000 ships total, I announced. So there's loads more waiting at Milo's heart, and foot soldiers occupying the land. Let's go hunt them down. Kaiser issued an awkward tail lash. What should we say to the Yochul, sir? I'll handle it. I switched on my microphone, tuning into the joint comms for a brief second. This is Chief Hunter Isif. I wanted to congratulate the Yochul technocracy on a well-fought battle, might I add. We are delighted that you are on our side." A few barks of laughter came in response. So much for being we primitives that are beneath the wider galaxy. The Yochul will never be mocked or taken for granted by anyone after today. We'll lead the way to Milo. You deserve to champion the hunt. I shall be quite pleased when the Dossa are fully liberated, and only then, but I wish to acknowledge your display of acumen. Good fortune. I switched off my transmitter and did a brief survey of my bridge team. There had been a handful of grumbles when I agreed to let the herbivores lead, but it was the Arxer way for the strongest to take charge. I disliked that the newcomers to the galaxy already had a leg up on my fleet. Though I didn't expect Shao to work so closely to provide us weapons, the waters were muddied in terms of any relations between humanity and us. We couldn't afford to be complacent anymore. A new goal of the rebellion needed to be what the Yochul and the Terrans had achieved, bringing together scientists that could innovate and grow our technology. We did it once, before science was a distorted field, and we were steered toward a forever war. Gisnell didn't want us to get stronger, but I wished to see us victorious. Technology could be a key field in helping us best the Dominion, if we can't get the Terrans' help soon enough. My ragtag band of rebel ships mobilized behind the Yochul craft. The detachable blocky layers the marsupials had sported were gone, but having lost only a few dozen ships, I trusted them to find new ways to stay effective. Kaisel was busy combing sensors, as Oleg turned the focus of the comms array to broadcasts from the planet. I squinted at the scruffy human, whose expression had shifted in an instant. Knowing we had time before reaching the system's heart, I wandered over to his station to peek at his viewing materials. "What is this issue, Oleg?" I asked. The human pursed his lips. "Sir, the Dossa are claiming they have control of their broadcast channels again." The Kolshians packed up shop and just left the occupation, with quite a few local prisoners in tow. Apparently, they targeted troublemakers. Lisa cleared her throat, while absent-mindedly fiddling with her brown locks. "I'm hearing the same thing. My Yuan contacts are telling me that the local government re-established contact, and that they're being apprised of Ambassador Alar's decision to join the Sapient Coalition." "I see. The Kolshians are fleeing, surrendering the planet, and acknowledging they lost." I hissed. "That is excellent news. Felra will be pleased. There's not much we can do about the Dossa prisoners, but there's no way the enemy can initiate a total evacuation and vacate the system before we get there. Perhaps the Yochul can disable and board the prisoner ships and— Sorry to interrupt, but that's the thing, sir." Kaisel smacked his tail on the floor. "I've adjusted the sensor settings and observed the breadth of the planet's spaceports on the viewport at maximum magnification. There's not a trace of any Kolshian ships left here, sir. I can detect some subspace trails, suggesting they left within the hour. Milo is free." I narrowed my eyes. That does not make sense. They started leaving days in advance of our arrival. The Kolshians would not have expected a thorough trouncing. It must have been some ulterior motive, yes? The fact that they continued to hold us at bay is telling, Lisa mused aloud. They didn't want us to know they were gone. We're only picking up communications now, so the drones were jamming various channels. Why keep up the illusion, unless you don't want humanity to know your 30,000 ships have relocated? Oleg's brown eyes widened with realization. Holy shit. They left because they were given orders to attack somewhere else. The question is, where have they gone? I haven't a clue, but I suggest we relay a warning to the United Nations. My head turned toward Oleg, and the human seemed to pick up on the message to open a channel. Your intelligence may have a better idea of this, yes? It is also your jurisdiction how to proceed. With Milo freed, Zhao will wish to hear of our success. Already on it, sir. Give me a moment. I did my best to avoid crowding the male human, though I was impatient for him to pass me along to the Secretary General. With this new information in mind, there were decisions to be made about what roles the rebel fleet should play. From what Kaisel imparted, we had just missed intercepting the Kolshians, since they had warped out mere hours before. We could follow the subspace trails and see where they led. The goal of this mission was already accomplished, with Feller's world liberated, but I was torn over whether to intervene. Zhao's words from our conversation about the war plans were still fresh on my mind. Should the tables turn at Milo, I imagine the Kolshians are biding their time to hit human territory. We know they want to cure us, so I'd find the use of biological weapons against a civilian populace likely, the Secretary General had said. The last thing that Earth wanted was a repeat of the months-long hostage situation in this system, but with human prisoners in tow. Regardless of what actions I would personally take, I needed to pass along a warning about Zhao's speculation, looking more like prophecy. Perhaps the death of Nicanus had accelerated the Kolshians' aggressive timeline, or perhaps his successor carried out what was already planned. Either way, Venlo Prime and Earth should be on their guard for any incursions. I donned a look of seriousness as Oleg beckoned me over to the screen. The Secretary General was staring back with interest in his brown eyes. Hello, Isif. I hear your mission at Milo has been a massive success. I've been in touch with the Zeruleans, and their doctors and aid workers are en route from Kolia, Zhao said. However, I'm hearing that the Kolshians left before your arrival. I chuckled. As usual, you know things before they have been relayed. General Jones' department, yes? In this instance, it was simple enough to piece together a timeline of events, with Milo able to reach out to us. We've been in communication with our people aboard your ship too. Yes, congratulations on your success. There are many bright-eyed humans toasting your accomplishments back here on Earth. The United Nations appreciates your help. We would have sent more to fight alongside you, but we're stretched thin. I know, Mr. Secretary General. I'm not sure I ever misjudged someone so thoroughly as I did the Yotul. You sent us worthy fighters. That was enough aid, and it pains me to profess, but it was the reason for our success. I wish to get in contact to apprise you of these developments, and also to warn you that the Kolshians may have left to attack another target. It should be seen to that Venlo Prime, Earth, and anywhere else that is strategically important to humans is vigilant. I swore a promise that not one more civilian would perish on Earth, not under my watch. 20% of the deaths during the attack were in my home nation. I lost family, like many other people, and for that, I will do anything to protect Earth. I have done everything I could think of to protect Sol, and there are no lines I wouldn't cross to keep us safe. Safe Skelga is also under our umbrella of protection. The Venlu are treasured by humanity. You need not worry. Good. I do not know whether I should pursue the Kolshians and offer aid. Zhao's eyes, which had darkened during his previous remarks, rolled back in thought. Isif, you've done as much as you promised to do. I won't ask any more of you. If you wish to help, we'd welcome your assistance, and your swift response time could make a difference. The Yotul have already agreed to chase the subspace trails and continue the battle wherever the Colchians have gone. What course of action do you wish to pursue? That depends on where they are attacking. Do you have any guesses? I have a sneaking suspicion, but I genuinely have no desire to manipulate you. Please, whatever my colleagues might do, know that I respect your goals and autonomy. You are blunt and forthright with your aims. I find that to be a respectable quality in most instances, except when your aims are perpendicular to my own. Fortunately, we find ourselves in agreement for our peaceful aspirations. Is that not correct? We both seek a long-lasting peace for all species. First off, I don't need this. It's based off my interpretation of the data. My best guess for where the Colchians are heading is Liberty's Bastion, since to the Federation, it symbolizes predator expansion outside our own space. The human's words caused my heart rate to spike, hearing that my Dossa friend was in the line of fire again. To be clear, I've asked for the Mazik patrollers to fortify our defenses, and we're moving colonists off-world. Now, before you worry about Felra, I got in touch with her hosts and evacuated them. You don't need to swoop in and rescue her. Why would you bring my friend to safety before tending to your people? Felra doesn't take a spot from a human. She's tiny. She can fit in a cup holder. You could have left the Dossa there and manipulated me into helping. It would benefit you strategically. I don't want to win that way, or to treat humanity's friends as tools. Like I told you on Earth, moral principles give you integrity, but you can't just hold on to them when it's easy or beneficial. I won't abuse emotions or use lives as bartering chips. Remarkable. Zhao could have all but ensured that I would show up at Liberty's Bastion, but he chose to get Felra to safety. The Dossa means a lot to me, so perhaps I do owe him a favor in return. I dipped my head in gratitude. Thank you. I'll have my fleet follow the subspace trails with haste. We'll chase the Colchians to Liberty's Bastion, or wherever they may be heading. Your aid is appreciated. I promise I'll remember this when it's time for us to bring our full might to your side. You may not be a member of the Sapient Coalition, Isif, but you're just as much of an ally. I desire for you to win. I desire for the Federation to lose even more. Where I'm from, we call that spite. We'll bring their leaders to their knees before the sun sets on this war. There's no stopping what's in motion now. I have faith in your abilities. I will be in touch if we have additional intel, or if we need to converse with forces at our destination. Take care, and fight well, Secretary General Zhao. Just Minsei is fine. We're friends. You called Elias by his first name, didn't you? Actually, I referred to Elias Meyer as the sum of his two full names. Human nomenclature is most confusing to the uninitiated. The Terran general chuckled. I see how it could be confusing. Regardless, I won't waste any more of your time. I know you've got to be present while you track those assholes down. Take care, and fight well yourself. The arboreal alien disconnected from the call, and I swept a gaze around the bridge. While I was certain the Arxer crew had overheard the bulk of our conversation, there didn't seem to be any objections over following the Colchians. We were fortunate to escape Milo with few casualties, largely thanks to the Yochul stepping up. However, we didn't want to be outshone by plant-eating marsupials who were willing to come to Earth's aid as often as needed. My goal was to make a positive impression on the United Nations, and I also could respect that they had taken the honorable road with Felra. Altruism was a novel concept, but it was worth it to attempt to reciprocate the kind gesture. The rebel fleet pressed closer to Milo's inner sanctum, and we locked onto the subspace trails left by the fleeing Kolshians. Wherever the Federation planned to strike, my forces would help prevent them from getting their tentacles on any other humans. If there was one thing the Terrans had in common with my entire race, it was that we both had no interest in being cured. The Nature of Predators, 148 Memory Transcription Subject. Onso, Yotol Technical Specialist, JT Standardized, Human Time, March 7, 2137. The auburn hair, cut just above her shoulders, was all I could see while staring hard at E7, intently at the back of Samantha's head. The Aussie young guard was brewing her daily cup of coffee, a routine I'd observed for multiple days. I had a perfect plan to spur her into action. When she turned around, my analysis of human behavior was conclusive on exactly what poked their buttons. The Terran turned around to find a Yotul hovering behind her, and I struck a pose as soon as her jade-green gaze narrowed. I tilted my head, ensuring that my eyes stretched as wide as possible. My ears slanted inward enough to touch, and my tail wagged in half-hearted motions. "The fuck are you doing?" Samantha hissed. "Not even your words? You want coffee? Brew your own." "You know how?" I emitted the whine of a wounded animal, and lowered my head in the saddest way possible. "I'm not doing it, you lazy fuck." The human waved a dismissive hand at me and crossed her arms. Tried to manipulate me with the puppy dog face. Unbelievable. "I'll tell you this once, you're playing a dangerous game, mate." I struggled to maintain my act. "Coffee? Please." "I have to strain on my hind legs because of your counter height. I'll get you a bloody step stool to stand on, but I'm not making it for you." "Who to this?" "Knock it off, 'cause you're not getting coffee out of it." "Hey, come on." A tall soldier with angular features pointed a hand at me. I vaguely remembered his name as Frank. "Give the space capybara some coffee." "You're making him sad." "Fuck no." "You're so keen on it, then you wait on him hand and foot." Sensing that I had a new mark, I wagged my tail happily and started bouncing up and down. Frank pressed a hand to his heart, cooing at me. A disgusted Samantha stomped off, carrying her own coffee to an empty table. There was a hint of a smirk on her lips, though she attempted to mask it. I flicked my pupils in the direction of the machine and returned to shameless begging. It was mind-boggling how easy it was to influence the so-called predators. Smug satisfaction filled my chest as the newcomer hopped to it. "Oh, you poor thing. That mean lady didn't want to share, but Uncle Frankie's got you." The aroma wafted into the air as it brewed, and I could already feel the pick-me-up working its way through my bloodstream. "Do you want sugar cupcake?" I imitated a human nod, in case he turned around. "Please." "Okay. What else do we got for the precious here? Non-dairy creamer." "Sure. Thanks." "Anytime." "Lordy, you're adorable as those Gojid kids." "It's not fair." My mask slipped for a half-second, wondering which Gojid kids Frank was talking about. Had he been on the ground during the cradle's fall? Regardless, I couldn't afford to get too chatty, given that I slated to help out with maintenance soon. I loved tinkering with machines, and there were always minor repairs and calibrations needed during transit. It was an extra duty I was happy to volunteer myself for. The computer had alerted us to a nanometers wide hull breach, right beneath the drive core. It could weaken the load-bearing structure if left unchecked, and unfortunately, that area of the ship was only accessible from the outside. By the time we stop outside Colchian borders and await orders, I need to be ready to venture out on a little spacewalk. It'll be wonderfully quiet. Frank poured the coffee into a disposable cup, stirred a packet of sugar into it, and then dispensed a helping of creamer to make it taste more like a treat. The Terran slipped the drink into a sleeve so I wouldn't burn my paw pads too. My begging act ended the second it was transferred into my grasp. I scurried off after a brief ear flick of acknowledgement. What else could I get humans to do with that routine? Outside of my areas of interest, there were quite a few tasks I'd be delighted to shirk. This was an eye-opening discovery that I needed to experiment with further. "Proud of yourself, you little rascal," Sam grumbled as I approached her table. Didn't even tell the guy thanks. I slurped down a mouthful of the coffee. An ear flick, this kanks. Uh-huh. I'll be telling Tyler about this juvenile stunt. It's not acceptable behavior. I think me taking advantage of humans being suckers is more acceptable than Sovlin inventing new forms of racism. The Terran snorted. Point taken, huh? I still think you're a jackass. No, I'm a yotel. Oh, fuck you. Fuck you too. Huh. I guess this is as good as alien interaction gets. A mutual volley of fuck yous. We created a nice bonding ritual here, but on a more serious note, I was surprised to see you return for this stint. Carlos seemed more attached to Sovlin than you, yet you're both along for the ride. I don't dislike Baldy, but I didn't tag along for him. Melbourne doesn't exist anymore. I have nothing to return to. I'm here, 'cause it's all I got. Hunting the Colchians down. Carlos is the one who probably came out of loyalty, maybe even brotherly love for Sovlin, and he's also the one you should have pulled your coffee begging act on. That might be a good idea, if Frank's not around. I got a feeling he won't mind helping out again. Samantha rolled her eyes, sipping at her coffee at a leisurely pace. Meanwhile, I began chugging my latte with gluttonous energy. Her binocular gaze shifted to the droplets dripping off my chin. The human shook her head in disappointment. I gulped down the last of my drink and slammed the empty cup down. The female primate wordlessly passed me a napkin, which I used to clean my snout. Peacekeeper Harris seemed to be biting back a comment on my table manners. I pitched my trash into a waste bin. Just out of curiosity, Sam, how close was my begging to working? That will never work on me, the human muttered. Why not? I thought I got the pitiful eyes down pat. You want to see it again? Fuck no. Scram, Onzo. You didn't feel us drop out of warp, huh? Go, be useful. I gave an innocent wave, and Samantha purposefully turned her body away from me. Chuckling to myself, I skipped from the rec room to the nearest airlock. It took some persistence to wriggle into the Yotul spacesuit, with multiple sapient coalition species among the ship's crew. The United Nations carried vac suits tailored to each race listed aboard, with at least a few spares in case of defects. I pulled up a small readout on my wrist, sensing it to my holopad. A beacon showed the exact location the computer had given for the breach, so that just left ejecting to the ship's exterior to complete the repairs. I ran through the required visual 360 to ensure that no other people were within the airlock, before sealing the compartment. Various tools were already affixed to my belt, but I did the diligence of triple tug checking the tether hooked onto it as well. Once all items were confirmed to be secure, I held my paw over the atmospheric hatch button. After the hatch cycled, I gave myself a slight push into the starry expanse. My suited form drifted over the body of the ship in the drive's direction. It was a short glide, and the handholds distributed along key paths could steer me if additional momentum was needed. I relished the feeling of weightlessness, surveying the serene panorama out of my periphery. My sense of utter insignificance blossomed, with only a few layers of fabric between me and the everlasting void. There was only the faint glimmer of distant starlight, rendering the metal of the ship's hull a shadowy slope. I'd chosen an airlock, a short distance away from the drive compartment on purpose. It was best not to waste thruster gas or oxygen, in case it was needed in a future emergency. Tapping the microphone button on my wrist readout, I transmitted a message back to the ship. "I'm 30 seconds out from the repair site. This will be patched in no time," I said. Samantha's voice filtered into my helmet. "Copy that, Onso. I'll stay on this frequency and be waiting outside the airlock, as requested. Just don't expect a picnic lunch when you return. Pretzel sticks and a jar of peanut butter will do." "Well, you got 2 perfectly good legs, and you fucking know where to find whatever food your conniving heart desires. Now get off this channel, less you got any official business." Right. Well, I officially want off. I tugged on my tether, slowing my glide and directing myself toward the source of the hull breach. It was nearly impossible to see with the naked eye, but the above-expected dip in ship oxygen levels substantiated the computer's findings. A moment's inspection identified the breach, which revealed itself as a subtle line of differently colored metal. I popped the can of sealant off my belt, causing it to float up slightly. It had its own tether attaching it to my suit. After filling the microscopic hole, I covered it with a colored patch that fused itself into the hull. The simple handiwork solved the problem without a hitch until we could seek a thorough repair. I tugged on my tether, propelling myself back toward the airlock. It was rare that spacewalks were necessary for repairs, since most areas were accessible from the interior. However, issues in general were becoming a common experience during our voyage. This warship had seen significant wear and tear, so even with Earth's desperation for artillery, I wondered if the United Nations would retire it soon. This hasn't come close to a worst-case scenario. When unrepairable damage was sustained during combat, sometimes entire compartments had to be sealed off. I was pleased that my initiative had saved us from taking such steps. My paw drifted to the microphone button on my wrist, tempted to jab Samantha with my status report. I shouldn't have said the word pretzels aloud. I was joking, but now I actually want them. They are good gaming food, if we'll stay put here long enough for a session with Tyler. My nostrils twitched with amusement. Hey, Sammy. Surprisingly, the human didn't cut me off to strike down that nickname. Onso, get back here, Inno. Can we see whether the repairs are done or not? Already moving. What's wrong? Energy signatures out of nowhere. Bastards must have predicted our course, and that we'd stop before the disruptor boys. I think they powered down their fucking ships and parked M outside their own territory. You know, to ambush us, 'cause there's hostiles practically right next to us. You don't want to be out there if we have to take evasive maneuvers or get hit. I got it, and I was already heading back. Double time it, you crazy fucking marsupial. I'll be right here. I powered up my jet thrusters, accelerating my movement toward the airlock. with visibility no longer being an issue for stealth reasons, given that the Kolshians were already upon us. Our warship powered on bright exterior lights to illuminate nearby hostiles. One beam struck the hull of a foe, which was gliding adjacent to us at minimum power emissions. They'd snuck into position without attracting attention. Rather than striking us down, they appeared to be preparing to insert a boarding party. Their craft latched onto our exterior before my watching eyes. I hated the Kolshians, but I couldn't deny it was a bold move to board a human ship. That would, at the least, catch the primates off their game. The United Nations had shown they could adapt under pressure, however. The Shadow Fleet's foot soldiers had yet to clash with Earthling forces. While the Terrans were skilled against other foes, it was unknown how they stacked up against trained Kolshians, or how well they could defend their warships from intruders. I needed to get inside, obtain a weapon, and ensure that I wasn't separated from the other troopers. I sucked in a sharp breath, seeing the airlock come into view. Sam, it's me. Open the door, now! I turned my shoulder inward and hurtled toward the still-shut inner door. I braced myself to slam into it at high velocity, though I knew obtaining injuries in a clunky spacesuit wasn't ideal. Mercifully, my tail latched onto a behold, halting my momentum. I could see the whites of Sam's eyes through the window slit to the control room. As the outer airlock clicked shut on her command, artificial gravity returned to the room. I rolled onto the floor for a rough landing, feeling the definite stings of new bruises taking root. Adrenaline helped me bounce to my feet without slowing, and I rushed to shed the suit. Samantha unsealed the inner compartment and shoved a sidearm into my grasp. Take it. We need to work our way back to a choke point, or if all else fails, hole up in the bridge with the officers and a security detail. Let's go, Ansovinov. I'm going as fast as I can, I panted, spilling out of the suit like potatoes tumbling from a sack. What if we get cut off from the core of the ship? Then we're on our own. Every soldier had orders to fall back. Hell, the fucking ship might be put on lockdown, and we'd be stuck. Why did you wait for me? You should have saved yourself. I don't usually leave my squad mates behind. Not if I like M, anyway. It is what it is. We move out and we deal with it. Samantha didn't wait for further questions, jogging down the hallway to the rec room. I recalled exactly where the Kolshian soldiers' insertion point had been, since I'd sized them up while returning toward the airlock. I knew enemies would be found in the direction we were heading now. It might serve us to reverse course, but given our orders, it could leave us stranded from our comrades. The key points for the United Nations to hold were the bridge controls and the armory. Everything else could be sealed off to avoid any funny business. The warp drive, as was obvious during my spacewalk, was inaccessible from the inside. Sparks were visible further down the corridor, the telltale sign of the Kolshians scorching an incision into the hull. Samantha crouched behind a table for a moment, weighing her options. The human and I were up against an entire boarding party, and I knew that ended with both our brains splattered on the wall. There wasn't time to book it past the entry point before they made it inside. The UN soldier also opted to fight another day, slinking back in the direction we'd come. I had no idea how we could hope to make it out in one piece, other than attempting to dodge Kolshian sweeps. How good at stealth and hiding are humans? I've read a bit about guerrilla warfare, but I don't think hit-and-run tactics work in close-quarters combat. Jaime and I ducked around a corner past the airlock compartment, and the clang of the wall coming down echoed behind us. From the footsteps I heard clashing with the floor, there must have been dozens of Kolshians. It was unthinkable to peek back and find out for certain. I warred with my nerves as it sank in that we were cornered and hopelessly outgunned. It had always been my impression that Tyler and I would have each other's backs, but now I just hoped my buddy was safer than I was. It was a fair assumption he was holed up in the bridge with the other officers. I needed to survive on my own, if nothing else, as a fuck you to everyone who called the Jotun primitives. That was the Kolshians' rhetoric, and I wasn't going to let them put me down like the animal they thought I was. A sharp-witted human like Samantha might scrounge up some options for us. I shuddered to think what would happen to her if the boarding party was able to capture a predator alive. Milo's cured earthlings were experimented on and had their central nervous systems drugged to senselessness just like me. I wouldn't wish that existence on my worst enemy. My grip became more secure on the firearm, and resolution took over my mind. If there was no escape for me, I planned to go down fighting instead of submitting to a fate of that sort. With any luck, the Terrans would figure out a way to clear the intruders from our warship before it came to such a drastic ultimatum. The push toward Alpha certainly hadn't started off as humanity intended. The nature of Predators 149 Memory Transcription Subject Unknownso Jotun Technical Specialist HEA Standardized Human Time. March 7 to 37, Samantha Harris had the bright idea to try to set up as many traps as possible. Also suggested silencing our electronic devices. The last thing we needed was to receive a communique from our officers that tipped the Kolshians off to our position. Humans might be excellent marksmen, but they weren't able to take on a solo mission against 15 enemies, regardless of what their video games might suggest. That was a power fantasy if I'd ever seen one, rather than a plausible demonstration of their actual abilities. As for myself, the hasty Jotun training that I had received had been enough for me to hit a target downrange with a firearm. It had served well on Silis, but that had been a different scenario from close-quarters combat. Do you think the others are safe on the bridge? I messaged Sam over our text comlink. The human's green eyes turned toward me for a moment before she typed a response. Sovlin's racism is so thick that it'll keep the squids out. I shoved my paw into my mouth, muffling my laughter. It had once been offensive how derogatory that Gojid was toward Jotun, humans, and many other species, but I'd realized by now that bigotry was embedded into his every waking thought. Not that I'd wish for Sovlin to be in grave peril, isolated from the rest of the crew, but I almost wished the heroic captain was at my side. He was a renowned strategist, capable of routing the Archer with a Federation crew, and his bullheadedness rendered him defiant in combat. Short of Tyler having to watch my back, I would have felt more serenity with someone I'd been in ground action with before. Sam was a competent soldier, but I couldn't predict her moves or her strengths. Likewise, she has no idea about how I react during bullets flying scenarios. It was noble of her not to leave me behind, but I'm sure she has mixed feelings about only having a herbivore at her side. I'll have to prove that I'm not deadweight all over again. I'm thinking about what my best contributions would be. I tapped into the ship's security feed so we could keep tabs on our enemy's movements. The Kolshians had split into two teams, with the smaller contingent sweeping the corridors away from the bridge. The hostiles were wearing envirosuits, so venting the atmosphere was rendered ineffective. Sealed bulkheads had come down outside the central areas, which would take significant time to cut down. Those were designed to contain fires or to keep out intruders. In our central hub, I could see the bridge personnel by the officers toting high-powered rifles, as well as Tyler, Carlos, and Sovlin in deep conversation by the sensor station. I hoped they weren't plotting anything too nonsensical, but that wasn't my concern right now. Machines and technology were my specialization, so it occurred to me that I could tap into the automated weaponry built into the vessel. I didn't want to step on toes if our commanding officers were planning to commandeer the fortifications to their directives, but I knew I could allocate those resources to my advantage. Assuming I received permission, the guided turrets and wall-mounted defenses could be turned against any encroaching enemies. Samantha was waving at me to hurry, so I fired off a typo-ridden message to the comm station as I ran. The Terran shoved me through an open maintenance access panel, then began spilling liquid across the floor. Peacekeeper Harris had snatched a massive jug of water, meant for the cough pot, back at the kitchen, and was now using it to coat the floor in life-giving fluids. Was her idea of a trap to make the ground slippery? As amusing as it would be to see the Kolshans losing their footing, that was a minor annoyance at best. I could see the telltale wicked smirk on her face, however, and decided to trust her machinations. If anyone could make the basic elements of carbon-based life deadly. Permission granted, Onso. And good luck. The comm station had transmitted in response to my request. Utilize the resources near your location for any tactical advantage. Neutralizes as many enemies as you can. The defense we're mounting will focus on the area around the bridge. The United Nations cannot afford to lose control of a nuclear-armed warship. This would be an excellent way to make it look like humanity was attacking innocent worlds, or that they were behind any other manner of atrocities, I realized. Is that why the Kolshians are boarding us? Relchi, they could try to fly in to Lirn or Skalga under the UN banner. This ship had to go down before we allowed those monsters to have our resources at their disposal. Even if they didn't have anything so devious in mind, capturing a Terran craft for study would give them an edge at reverse engineering our latest advancements. It could also tip off some features of the Yochul vessels that we just raised from our shipyards. Suddenly, this mission had become less about forging ahead toward Alpha, and more about keeping our toys out of Kolshian possession. As much as I loathed those bastards, I couldn't deny this ambush was a clever way to turn the tables. Damn it, we need more, Samantha growled to herself, nigh inaudible as the water ran dry. If you've got admin access to the right functions, Onso, trip the fire suppression system. I swiped at my holopad, abandoning the camera view for a moment. Done. You know I love the ocean, but creating one inside the ship seems ill-advised. So dramatic. Acting like it's some torrential downpour that'll flood the whole craft. Well, drowning's pretty much the only lethal use for water. If that's not it, then fill me in on your plan. Or what? You'll give me puppy dog eyes? Maybe. It could be my new resting face. You have fun with that. You'll never crack me. Now cut the chatter. The human ducked into the maintenance shaft and resealed the panel. Deciding to humor her request, I turned the fire sprinklers to full blast. Samantha had already climbed atop a pipe, gesturing for me to join her. She whispered something about keeping my limbs out of the water. I was growing more skeptical about her plan by the minute, so I decided to work on my own options in case this didn't pan out. The primate fetched the emergency supplies from a box on the wall, pulling out a defibrillator and bottles of water. She uncorked a liquid and spilled it onto the floor, mixing with the small pool seeping beneath the panel. Can't fathom what she's doing, so it's time to look for other avenues. There's no turrets by our current position, and there's Kolshians heading our way. Kiani likely would have swept any ducks or hiding spots regardless, but the water on the floor could tip them off to our presence at once. I balanced myself carefully on the pipe, where it was proving difficult not to crowd Samantha in the tight space. Her verdant eyes were glowing with delight, as well as a sense of pride. She peered over my shoulder at the camera feeds, tracking a group of about a dozen boarders as they drew closer. They had finished sweeping the airlock compartment and were moving further down the hall toward us. "All right. Here goes nothing." Samantha dropped the electrode pads into the water and waited for an opportunity to pounce. I finally got an inkling of what she was trying to do, but there was no time to strike down this folly. Time to ride the lightning, fuckers. As confused Kolshians waded through the wet floor, the UN soldier triggered the shock button on the AED. Nothing happened. The life-saving device searched for a heartbeat signal and found none, preventing any shock from being rendered. Samantha scrunched her nose in confusion. I suspected the human anticipated more devastating consequences from the electric current. Amid a slew of muttered curses from Sam, the invading troops continued their search in progress, entirely unaware of the attempt. With the primates' plans yielding underwhelming results, I racked my brain for an alternative. A single holopad swipe led me back to the fire suppression system, where I workshopped the beginning of an idea. Firefighting foam was still available for deployment, according to the computer. My best idea for a defensive measure was to deploy the goo in full force in this hallway sector. The substance was a novelty compared to Federation ships, which only had overhead sprinklers and manual extinguishers if further flame retardants were needed. I recalled how ill-equipped Yoto were to ward off blazes when I was a child. Most roofs in Rinsa were thatched by a staple grain, eared, or by wetland grasses. Reeds, as humans referred to them, those drying materials were quite flammable, which led to an infamous fire caused by Rauchi's priests on Lyran's largest continent of Thaisun. The temples in Thaisun were massive and superfluous. It was fitting that the twin villages of Kalstor and Pyora were both caught up in a purification rite gone wrong, at the sacred ground that serviced both settlements. Our only technique to stop a blaze, prior to first contact, was using water pails kept on customary fire brigade hooks by our homes. Needless to say, that Ralkian ritual claimed dozens of lives and tenfold more buildings. It was only stopped via hasty demolition surrounding the inferno to starve it of fuel. The tragedy had been a humbling reminder of fire's raw power. If the humans devised something that could bury nature's exothermic killer, combustion that could claim entire neighborhoods, hoped it was good enough to encumber the Kolshians. With a few succinct swipes, firefighting foam was bucketed atop our tentacled foes, like shaving cream falling from the sky. Genuinely, it looked reminiscent of the goop I'd seen Tyler lather his face with before running sharp blades atop of it. Humans were strange in more ways than one, but chopping off their own hair down to the root was special. Most species preferred not to grow their fur in clumpy patches. If I shaved off the fluff on my snout, I'd look like I went sniffing around in a wood chipper. Minus the smattering of green blood that would entail, of course. My whiskers twitched with amusement, holding on to that mental image of my reflection. Sam bared her teeth with hostility. "What's so funny?" Something told me it would be suicidal to answer honestly. I switched over to the camera view on my holopad to show her my handiwork, rather than passing along my views on human grooming. Copious amounts of foam were clumped atop Kolshian soldiers, dripping down their envirosuits. The bubbly spray encroached on the viewing strips for their bulbous eyes, blinding them. Multiple enemies were pawing at their faces, struggling to wipe it away as more kept coming. I silently slid the maintenance panel open and pressed myself flat on my stomach. This was as good of an opportunity as we'd get, this far away from the automated defenses. The primate also pressed herself prone on the ground, assessing her own target with her depth-perceiving eyes. My immediate assessment of distances was nowhere near a human's level, but it was good enough to get the job done. Focusing one eye down the sights of my pistol, I fired a shot into an enemy's center of mass. Samantha's synchronized bullet burst through another Kolshian's stomach like a xenomorph, a creature Tyler had giddily taught me about, spraying chunks of organs and violet blood onto a nearby compatriot. My breathing was purposeful and concentrated as I calculated my every move. Don't let them catch their bearings. The enemy are caked in foam, unable to move fluidly or see where the shots are coming from. If they were our other Federation soldiers, they would have already panicked. I wheeled my gun toward another target and fired an instinctual shot with steady pause. My aim wasn't perfect, but it was enough to rend the tip of its tentacle clean off. The Kolshian's gun clattered to the ground without 2 arms to grip it. Trusting that the maimed enemy couldn't fire back in the next few seconds, I searched for my next mark. Samantha was popping off shots one after the other. I tried not to register the last enemy she had hit, who was missing a clean chunk from the side of his skull. Swallowing the nausea that rose in my throat, I staved off jitters enough to shoot yet another foe near their heart. Our enemies couldn't return accurate fire without a visual. With our unconventional tactics, the Kolshians were falling into disarray. None of their training prepared them for a Yotul twisting a human fire suppression system for nefarious purposes. The few hostiles that were left standing turned their guns in the direction of the gunfire, but the blind shots went at what would have been chest height, slamming into the wall above the access panel. A paw full of enemies, in their blind attempt to return fire, fumbled off shots that hit friendlies between them and us. I dished off several shots in quick succession, and with my newest expansion of their dead and wounded, the dazed boarders chose to stumble backward down the corridor. Samantha poked her slender arm out from our crawl space, lobbing bullets after the hastily retreating foam-drenched foes. The human chuckled to herself. You're one deranged, coffee-loving Yotel. I like you. I'm not deranged. My plan worked, while I think yours was made up by Tyler. Water is a poor conductor of electricity, so at low voltages, that was never going to be fatal. I rambled happily, swishing my tail. To shock someone to death, you need the contact area to be a large portion of the body's total surface area. Ooh, and electricity entering through mucous membranes would also increase sensitivity. Have you been watching people get electrocuted and taking notes? No, I just think electrical currents are interesting. I understand more than most people think I do. I'm going to repeat this for the furthest planters in the fields. I'm a rocket scientist. The primate ducked out of the maintenance shaft, wrinkling her nose at the corpses. I'd treat you with the appropriate respect for that role if I hadn't seen you beg for food items multiple times today. Hey, you'd do it too if you could get away with it. I've seen you point at a remote on the other side of the couch and say that it's too far away. That's conserving energy, or just being comfy. That sounds an awful lot like lazy to me. You know I'm right, because you've looked into your heart and seen it to be true. Now that we've settled that important matter, what's our next move with the eye placement police? Ah, fuck. I guess that nickname fits the squids, as clowns can't even figure out directional eyes don't mean jack shit. Next, we find a proper place to hole up. Something tells me those Kolshians won't be back, and I say we've done our part. It's time to let our friends take care of the rest. I'd say it is. If the two of us could take on a squad with our wits alone, our friends can handle themselves. You know, I could be sitting at home, napping next to a Hinsa, or attending a stage play right now. Lion's being built back to something amazing. The Yochul do have less of a stick up your ass than other aliens. Learn's great, by the sole factor of not having the fetties around anymore. And also, we all want to go home, free of this god-forsaken war, so let's not fuck this up in the final lap. I have faith that we'll drive these borders out. We made fools of them, and we have to keep making fools of them all the way to Alpha. My claws tightened around my gun, recalling my own outrage toward the Federation. I'm just happy we've survived this bout up to now, with those numerical odds back there. After today, there's a few less of those bastards out there to owe us that debt. Eventually, we're going to make every Kolshian that partook in, or helped with this shit, pay for their crimes against sapiens. But here, and now, I just want them to fuck off our shit. Damn straight, Onzo. This is our ship. Nobody takes what belongs to humanity, and lives to tell about it. From now on, that shit's going to be true about the Yochul too. Nobody fucks with either of our species. Thank you for sticking with me out here, Sam. The human grinned. It's been a pleasure, Brainiac. Having thwarted the Kolshians' attempts to flush us out in the ship's furthest reaches, I could only hope that personnel holed up in the bridge had found a crafty way to defend their position. There were dozens of boarders intruding on our warship, and we couldn't relax our guard until every last one of them was taken out. Like Samantha and I found mutual agreement over, humanity had no intention of letting the enemy succeed with this takeover. The push to Alpha might be slowed, but it wasn't going to be halted on our watch. The Nature of Predators, 150 Memory Transcription Subject, I.K. Captain Sovlin, United Nations Fleet Command, 8 Standardized Human Time. March 7, 2137. I was proud to serve among a multi-species crew, back in my days presiding over my own starship. The Federation had been the emblem of unity, the glue holding the galaxy together from collapse at the Arxer's claws. I didn't spend much time thinking about my own kind until Visith and Hunter both prodded me for stories on the vidlinks today. With the lockdown on the ship, I probably shouldn't be dwelling on days long gone and a now obliterated planet. The truth was, I hadn't felt much like a Gojid since long before what happened to my family. I'd become detached from my culture through exposure to other species. That was ironic from someone who'd been at the right paw of the Prime Minister, wasn't it? Writing it all off as depraved was easier, without the requisite to pass it along to my daughter. I'd been telling Visith and Hunter about a Gojid holiday called Kilrin, where the children would receive gifts left and buried by the spirit of youth. A supposed aspect of the protector that was really parents, preserving that feeling of mysticism for the kids. I'd taken painstaking hours to draw a map to a gift Hania wanted, a claw flute. I recounted digging on my paws and knees in the middle of the night, with my burrowing claws churning up red clay outside our settlement of Lirin Orchard. Hunter sarcastically asked if every town was named after orchards, before Visith lashed him on the ear with her tail. The town nomenclature was just as generic and uninspired as everything else Gojids named, though I didn't think a species with such a poor aptitude for naming stellar observatories had any right to judge. Very large telescope. Granted, humans at least Yaharim telescopes, which was more than Onso could say, but they could use a little humility. Regardless, I found my mind lingering on a culture I'd lost all interest in, the ancient Arxa, of all creatures, called Kilran, a delightful tradition. What madness was the galaxy coming to? How could I ever get past the lies and deceit to determine if there was any beauty in our culture? Tyler jostled me, forcibly snapping me out of my stupor. You, Sovlin. We're under attack, and we need to be alert once they get to the bridge. Quit sucking your thumb. He doesn't have thumbs, Carlos chimed in, a second before I could snap the same line, but he's happy to suck on his claws. Think we should get him a pacifier? I do. Every time he says primitive, stick a pacifier in it. Yeah. If you give me orders, I'll get it done, sir. I attempted to shake off the emotions stirred by my abruptly ended video call. A not insignificant part of me would have preferred to be with Hunter on Earth, acting as the father figure I missed being so much. I owed a debt of service to the Terrans, and I couldn't let myself forget that I hadn't earned sitting in a swaying chair on the porch. Where's the atavist? Tyler scrunched his nose, rubbing the region of his translator implant. Atavist? I must have plucked that from someone else's feed, 'cause I don't know that word. Don't tell me, Carlos. I'm consulting the good old search engine. The male guard raised his tattooed arms innocently. I believe you can figure this out on your own. You're a big boy, sir. Very big, I agreed. Big enough to smack some sense into both your heads, mocking a superior officer. Officer Cardona checked that the Kolshians hadn't reached the bulkhead yet, then squinted at his holopad screen. His blue eyes widened with indignation, and he jabbed an accusatory finger at me. A creature that has traits of a more primitive type of that organism. Did you seriously find a new word for primitive? I'm a learned man, Tyler. You might not know this about me, but I used to read Gojid philosophy. Now answer the question. Where's the atavista? Use his fucking name. I don't know where he is, and it's a little worrying, but Anso must have reported to a closer choke point. Could use him on the sensor station. That kickhouse Yotel's a damn fine wizard with tech stuff, according to everyone here but you. Not an atavist. Pretentious a word for a pretentious Gojid. How's that for a big word? It's a lot of syllables for you, Carlos chimed in. You've been spending too much time around Sam. You got no chill now. I just try and talk like a normal human being. Nobody sane uses words like that in conversation. I'll give you two some orders, point your guns at the door in perfect silence, and think how lucky you are that your commanding officer is so forgiving. Humans are strange. It seems like they're the most chatty and raucous in the moments right before danger. Whatever you say, sir. I turned my expression serious and tried to focus, despite wishing I could return to my off-duty call with Hunter and visit. My hatred for the Kolshians was a solid distraction after seeing how they tormented so many species and held an entire planet hostage back at Koa. Do we have a plan to deal with them? The sandy-haired predator shrugged. Shoot them all. That's a good plan. I was hoping you'd say that too, sir. They're fish in a barrel, Carlos offered, with a metaphor that had darkly predatory implications. The male guard had always been sympathetic to me, so it was easy to forget how connected to hunting culture even a human like him was. I doubt they've seen combat action before, and if they have been on some Black Ops mission, it wasn't against a real enemy. They made sure they neutered every other race in the galaxy. That ain't helping them here. We're not just gonna roll over like a dead cockroach. Side, home field advantages with us. We chop M all down, and we go look for Anso soon as the coast is clear, Tyler said. I turned my attention to the camera feeds manned by Terran comms technicians, who were relaying live information on the enemy's location. The Kolshians had broken up into 2 teams, with the largest on a direct course to the bridge. Strange events were befalling the smaller group on a different display, who were bogged down in cartloads of foam. Some stealthy operatives must have gone off to spring this trap and gun down the enemies who moved toward the rear of our vessel. Humanity wouldn't want any area to go uncontested, even if it wasn't of strategic importance. Deep in their fighting spirit, it was still their territory. The comm station was tracking the party en route to our location and hounding them with devious machinations built into our walls. Turrets blazed as the Kolshians snaked around one corner, pumping a few soldiers full of holes before they could blink. The team ducked back to what they thought was safety, to have an automated gun roar to life from behind. It would be hilarious if they were picked off before they got here, even if Tyler had gotten me riled up to take them out. The enemy group found cover in a small storage closet, however, and set off EMP charges to prevent the massacre from worsening. Several bodies were sprawled on the floor, but the heartless bastards made no efforts to revive any comrades that couldn't move on their own. Key, remember how I used to say the Arxa have no regard for life? That's true, at least with the monstrosities that they are today, but these Kolshians don't have a nurturing brain cell in their skulls either. As my mind brought up my recollection of Kilrin again, I wondered if I could be helping my daughter bury presents for her own children, had it not been for the Kolshians and the Farsal. All of the pain in the galaxy traced back to those meddling bastards, and the Aether natives were here to perpetrate a further legacy of death and destruction. If they'd sabotaged a ship, killing my protégé racer to make it look like humanity attacked their friends, how many prey lives would they sacrifice to point the claw at Earth? We were going to take this mission all the way to their homeworld, free Slanik, and return to a safer galaxy so I could help Hunter adjust to this century like I promised. I'd have no qualms killing as many of these emotionless monsters as possible. The way I thought about predators before discovering humanity, I could see all those traits within the Kolshians, clear as day. There was no mercy or negotiating with them. They imposed their way and killed anyone they didn't have a viable use for. Maybe they disguised their brutality a bit more than the Dominion, but the manicured worlds they created were cattle pens just the same. Our lives, our suffering, and the blood we'd given to their cause meant nothing to them. My features hardened into a scowl as my eager claw moved over the trigger. This wasn't only to help Marcel and redeem myself, it was personal. Hostiles moving across the walkway to the bridge, a comms technician barked. They've got a blowtorch to cut through the bulkhead. My spines bristled from forceful rage, rather than fear. Let them come. The walls will be painted violet by the time we're through with them. I've said it once, and I'll say it again. We don't go down without a fight, Carlos agreed. Not to a merciless enemy. These guys make a spectacle of basic sapient rights. I finally get it. Predators aren't monsters by default, and Gojits weren't either. We were just people. Tyler gritted his teeth. So were we. They can't fucking treat us that way, so I'll be damned if they get their filthy tentacles on this beautiful ship. Paint it purple, you racist old Gojid. As the bulkhead's edges were melted to slag, the team of Kolshians kicked it over without hesitation. The humans had entrenched themselves behind cover, and found opportune angles to pick off anyone who attempted to make headway. An orchestra of bullets played across the bridge as half of us saturated the single path into the command center with gunfire. The enemy rolled a grenade at us, but an audacious Terran rushed forward. He scooped it, and, utilizing his exemplary arm torsion tailored for stoning prey, he returned the explosive to its sender. I watched the cartridge fly through the air at the panicked Kolshians, who were perhaps amazed by the perfect precision of the impromptu throw. While our enemies dove away from the returned explosive, it detonated in mid-air, impaling them with shrapnel. It was difficult to tell if the device was a copycat tool of Terran throwable weapons, or if it was another killing device that the conspiracy had concealed from other species. Simmering with wrathfulness, I trained my barrel right at where one enemy's heart allegedly was. The trigger was pulled within a second, and my aim was dialed in enough to strike true. Reset and finish them off, Sovlin. There can't have been more than 4 dozen with this posse, and that was before the turrets in our defensive setup here struck them down. The dazed Kolshians found their composure, and one crept forward with a cannon-like object. The grenade launcher was a weapon I'd only seen used by Terrans and by the Archer before them. It shouldn't surprise me that the tentacled bastards would replicate the Dominion's butchery tools. The humans attempted to pick off the threatening enemy wielding the weapon, but it was too late to prevent the incoming munition. The boarder had propped the launcher onto his shoulder and hurled a shell in our direction as he fell. I tugged off an errant shot at our foes, before hunkering down at the sensors station. Tyler and Carlos shielded their heads, fully hitting the deck in a short time frame. We were fortunate the rocket wasn't bound for our station, but powerful explosives could still be devastating in close-quarters combat. Beyond the risk to life and limb, the projectile could tear apart crucial systems. I hope the Terrans had redundancies built into any key functions. As the shell cleared the doorway and connected with a barricade, a human security detail, just shy of the navigation station, erupted in flames. The sprinkler system was triggered, forcing the small pockets of flame to fizzle out. My ears rang from the shockwave, my fur was soggy from overhead water, and my stomach lurched as I saw mutilated, screaming predators still moving. "You okay?" Tyler screamed, knowing I could hardly hear. All I could manage was imitating a human nod. "Keep it together. Yeah. Shoot them!" Carlos shook his head with vigor. "Fucking hell. Any closer, I think they'd have ruptured our eardrums. They're not pulling any punches. Neither are we. I want to see a co. They should have never stepped into the ring. Put them on their ugly asses." "What the fuck is a co-whale?" "It doesn't matter, I guess. I have to do my part, so we lose as few innocent lives as possible. The Terrans deserve better than to lose any more good people to this needless war." Bullets peppered the approaching Kolshians as retaliation for the explosion in our midst. The enemy popped off quite the kinetics volley of their own too. I could feel one whisk by my ear and see a handful of bullet holes marring the station. Shattering glass echoed behind me as a hello display was taken out by the flurry of metal. I righted my rifle, not allowing myself to contemplate how close I was to metal slugs that could end my life. While I'd attempted to cease my self-hatred, I wasn't afraid to pay the ultimate penance on humanity's behalf. That still wouldn't cover the sum of what I owed their species. My claw hooked around the trigger with practiced certainty, hitting an enemy with a gut shot, downing. A single enemy could mean the difference between Tyler or Carlos catching a bullet. I watched the blonde human taking his own measured shots, his binocular eyes hungry for a target. Carlos Bear Tattoo was facing me as he inched forward for a better angle. In the chaos, it was tough to tell if he was responsible for any of the blood-spurting Kolshians. I popped off several shots in quick intervals, hoping to hit enemies with haste. The bridge was in disarray, with carnage in the fray's wake. Predator barks sounded through the air, calling to wounded comrades, alongside pained emissions from the enemy side. Whoever can mop up the other side, the quickest will be victorious. Right now that looks like us, but we can't get lackadaisical. Tiny, the humans closest to the ravaged entrance, had taken the most hits. Captain Monahan was behind a tactical map display, with a sidearm drawn, a stern look on her face. She'd been consulting with tacticians and the comms station. Since the firefight began, they were prepared to mount a final stand if our defenses failed. However, I could see various angles from our cameras the Terran staff were monitoring, which showed that few Kolshians had gone unscathed. Forward progress had proved tantamount to suicide, plunging headlong into our unyielding bullets. The walkway was being painted violet, with listless corpses splayed out in heaps. The dead were becoming an obstacle to our enemy's motion into the bridge too, so they were forced to hang back and trade blows from afar. Humanity had the edge with depth perception, and also had fortifications to offer some refuge from the chaos. I was glad to be crouched on the far side of the sensor station's table. At least there was something between me and any munitions flying through the air. My own shots toward the discombobulated borders were staccato pops, sent as soon as I could switch between marks. The screeches and yelps were becoming much stronger on the hostiles' end than ours. With Kolshian ranks getting decimated, self-preservation was kicking in for the sparse survivors. The bullets shredding our walls had ceased, but the predators didn't slow down because of a lull in enemy fire. If anything, our barrage became more energetic, determined to drive these raiders out of our ship. The humans were a merciful species, but this was the shadowy tentacle of a government that had spit in the face of their good intentions. There would be no restraint in finishing the job and seeking retribution for their malevolence. Listen up. Not a one of them escapes or becomes a stowaway on this ship, Captain Monahan decreed. It's not enough that their insertion failed. We defend every piece of UN territory like it's Earth. Zero tolerance for attacks. Move, comm station. Keep us posted on enemy movements and escape attempts. The humans remaining intact on the bridge slunk off in search of fleeing combatants, while medics hurried toward our wounded to patch them up. Our warship had taken an internal beating from various explosions and projectiles, but it was still in our possession and would be free of intruders soon. Tyler ventured off to the comm station on a detour, asking for information on Onso's whereabouts. A strange look flashed on the blonde officer's face before he hurriedly led us down the gore-riddled walkway. I consulted my own holopad and found the Yotul closer to the maintenance airlock with Samantha. Was that atavistic marsupial the one responsible for the fire foam massacre at the rear of the ship? That makes no sense, but I guess that just checks the standard box for life among Terrans. Nothing is as it should be when I'm with these predators. At the end of the day, I was glad that our posse had come through the mission's first engagement without casualties. I'd grown to care for the alien soldiers I worked with, and I wanted to see Alphas fall alongside each of them. With the Kolshians' bold-faced attempt to swing the war in their favor turning out as a miserable failure, I hoped it was a sign of what was to come. The nature of Predator's 151 memory. Transcription subject, Governor Tarva of the Venlil Republic. Date is standardized human time, March 7, 2137, With election day drawing closer, the final debate could be crucial to winning over undecided voters. The polls were neck and neck. Veln was savvy with the mass appeal items on his docket, and I trusted that he would maintain his suave demeanor on stage before a live audience. While, at least before the arrival of humanity, I'd been regarded as personable, this venue would be playing into my opponent's forte. It was one thing to deliver organized speeches that Chelm curated, but no matter how much I rehearsed for expected questions, off-the-cuff replies, and the head-to-head format of a debate weren't my strengths. So much was at stake for the fate of Skalga, so I needed to put on the best performance of my life. Venlil debates were usually simple affairs, with a few minutes devoted to back and forths on each policy issue. However, with the human and Federation issues at the crux of the debate, Veln and I struck a mutual accord to devote the entire first half of the schedule to those topics. The other issues could be condensed, as this point was the true schism of this election. I knew how contentious our membership in the Sapient Coalition and our close ties with Earth were. For would-be voters, everything else was unimportant compared to the millions of predators living among us. For the primates who'd been granted citizenship, attempts to have courts block their voting privileges had mixed success from one jurisdiction to another. In this cycle, I couldn't rely on the Terran vote saving me. I steadied my paws on the podium and gazed out at the assembled crowd. Most non-pundit attendees were Venlo, though I could see a masked Noah sitting all the way at the back for moral support. The human noticed me looking at him and raised a single thumb in a gesture I assumed was encouraging. I gave the slightest tail swish back, wishing I understood all of the Terrans' nonverbal cues. Their communication was so unique compared to other species, but they were expressive and animated if one knew what to look for. This debate is nothing compared to Noah's speech on Alpha. I have no right to be this nerve-wracked when he was so brave with rifles trained on his face, trapped on a hostile world. If I can't sell Skalga on my love for humanity, I don't deserve to win. Veln, as the challenger, mounted the stage second, relishing the crowd's cheers beneath a facade of modesting, dismissive tail waves. His slate-gray fur was perfectly smoothed out on his chest, while his tail had been puffed out for a regal appearance. His ears wiggled with enthusiasm as he offered the audience a sweeping tail swish. My opponent wandered away from the podium, leaning down toward the first row to wave to a particularly enthusiastic supporter. When I took the stage, my reception had been more mixed and tepid. My supporters were more the stay-the-course types than the game-changers. Those who were against me despised me, and hatred was something Veln could weaponize into passion for himself. "Hello," Veln said into the microphone, clearly studying me with a direct, side-on gaze. I kept my impassive composure and swiveled an ear toward my rival with politeness. It's an honor to have this opportunity to discuss my ideas in a comparative format with Governor Tarva. I do hope that we'll have an excellent, enlightening discourse. I flicked my ear in acknowledgement. Likewise, I look forward to engaging with the pressing issues of our time. I believe that the candidate with the best ideas will rise in this format, and I'm grateful that so many of the voters are listening to what we each have to say tonight. Major decisions for the future of our society are at pole. The Venlo moderator, a journalist named Jonik, straightened his note cards. Now that the candidates are both here, let's launch into the issue on everyone's minds, humanity. Tarva, as the defending governor, you open this segment. 30 seconds for your reply. Why do you believe that your friendly policies toward Earth are ideal for Venlo society? That's an important question, Jonik, I said, adding in a practice pause. We've seen the worst of what is out in the stars. The Oxa, the Federation, who've hidden their atrocities for centuries. Humanity came seeking genuine friendship and have defended us on multiple occasions, at the cost of many of their own. We would never have known what was done to us, never have woken up to our own manipulation without the so-called predators. Now more than ever, us Venl need true allies and comrades, because how can we afford to be alone with so many threats out there? The crowd seemed pleased with my reply, issuing a few whistles of agreement. Noah mashed his meaty hands together and gave the thumbs-up gesture again. I tried not to focus on the human for too long, not wanting to be caught staring at him on live television. With the first question done, I could feel myself begin to lighten up on the anxiety. Veln waited for the audience's response to cool off before leaning toward the microphone. Moderator Jonik gave him the ear flick to go ahead with his 30-second rebuttal. Veln pointedly trained both his pupils on me. That's a wonderful set of lines, Governor, but it's not indicative of reality. If we need to entangle our society with humanity and their values to attain their friendship, then they are just as bad as the Federation. We have known them for the sum of a few months, so I would not bet the direction of the Venlo people on such a small sample size and such limited knowledge. Terrans are not one entity with us, and we are not responsible for saving them. Under my leadership, we would seek more separation from the Earthlings, for the sake of our autonomy. If I might add one more thing that doesn't add up. If you recognize the threat of the Federation, why have you placed us into a new one with many of their former members? We don't need to be beholden to anyone who wishes to determine our future and our choices for us. My slogan is very simple: no more federations. I waited for his round of cheers to die down, signing argue in tail language to tell Jonik I wished for a counter-rebuttal. Let me impart some thoughts of my own on reality. The reality is, right now, we can't defend ourselves from the Federation on our own. I lost my daughter to a raid as the Arkser bombed schools, targeted children. I saw how furious that made the Terrans, so I know enough about them, even in this short time, to know that they'll stand fast beside us. Veln, how do you expect the Venlo to stand a fighting chance, alone? You think the Federation will just let us leave, or do you imagine they'll seize on our vulnerability to snuff us out and send a message to humanity? They'll do anything to get back anyone who helps the Yipai predators, or is important to them. We have no choice but to stick together. That's what the herd is for. Veln's ears straightened, sensing his chance to reply. Since you asked, I don't think that asking others to solve our problems is the answer. Humans have a fundamentally different culture to us. I'm not proposing to fully go it alone. I'm proposing to be more responsible with the alliances and commitments we get ourselves into. Who out there helps carry the burden of predator refugees, or has had their child exposed to the sight of carcass food? We shouldn't accept this on Venlo Prime. A strategic alliance is fine, because Terrans are excellent at fighting, but we don't need to be joined at the hip, something I imagine you and Ambassador Noah know about. What is that supposed to mean? Campaigning by starting unfounded rumors? It's unbecoming of someone who wants to lead an entire planet. I don't mean to insinuate anything, but you two spend a lot of time together outside typical work hours. I've seen him at the governor's mansion in a month more than any other species ambassador visits in a year. Extraordinary circumstances, I know, but I think your judgment might be clouded. It's a conflict of interests if you're elevating human interests so highly compared to Venlo priorities. Should I elaborate more? I want to make sure nothing is misconstrued, of course. I care deeply for Ambassador Noah, but I'm shocked that you would weaponize my empathy for how much he's endured as the face of humanity into a negative attribute. We've been through many stressful situations together, from nearly getting shot down en route to Alpha, to our efforts to stop the genocide of Earth, to working hand in paw with the cattle rescues that my government and his bargain for the release of, and now to our collaboration for the summit. It's brought us both into a special and cherished bond, and I won't let you shame me for it. Veln lashed his tail with smug satisfaction. I'm only suggesting the people have a right to know about any special bonds. You make decisions for all of us. The citizenry should be certain who you'd protect, if it came to us or them, and that certainty should be beyond a shadow of a doubt. I know I'd fight for our own. Regardless, I don't want to stall on this topic, moderator, so shall we move on? It was all I could do to conceal how much I was fuming on the inside. It was a clever way to lob a personal attack at me, and one that was difficult to defend. I was well aware that the strongest criticisms against me were that humanity was pulling the strings on my agenda. Ever since I shut down the predator disease facilities on Terran urgings, my dissidents claimed that I wouldn't stand up to them. While I had a refutation prepared for that specific line, going after my ties to Noah wasn't an attack I wanted Veln to expand upon. Defending myself against a valid accusation left me with few options. I'm not ashamed of how close I am with Noah, but what would happen if that got into the media? Glim, for one, was outright told we're together. I'm lucky he's working with me as a campaign advisor, where he could give Veln a juicy scoop. That rescue has been dispirited since fainting before Isaf at the summit. Yonik read the second question on his card. Veln. You've learned about the gene editing the Farsal forced on our ancestors, yet you've been outspoken against Tarva's proposals for a voluntary instinct suppression program, and for returning Venlil Prime's name to Skalga through a referendum. Why are you against these options for returning our planet to its natural state? First off, the governor and I agree on reversing the gene edits. It'll be a priori in either agenda, so let's set that part aside, Veln began. Now, I find that Tarva rushes into drastic changes with haste. Slanek was the first subject of a program like what she proposes, and he became a violent assassin. We don't understand the consequences of the psychological changes we're making to ourselves, so we should take the time to do so, especially before we raise the government spending even further. The programs formed since first contact have tanked our economy and have been a massive drain on our system and resources. I love the idea of saving the cattle rescues, but the fiscal mismanagement, we don't have infinite money. It comes from somewhere, just like the instinct program would. Now, I know I'm over my time, so let me be quick on why I don't want Skalga. I don't like the name World of Death. We can do better. As laughs rippled through the crowd, I donned the look of a mother who wasn't amused by a child's shenanigans. I sure hope you don't make all your decisions based on whether you personally like or dislike something, though. The choice of whether the citizens liking name Skalga should be left up to the people themselves, not just forbidden by your decree. As our moderator pointed out, the Instincts program is also voluntary. Slanek was an incident caused by military training and prolonged exposure to the horrors of war. I want my people to not live in artificial fear. It won't cost the average citizen a credit because it's taken from bloated exterminator budgets and the power bills of electroshock machines. That is wasteful spending which could go to improving and saving lives. Before you cut me off, Veln, since you can't conform to the time constraints, allow me to tack on a little extra too. The loyal members of the Exterminators Guild want accountability for their actions. They want a better understanding of predator attacks and real predator disease to limit violence on the streets. They want people who abuse their title ousted so that they can maintain a true force that protects people. If there's science that can keep them well informed on animal threats and ways for them to be safer and not damage property on missions, you're well over your allotted time, Tava. Jonik interjected. Exterminators want those improvements because they want to make their planet proud, I spewed hastily. Veln pinned his ears back with disbelief. The guild devoted to fighting predators doesn't support you, Tarva. Let's not waste time pretending they do. You've shoved humans down their throats while allowing them to be mocked, and by your own admission, you slashed their budgets. The money they need to defend us and themselves. Those are heroes, and I'm not ashamed to say it. But you wouldn't say those words, because behind your pandering, you question everything they do. Humans matter more to you than exterminators ever have. You basically said so in your own words. The guild's budget is not wasteful spending, because their job is about improving and saving lives. I won't let them apologize for burning creatures that'd threaten and eat our children. Furthermore, I'll give them every credit they ask for, and I'll talk about raising their salaries for the thankless work they do. Save your cheers, I'm not done. It's funny how you condemn predator disease treatments and leave us impotent to defend against predator attacks. We learned that predator disease was more prevalent than ever, with those twisted Venlil who live among us and conceal conniving, predatory minds. We knew they were dangerous, but we didn't know they struck so often. How can you see that evidence and close the facilities? Do you? Jonik cleared his throat. Then, you're also past your time. Don't worry. The questions to Tava, my opponent countered. Do you really think that talking about your feelings can make these monsters' herd safe? If the treatments made Venlil safe before, why were there so many attacks? I shot back. The methods we have now are clearly, by the evidence, unreliable for detecting threats. Look at the distress for family members, who've had a harmless loved one hauled away and tortured for being different, when the real murderers roamed free. Why would we ever want that to continue? Because our search isn't thorough enough. I don't buy into your argument of humans being predators so they can identify predator behavior. In the next breath, you tell us they're friendly and innocent, not at all like predators are. The reality is, and I don't say this out of dislike for Terrans, but asking predators to identify dangerous predatory behavior is like asking us to qualify what's extreme prey behavior. Their boundaries are much looser than ours. Our boundaries of acceptable behavior are engineered by the Federation. That's the difference. Humans are civilized people who haven't been told how to think. They have a better idea than we do of what's actually predator behavior, and what was just an instrument of Kolshian farsal control. Every part of our society was engineered so that the conspirators could keep us subservient and mock us. Veln, I don't want to listen to a single word those cripplers said, especially when innocent lives are involved. This planet deserves a leader who doesn't buy into those centuries-old lies. Judging by the crowd's enthusiastic cheers, I come out ahead in that exchange. Resenting the Federation's lies was a convincing reason to overhaul every tenet of the system. It was clear after what we learned the Farsal did to our ancestors that nothing they forced on us had good intentions. Predator disease was their creation to stop us from resisting, and I was certain enough of the populace could see that. My opponent likely agreed with my logic. Deep down, though he had to be contrarian to demonstrate his opposition to radical change. Veln seemed to be weighing whether to concede that argument and move on to a different topic. However, it was a moot point, as Jonik jumped in. That was certainly a spirited exchange, but that is all the time we have available for human and Federation-focused topics, the moderator said. We'll take a short break and move on to the other issues on your ticket, including infrastructure, schools, and tax policies. Stay tuned. I relaxed as the camera switched off and studied my opponent out of my periphery. In this crucial debate, it was a good sign that Veln wasn't walking all over me. I was pleased with how I'd stood up for my actions and beliefs. My gaze turned outward, past the various Venlil spectators who chatted among themselves. The human ambassador lifted his mask for a brief second. When my eyes reached him, his pearly teeth flashed all the way from the back of the auditorium. Noah quietly clapped, ducking his head as a commendation. His approval filled me with confidence. If the silver-tongued predator believed in what I was saying, my words must be enough to resonate with others. The question now was whether this final appeal to the Venlil citizenry would carry me to re-election. The Nature of Predators, 152. Ainaris. Receive Anta Isif, Arkshaw Rebellion, Command, Date E Standardized Human Time, March 9th, 2000. Reason had abandoned their already secured position at Milo. After a few days of pursuit, it became clear that our enemies weren't bound for the Jebutis Bastion colony. Secretary-General Zhao had evacuated the human colonists there out of an overabundance of caution, but curing predator expansionists was no longer the priority of the government caste. This route was steering us through the territory of the youngest chief hunter, Ilis, who was keen on proving himself to betterment. It wasn't only Federation onslaughts we had to watch for. I kept my bridge on alert, in case we were plunged into real space, while clearing the parsecs between us and our foes. There were no human strongholds in Ilis's territory. To my knowledge, the lone sapient coalition member in his reach were the Nevox, and with their manufacturing abilities, they kept enough of a fleet for themselves to thwart simple raids. Most powers within this sector were either on the side of the Duerten Shield, since Kalqua and its neighbors were centered there, or Federation loyalists such as the Malti and the Dreschen. Keeping track of every herbivorous race was a real headache, though my talks with Felra had been useful in picking up Federation customs. If I wanted peace between us and the Leaf Lickers, it was my role as a leader to learn about them all. I'm done with this Oxeran CSR game, I messaged Felra on SwiftPair, as we'd returned to doing throughout this tracking expedition. You're trying to force me to be curious by offering zero details about what you've been up to and talking about anything else. So fine, you win. Can you not see that? What was it like on Liberty's Bastion? Kinda rodent began typing back at once. You have to show that you care, Siffy. Admit it, I'm way more helpful and special than Vizith. Now that we don't see each other daily, you have to work for my friendship. Hi, why should I bother with such a colossal effort? You irritating, no good doser. You love me, but you're too moody to admit it. You like that I think you're harmless and sweet. Want a video call? I will not let you make a fool of me while I'm a bridge. If my men think I'm soft, they will not respect me. It does not matter if you believe you are helping. It is detrimental to my authority when you demand that I pet you, like one of those human idiots. Answer my question about the colony, or I will rescind my interest. You're such a goofy gray siffy. Once you admit you're interested, you can't take it back. I'll answer, because I'm feeling generous. It's the humans' furthest colony away from Sol, and the habitation modules are cramped and practical. Most of the settlers came because the UN offered free housing to the first people to sign up. The Mazics have some weird hero worship thing going on, and they have a joint military base with the UN for patrols and such. It's quiet and unglamorous. The Terrans I lived with called it life on the new frontier. I don't know what that means. I'm sure the Terrans would tell you if you asked, no? I've never met a human that was not elated to divulge their thoughts at an unnecessary length. Humans are as friendly as can be. I can't believe I thought they were scary back at work. I kinda miss inspecting starships. And I wonder if the Terrans could find me a job. If they let us go back to the colony, I might stay there. After visiting my family on Milo, of course. I really appreciate how you came back to save my people. That proves that you care, no matter what you say. I huffed in irritation. Why would you not wish to return to your planet, now that it is free of Kolshians? Your life was disrupted, and this must have brought some degree of emotional difficulty. Well, I don't want to go home. It's more exciting out here. How could I go from bossing predators around to filing safety complaints with bureaucrats? Seriously, I'm way too curious about predator stuff to bury that side of me ever again. Milo couldn't handle me. I snorted. I believe. I cannot handle you. Now, our present course is leading us directly into Duertan homogeneity space, toward their homeworld, no less. We know how hostile they are to the rebellion after they walked out of a summit on my account, yes? Decisions must be made about how to proceed. I have to go. Siffy. Don't die. My annoyance was heightened by that flippant dismissal, so I decided not to bother with a farewell response. Placing the holopad into a drawer, where it would be out of my sight, I snapped my attention to the bridge activities. Kaisel had just returned to his post, taking over the sensors console from Oleksii, who'd been filling in while the runt slept. All personnel were ordered to combat stations when we saw that our trajectory was bound straight for Kalqua. In my eyes, we had to follow the Kolshians to their destination, even if it took us through Duertan space. However, taking roundabout pathing might be ideal. We could pick up the trail on the other side of their system. Kalqua was under siege for their part in Nichonis's assassination, last I heard, so the Duertan might not have resources to divert to us. Lisa told me they were not responding to any communications. The signs pointed toward the Kolshian forces from Milo, heading to Kalqua, except for the fact that the initial strike force had been enough to thrash the Duertan and silence their people. Still, it was within the realm of possibility that the Federation sent every ship available to annihilate the homogeneity with absolute certainty. Secretary General Zhao postulated, back on Earth, that the Shadow Government was plotting to strike human territory. Perhaps the Avians' scheme on Alpha, making the Kolshian Commonwealth out to be fools, had shifted the priorities around. Where the conspiracy wanted to cure humanity, the goal seemed to be eradicating the Duertan. The rebel fleet emerged into real space on my command, and the technocracy ships followed suit a second later. I elected to touch base with the Yochel on this decision through our shared comms link. We're approaching Duertan space. I'll have my sensor station catch their bearings and see if we're close enough to detect where these subspace trails wind up. We ran continuous scans to trace the end destination. While in warp, the marsupial's response was a casual indicator that their sensor capability while in FDL transit had surpassed our own. It does appear to be Kalqua. UN and technocracy generals are currently conferencing to determine our government's position. I see. What is your personal opinion? As the one spearheading this hunt, I would take your judgments into consideration on why we should or should not intervene. Well, I doubt the Duerten would lower themselves to ask a primitive to bail them out. Rauchi knows they'd never ask an Aksha to step in either, if they're too prideful to turn to the humans. There's no love lost between the sapient coalition and the Duerten. I did want to finish the muzzle kicking we gave the Kolshians at Milo, but fuck if I want to sacrifice any Yotl lives for a lot of ingrates. Point is, I think we should see how many enemy ships we'll be dealing with and run some risk-reward calculations. I will take that under advisement. After we have gone all this way to pursue the departees, I see no harm in gathering visual information from the system's outskirts. In the event we enter combat, it would be helpful to know how many foes we're up against. Then I'll seek clearance from the technocracy to scout the battleground. My 2 seeds, I doubt the Duerten will pay us any attention. They won't be able to. They got walloped by a couple drones when they tried to help at the start of the Battle of Melio. Humanity's not covering their asses this time. They're on their own. Most herbivores are not worthy fighters. I do not imagine the Duerten homogeneity would fare well against any Shadow Fleet attack, let alone an all-out assault. Keep us posted on your movements or any new information. We will do the same. Understood. It felt peculiar to defer strategic decision-making to the technocracy, but the Yotl had more than proven their competency. If human generals judged their officers as equals, then I trusted the United Nations and their close friends to reach an appropriate decision for our interests. Out of gratitude for Secretary General Zhao's attempts to protect Felera on my behalf, my offer to assist stood in spite of my disdain for the Duerten. The lack of activity meant I should occupy my mind on other matters, while awaiting a verdict. I rummaged through a few briefings on the Dominion's movements, knowing that we needed to return to wreaking havoc on their formations and locations after this clash. This plaything plants the idea to go after Chief Hunter Illis. The fires of youth mean we want to weaken him before he tries anything bold and reckless. Then again, while I'm sure the humans would call this Machiavellian, perhaps it's better to leave him active. This is a Federation and Shield sector, so we could afford for the Archer to keep raiding them. Train cattle wasn't going to make the most die-hard believers or fearful subsidiaries jump ship. I could rifle through intelligence on the Malti and the Dresden when I had more time. From the little I knew, the Monotreme Malti were willing to go along with anything the Kolshians said in exchange for favorable treatment. The Dresden, meanwhile, were cave-dwelling mammals, and coincidentally, the only non-avian sapiens that could fly. From what little I knew, they had an entire faith that viewed the Federation's founders as divine avatars, due to a few ancient cave paintings they'd found. If the Dominion took those 2 out, they would be saving the sapient coalition the trouble. Oleg tapped me on the shoulder. Sir, General Jones is on the line for you. Should I put her through? That's a name I have not heard in a while. The Secretary General is allowing her to meddle again, or is this some new attempt on her own to procure something from me? I sighed. I don't know. She's virtually attending that conference of UN and technocracy generals. I'd wager she's keeping you in the loop on whatever hush-hush intel is factoring into their decision. We should hear what she has to say, whether it's with the Siegen's blessing or not. Jones is the only one bringing us up to speed live. Knowledge is everything, and eavesdropping, Lisa chimed in. Yes, but I'm not doing anything extra that Jones asks of us. I have no patience for games. Put her through. Peacekeeper Bondarenko tapped the button and gestured to his workstation. I sidled up to the display with my most serious expression, indicating to the short-haired American general that I wouldn't tolerate double-edged aid. My prior cooperation with her had resulted in Zhao believing I was an enemy, and later, me being burned as a source to strong-arm me into launching a rebellion. I couldn't afford to push aside any contacts from Earth. The United Nations hadn't come to blows with the Dominion directly in months. But total war was on the horizon if they trounced the Federation. Still, I was leery of getting dragged into Jones' scheming. Chief Hunter, Jones greeted me. Taking an interest in UN colonies all of a sudden? I'll have you know humans aren't interested in jawing off about natural security issues after Earth. I narrowed my eyes. Flaunting how you listen in on my private conversations won't win my favor or my trust. I was asking after a friend. Please. I'm actively tapping Felra's comms, not yours, and it's for your protection. She's a major liability. If anything happened to her, I can't predict what you'd do. The last thing I'd want is the Dominion or the Federation snatching her for the sake of extorting you. What? Don't make me spell it out. Just know my people are watching out for you, covertly. I've always thought we can help each other, Yusuf. With how valuable of an asset you are, you can't blame me for not entrusting you to anyone else's oversight. I gave you much at great risk and got very little in return. I implore you to cease these games and turn over whatever information is at the root of this call. I was getting there. I've tinkered with our computerized recreations, and we fed known telemetry data, subspace activity, and acoustic readings into our programs. Take a look at the highlight reel. I'll narrate. The Terran General transferred a video file, which replicated an overview of Kalkwa's sphere. The overlay presented estimated ship counts, and I nearly choked as I saw the figure of enemy vessels swarming the Duerten homeworld. The count had crossed the six-figure tally in the first wave, dwarfing the number that had taken Milo. I wasn't sure how the Grey Avians had withstood an attack of that scale at all, even with 44 SHIELD allies' mediocre militaries coming to their aid. It also was concerning that the Shadow Fleet had this many craft to throw at an enemy that pissed them off, despite knowing an attack on Alpha could be coming. How many more ships were being held by the Kolshian homeworld? These colonizers have 6 figures worth of bona fide ships on reserve. I'm not sure how even humanity executes Phase 3 of their plans. Alpha should be able to rebuff anything that's thrown at them. General Jones raised a placating hand. Before you go looking all concerned, these aren't Shadow Fleet ships. Most aren't even Kolshian ships, and the ones that are, they're from the public military. Average herbivores by their definition. The Federation has over 200 allies, so ask everyone to kick in a few hundred craft, and this is what it gets you. This is some attempt to soften up Kalkwa with expendable resources, I suggested. I think so. Kalkwa got word of the attack in advance, thanks to an anonymous tip, and you know who let that intel fall into their laps. They would have been wiped out without the forewarning. The Duet and Shield's allies sent some assistance, though not every party was willing to get involved. They started off with roundabouts, 60,000 ships and planetary defenses on their side. That count is disproportionate, but not guaranteeing a Federation success. How much did the first wave whittle the Duerten fleet down? Well, see for yourself. I returned my attention to the recreation, noting how the first Federation ships flew headlong into a rock-solid formation of Duerten craft. Kalqua's moon harbored a planetary defense station with enormous power built into its cratered surface to fuel energy weapons. Punchy lasers carved through enemy vessels and pushed them away from orbital range. The defenders had other fortifications to their advantage. Jones' tip-off had allowed them to imitate a predatory tactic, sending a few ships to hide within a gas giant's gravity, to later encircle the Kolshian-led attackers. The Federation's lone advantage was the gigantic scale of their onslaught, which made the extermination fleet that leveled cities on Earth look like a small militia. The Duerten weren't as green at the spacefaring game as the primates who, at that point, had discovered alien life and FTL a single season ago. They also had more allies to call to their aid, while a few hundred Venlil and late arriving Zeruleans were all the Terrans had cobbled together. However, despite a strong start, and those factors offering a favorable prognosis, the Avians lacked humanity's coordination and tactical know-how. They executed a few basic plays before their ingenuity and organization faltered. The Federation fleet focused fire on the defense stations on Kalqua's moon, as well as a handful of satellite modules with defensive weapons strapped to them. Duerten shield vessels were out of their depth. Even while using the public fleet as cannon fodder, the Kolshians placed legitimate commanders in charge of this assault. The raiders had sacrificed a few thousand ships to take the defenses out of commission. The weakest flank encircling the Avians' homeworld became the new epicenter of the attack, now that the hostiles were free of any devastating lasers that would hound them. I could see, to my amazement, that the Federation vessels had missiles primed. How had the Kolshians gotten their allies on board with turning a prey species cradle to ash? The native homogeneity fleet were panicking, desperate to keep the raiders away from their precious homeworld. Taking a glance at General Jones' face as the simulation sped through these events, the rare sympathy in her eyes told me she understood that feeling all too well. I recalled how Terran crewed vessels had flung themselves at Kalsim's murderous minions, powerless to stop the bombs from hitting Earth. None of these races participated in that extermination fleet, but they can't claim to be any different. Hell, while the Duerten were far from my favorite species, and I had presided over bombing events like this one myself, it was saddening once I linked Kalqua and Earth in my mind. Federation ships plowed through the shield's weak links, pirouetting through a sea of plasma and missiles. Several invaders went up in smoke, but some slipped through toward the vulnerable planet. The missiles set sail in the simulation, while a wince took over Jones' features. Detonations rippled across the continents, targeted without mercy at population centers. The estimated civilian death tally climbed as the recreation progressed to the present time. Dozens of bombs had made it to the surface. That takes us to where we are now, with 30,000 Shadow Fleet ships arriving from Milo to clean up, General Jones concluded. The Duerten are down to their last legs, holding at about 10,000, though they felled most of the Federation invaders to the same tally. I wouldn't take their odds at 1-to-1 against the Kolshians' secret sauce. It's 3-to-1, and that's not counting the equal contingent of leftovers from the first wave. I lashed my tail with flustered emotions. We all have our own problems, General. The Duerten spit in our faces and called us monsters, us, at least with more cause than you. Is the sentiment in your general's meeting that you're expecting us to risk our lives for them? Nobody's going to make any decision for you, as if. It's up to you and the Yotl to commit, or not commit, resources. If we don't act, the Duertan race will be wiped out to functional extinction. That's a fact. I thought you should see everything with your own eyes. It's unlike you to not openly push a course of action on me. I will consider both the reality of the situation and what the Yotl plan to do. Tell me, is the technocracy likely to step in? Jones offered a cryptic grin. I could give you the likeliest answer, but where's the fun in that? With the urgency of the situation, discussions won't stretch on much longer. The Yotl will tell you themselves when they're ready. Before I could protest the Terran General's non-answer, she disconnected from the call. A few displeased hisses and growls rumbled in my throat, earning looks from the nearest bridge crew. My conscience was torn on what to do. What was best for the rebellion was to leave the predator-hating avians to suffer the consequences of their actions. Yet, despite how they'd smacked down every hand of friendship humanity offered, I didn't want to see them dead. From what Oleg and Lisa told me last time I broached the subject of the Duertan, neither did mankind. The Yotl's advancements were magnificent, but it was a tall order for 3,000 of them to tackle this alone. The decision to assist could be attributed to softness by my people, if it was made of my own accord. My gaze turned to Kaizal, the Arksher runt who was acting as my second-in-command. Consulting him would demonstrate consideration for the sentiments of my subordinates and lift the sole responsibility from my shoulders. This was the field test to gauge his empathy. Perhaps there was some lurking beneath his hatred and resentment toward prey. With a heavy heart, I walked over to leave the Duertan's fate in his jaws. The nature of predators. 153 Memory. Transcription. Subject: Einschuf Hunter Isif. Arksher Rebellion Command Date: Standardized Human Time, March 9, 2137. The Yotl's decision was relayed over our comms within minutes of my conversation with General Jones. The marsupial commander didn't sound entirely thrilled at the prospect of saving the Duertan, but humanity had been a major force in pushing for the preservation of the civilian masses on Kalkwa. Had the avians been willing to ask, I suspected the predators would have been there for the first wave. The United Nations, stretched across hundreds of light years in multiple engagements, could only warp in a few thousand drones to pad our ranks. They'd been amassing that contingent nearby in case the homogeneity reached out. My rebel fleet brought the most numbers to the table of our trifecta, but that was if Kaizal elected to send us to battle. The Arksher runt was deep in thought at his station. He's never been thrilled about anything that benefits prey. He despises every species in the Federation. The fact that he tolerated Felra, even at the behest of an Arksher superior, was a hefty concession. What is he considering? I lashed my tail with impatience. We need a decision, Kaizal. The United Nations and the Yotl technocracy are moving out. Time is of the essence. Chief Hunter, it is my conclusion that we should take action against these Kolshian warships. Before the crew voices remonstrations, I think we cannot afford to be seen as weak, Kaizal answered, in a voice that sounded more certain than his posture looked. We pursued the Shadow Fleet from Milo, and letting leaf flickers fight our battles gives us a shameful reputation. They've tried to attack us before it fall, so choosing this engagement now is optimal, while we have numbers and allies. You do not have a quarrel with aiding the Duertan, in spite of their insults and combat incompetency. The reasons that I was given when asking why humans aid those who despise them, we're pragmatic. Keeping the Duerten as an active power results in greater numbers to fight the Kolshians and should improve Terran odds of taking Afa. It is also beneficial if the Commonwealth must spend more resources attacking Kalkwa, rather than us or our limited number of allies. If Earth is under threat, that means they can't afford to spare ships upon our requests. Very well. I agree with your line of reasoning and concede that these aggravating prey have some strategic merit. It is in the interest of the rebellion to thwart the Kolshians' aims, even at the expense of our pride and dignity. Oleg, Lisa, communicate with the Yochel and the United Nations respectively. Tell them that we will join their efforts to assist the Duerten Shield's defense. Oleg ducked his head. Right away, sir. Is there anything else you'd like us to communicate? Not yet. I'll spend our short travel time crafting the appropriate use of our resources. We must minimize our losses for the sake of this movement's continuance. Do you not agree? We agree. If the United Nations has any insight on what role they think is suitable for us, I'll pass that along, Lisa said. I'll also keep an eye out, in case the Duerten hail us. Kaisal hissed in annoyance. I doubt they would communicate with any predator, let alone us. I will keep an eye out for the likeliest scenario, those ingrates taking aggressive action against us when we're here to help. If the Duerten attack us, that will bring a swift halt to any attempts to aid them, whether that is practical or not. The muscles in my jaw tightened, and my eyes narrowed. A single shot fired from the shield on the rebel fleet would result in us vacating the system and leaving Kalkwa to its fate. Our fleet will not bow to prey hatred like the Terrans do, yes? Arkshaw must keep some honor, if not pride. Calls of assent echoed throughout the bridge, and I turned my maw toward my readout to dismiss the conversation. The 2 UN soldiers informed our allies that the rebel fleet would join the operation to rescue the Duerten. I circled back to the simulation Jones had given me and compared it to the current, murky sensor data. The Arkshaw were viewed as a terrifying menace to the average herbivore. I recalled how Kalsum's ships had fallen into flighty chaos when we showed up and nipped at their heels. It might serve us to attempt to replicate that response by targeting the 10,000 remaining ships of ordinary feds from the first wave. Even with Kolshian oversight, Arkshaw warships arriving to slaughter them will bear psychological ramifications. All we need is for a few commanders to panic, and the entire formation could collapse. By comparing Jones's recreation to the current ship data, I pinpointed 2 locales where the first wave's remnants were centered. Just as the Kolshians had targeted the Duerten's weakest link, we should return the favor to achieve the maximum impact. The Yochel's particle beam innovation meant they were the best bet to occupy the Shadow Fleet drones, and the Terrans could take out enemy shielding at each key flank. The engine's hum resonated beneath my feet. As we coasted into Kalkwa's system, I was drafting a rough briefing of my plan. Ensuring that it was a satisfactory visual aid, I had my subordinates transmit it to both the Yochel and human vessels. I switched open the comms channel once the mission summary was received. Yochel Commander, as you are quite competent in tactics, I imagine you've reached similar conclusions to us. We'll take advantage of those CSR-brained instincts the Federation forced on their people, and handle what's left of the first wave, while you keep the real threat away from the planet. Well, looks like humanity is going to cover the Duerten's asses after all. Dumb fucks don't deserve it. Bright side of these orders is we're gonna put our hind legs below the Kolshians' tails. The technocracy will be delighted to send the Shadow Fleet back to the shadows. Blow for blow, one of ours has got 10 of, aim beat. I'll forward what we learned from our scouting forays, and then it's up to us both to pull our weights. I do not anticipate worthy fighters among the Federation's expendables. We'll be hunting lesser pilots. I imagine you are in the same position with those Kolshian drones, yes? Good fortune, and good hunting to the Yotul fleet. Likewise, Chief Hunter. Give Em a generous helping of Ralchi's fire for us. My Yotul counterpart switched off the transmission. I'd be thrilled to sink our charged weapons' teeth into hapless Federation vessels. The rebel fleet split into 2 movement vectors at my command in order to strike both of the manned contingents. Hundreds of species had brought forth offerings to the attack fleet, though the neighboring Malti and Dresden ships appeared to be dispensing most of the planet-bound bombs. My best guess was that the Kolshians concocted some rationale that Kalqua would be a threat to their safety if left alone, and that the Duerten would come for them first. I was highly doubtful the homogeneity was capable of hiding that many Venlo assassins and statues, but Federation loyalists seemed incapable of finding logical discrepancies in any rhetoric from Alpha. Kalqua enlarged on the viewport under our magnification settings as we cruised within striking distance of the ongoing battle. Evacuation ships launched from the surface, but despite their civilian payloads, the lengthy yet slender silhouettes of multi-tube bombers turned toward them with hostile intent. The Federation crewed vessel blew the escaping Duerten inhabitants to confetti before they could clear the atmosphere. In my opinion, departing shuttles would be best off keeping to suborbital skies. That would prevent the civilians from having antimatter rained on their metropolitan homes without getting picked off by merciless attackers once visible. Kaisal focused on his sensor array with determined eyes. Sir, the Malti and the Dresden are proving particularly hostile to the native life forms. They're carrying most of the high-yield bombs. So I've noticed. We'll target those bombers first. We do not want the Duerten wiped out under the present circumstances, I responded. Lisa cleared her throat. Sir, if I might offer a suggestion. What are you suggesting? Perhaps I could get our contacts in UN intelligence to send an anonymous tip about the Malti and Dresden's bombing holiday to that Chief Hunter Elis. If we serve them up on a platter, his profile suggests he's single-minded about proving himself. It's an easy way to weaken 2 Federation loyalists, and to keep them off the Duerten's backs in the event we win. It also gives us a fallback option in the slim chance that our arrival doesn't scatter their ships to the wind. Granted, that strategy failed to dissuade the delusional Kalsim, but I presume his wires were a little crisscrossed. Good work, Reynolds. The human soldier ducked her head, focusing her intelligent eyes on her display. My warship had locked a distant multi-tube bomber in our sights, and we burned hard across space to catch them. The Duerten shield were getting pummeled by the overwhelming force, lacking the resources to allocate to their own defense. I could watch the Yotul and Terran vessels off on their separate courses, with the primates showing a disconnect from reality. Much like Kalsine, they were hailing Kalqua, despite knowing they were persona non grata in this system. While I wouldn't bother with listening in on that conversation, it was a fair guess that Koji was telling them that predators were anything but welcome in this territory. Oh, I'd rather die than be beholden to the whims of beasts, I imagined the bird squawking, after the Terrans passed along a simple message of being here to help. You humans are just such terrible, bloodthirsty creatures, trying to stop our planet from being bombed. Honestly, that sounded about like what a typical Federation indoctrinated herbivore would offer in response to humanity's kindness. Sighing to myself, I turned my attention to the battle before us. The multi-tube bomber was cresting toward an open swath of space, but its engines were nothing to marvel at. The majority of its storage was devoted to housing warheads rather than a propulsion system. Its shape was awkward regardless, not lending itself to maneuverability or acceleration. The other vessel classes would be responsible for its defense, much like a prey herd's mothers encircling their pups. That weakness left the entire contingent tied down to the defense of a specific grouping. The Dresden had spread out some of their own craft as a rearguard, watchful for any attempts to encircle them. I supposed even deluded prey could wisen up to recurring tactical motifs, without dogma obstructing them from analyzing predatory behavior. As the multi-bombers alerted to our presence, they pushed their pitiful engines further. Kalkwa beckoned them toward orbital range. It wasn't clear exactly how many antimatter warheads had smacked the surface so far, but the devastating explosions were visible from space. Add in the sensor data indicating fallout sites, and it was all but certain that the tally of felled cities had reached triple digits. Arksua fleet, draw as close to the Dresden ships as you're able to. These vessels have been engaged for a lengthy duration, so they've sustained damage. They're not at their strongest. We'll utilize ballistics and point defense systems, where they're especially soft, I ordered. On a psychological level, squaring off with an Arxer at close range, where the feds could see our menacing visage from their viewport, into ours, would strike at their already dwindling morale. The rebellion's cruisers took charge, zipping in on an erratic course to dodge plasma targeting. With my command ship in the rear guard, Kaiser lined up vulnerable targets for our twin plasma railguns. Our blinding beam pierced through a Dresden's drive compartment, and the subsequent reaction culminated in a staggering explosion. I trusted the sensor station to pick out a new target for weapons to mop up, so as our railguns recharged, I turned my gaze back to the front lines on the viewport. Our cruisers had reached their intended destinations, though a few had been on the receiving end of Dresden plasma. With our guns breathing down their necks, the prey crews began a hasty course reversal. They were desperate to pad the distance between them and the vicious Archer. However, backward thrust brought us closer to the slow-moving multi-bombers. Kalkwa would take much longer to lay to waste without the party with the most firepower. A satisfied growl rumbled in my throat as I watched our rapid-fire kinetics slice through critical components. The Federation crews dispensed their entire caches of combat missiles in an attempt to push us away, though without targeting, the accuracy was lacking. For every 4 explosives that missed the rebellion craft, one aimed itself in the right direction. Our point defenses picked off some before they could fully orient on us, and with the close proximity, that meant several warheads blew up in the Dresden's face. However, I could still see orange fire erupt across a handful of Archer hulls, alongside the light shows in the void. Tipping the scales in our favor, the volume of lead we were pumping at hostile engines wasn't deflecting harmlessly. Shields were a non-factor at that close of a range. There was only so much force that could be absorbed. Not every bullet stream was enough to incapacitate or implode an enemy, but I was certain it was enough to get the warning bells ringing. "Sir, the message has been passed along to Elis," Lisa piped up. "Do you want to inform the enemy of this development?" I narrowed my eyes. "Negative. Let's keep some meat in the icebox. If we can win this of our own accord, it's strategically beneficial that the Malti and Dresden are unaware of the impending assault, yes?" "Understood." The toughened exterior the Dresden were presenting was beginning to crumble back into familiar prey dynamics. The remaining ships began to swerve any direction to escape, in the space version of a stampede. It was every fed for themselves, with the Malti a long-forgotten objective amidst their haywire instincts. Whatever the humans had said to the Duertan shield had been enough to get them to play along with our plan, it seemed. The avians had diverted focus to the Shadow Fleet, trusting the loathsome Arxer to handle the first wave leftovers. I was confident that we could deliver on that promise soon, with the enemy's deficits in every category. There are other species among those that came at the Kolshians' request. But these two are the leaders and are sticking together. If their central core collapses, not only will this contingent be lacking in antimatter, but the other species following them will likely flee as well. Initiative wasn't a word that a Federation military seemed to have in their vocabulary. Kaisal had been diligent in finding lone vessels for us to pick off, and now our entire fleet had a clear angle on our desired targets. The Arxer ran determined that it was time to utilize our missiles on his command. A barrage booked it toward a trio of multi-bombers. The craft deployed interceptors in the nick of time, but we followed it up with a second barrage. Other rebel warships chipped in, ganging up on targets across the skirmish line. Enemies were being taken out like fires on a rainy night. One after another was puffed out of existence by our combined firepower. The lumbering multi-ships weren't able to run and save themselves, as the Dresden had. Their vessels were picked off with cold precision, just as we had dominated them in our past raids. I could feel a tinge of the old powerful feelings coursing through my veins like motor oil. It felt invigorating to command such a lopsided display, and to recapture the role of savior I'd had on Earth months ago. The other Federation craft saw their ringleaders succumbing to our might, and decided they'd had enough. Kakwa's extinction was a long-forgotten goal. I watched them beeline toward any open path out of the system. The Shadow Fleet were on their own against 4 powers. "Util Fleet, come in," I barked into my comms link. "We've cleared the manned vessels from the system. While they were expendable to the Federation, it lightens the pressure off of you and the shield. I have a few ships chasing down stragglers and finishing off immobilized hostiles as we speak." "How are you faring?" The marsupial commander was on the line in an instant. "I'm afraid we're quite outnumbered, and the Duet and Shield are little more than bodies. That said, the technocracy can take out a Shadow Fleet drone in seconds. They can block plasma and standard kinetics real well, but those never-pouched squids are plenty weak to particles moving at 0.98 C. We've had to absorb a few punches, and most of our ships didn't have that dispensable outer shell intact after Milo, but the Terran drones have been acting as a buffer. My feed attributes 8,000 confirmed kills from the 3,000 of us. Not too shabby, huh?" "Indeed. How many losses have you sustained?" "A few hundred Yotel ships down, but the fact we haven't lost more is thanks to the Terrans. They've bled about 2,000 drones to preserve our lives. We could use your numbers to keep the near 20,000 remaining ships off our tail. The Duetan can't seem to do much more than sit slack-jawed and watch. We do not have the capacity to replace our ships that are lost, so we will play only a supporting role. You just need extra guns, yes? Anything's better than nothing, Chief Hunter. We can't be everywhere. You get involved in the picture, and suddenly assuming you count the Duetan, we have a numerical advantage. As the humans say, we're in business." "Very well. You'll have long-range plasma support." "Excellent. Once you arrive into the picture, the Terrans are going to Igtree to convince the Duerten to charge guns blazing. Humans are damn good talkers and all, but by the purification rites, I wish them sincere luck with that. They'll need it. Contact us if there's anything at all you need to relay. Otherwise, let's make some robot calamari. We are happy to heed that directive." Good fortune, as always. I switched off the line and rerouted my vessels toward various requests for backup sent by the technocracy. The other group of rebel craft, dispatched to pick off a separate group of first-wave leftovers, had also chased their quarry from the system that left just the drones of the Shadow Fleet. I spotted several Kolshian automatons encroaching on Kalkwa's inner sanctum and watched warheads tumble out of their bellies. Before my watching eyes, a Terran drone flung itself in the path of one missile, sparing a metropolis from a city-leveling dispersion. Unfortunately, the other explosives were jettisoned out of interception range. Since the Duer-10 were not a sapient coalition power, they lacked the missile defense systems that humans had been posting on their affiliated worlds. With more murderous munitions striking Kalkwa's flesh, adding to a tally of detonations that was approaching the second 100, I vowed to help the Yochul and the Terrans secure the region. The goal of my rebellion was as much to thwart the Kolshians' aims as the Dominions. Now, both parties presented a threat to the peaceful coexistence I desired. The Nature of Predators, 154 Memory Transcription, Subject. On, so, Yotul Technical Specialist Stage, Date, be Standardized, Human Time. March 9, 2137. Our vessel was in dire need of repairs. After the high-octane firefight that took place inside of our walls. The Kolshians had been rebuffed in most of their boarding attempts, with the Terrans' superior reflexes and wits providing a massive advantage. However, the enemy had been able to take the bridge on 2 of our ships, but the UN captains triggered the self-destruct before they could assume control. The primates were defiant to their last breaths, willing to sacrifice themselves to a fiery end if it meant that the bastards couldn't get their tentacles on our gadgetry. I like to think that I had a great deal of courage, but I wasn't certain I could have set off the detonation sequence without hesitation, knowing I was still aboard. Human bravery never failed to impress me. Tyler had embraced me in the tightest hug I'd ever received from him after the ordeal Samantha and I went through. Despite the fact that the intruders had been cleared from our vessel, my exchange partner had been hovering at my side as much as possible. He didn't make a single jibe about my prior controller-smashing episodes during our gaming sessions, though he'd never get overtly weepy. I was touched to see how terrified he was by the prospect of losing me. I deigned to stick by my brother in arms, so we could protect each other going forward. As we docked with a mobile repair gantry that had warped in, I was excited to tour the latest developments in the maintenance department. This entire construct was a novel idea. It allowed ship touch-ups to be expedited. The bridge would be back in tip-top shape in no time, and I imagined they'd place a permanent seal in the microscopic hull gap I'd patched while we were out. I'd love to pick a Terran engineer's brain, comparing their knowledge to my own and exchanging opinions on the latest technologies. Likely, the rest of our warship's crew would have found the repair gabbing boring. I almost felt a little bad for Tyler tagging along on my sightseeing expedition. However, I imagined he'd be more miserable worrying about a repeat of the boarding incident than listening to me spew facts like a guy's guys. We need to have a talk, Onso, Tyler grumbled, as we descended down the exit ramp into the station's walkway. There's some rumors about you causing trouble on the ship. I perked my ears up, widening my eyes to look innocent. For the Kolshians. That look right there is exactly the problem. Sam told me you've been doing the begging shit to get folks to do stuff for ya. She's right that you need to knock it off. Ooh, a scolding from my commanding officer. Worried I'll turn it on you. You know I would, if you could cook anything other than instant ramen. Soflin told me all about your unimpressive efforts. I know you think it's fun and games, but listen here. It's kinda funny, but Onso, You want everyone to treat you equal. My particular stunt is gonna have folks treating you like their fucking pet, and I don't see you in the same light as my dog Zeus. You don't wanna align yourself with animal behavior, right? Guy who's sharp as a whip shouldn't be seen as anything below that. Oh, come on. Maybe I'm sacrificing a little dignity, but a so-called cuteness overload gets humans to do stuff I don't want to do. We already see Yotul as cute by default. I just never told you because I didn't want to insult you. I'd be pissed if someone pinched my cheeks and was like, "Oh, you cutie pie." I swiveled to face the human, grabbing his cheeks as his blue eyes widened with indignation. "Oh, you cutie pie. Who's a precious human?" Tyler reached out with a hand, yanking on my tail. The Terran tugged with enough force that I yelped and leapt backward. Several human crew that passed us openly turned their heads to gawk at the scene. My exchange partner dusted his hands off, a satisfied smirk on his face. I growled at him, and he beckoned with an open palm for the "come at me" gesture. I considered launching myself at him, hind legs first, but that might be taking the playfighting a bit too far. With reluctance, my posture shifted to something meeker, and I fell back in at his side. Tyler might be bigger, but I could spar with him. It'd be funny to plant him on his ass with a drop kick. Deep down, I genuinely want to try that on a human. You're actually the worst. You're damn lucky we're bros. Handing I think you're cute. The blonde human chuckled. So, as I was saying, if you want to take advantage of our affectionate nature, you can just ask us to do whatever it is you want like a person. We'll probably still do it, man. In my case, I'd be there if you asked me to, 'cause I'm your friend. Since you're my friend, don't you dare play games with me, you hear? I stuck my snout up high in the air, closing my eyes. No promises. Or is that an order, Ingzer? Oh, fuck you. I'm serious, dude. Yeah. I got the message loud and clear. Good, because there's more important matters at hand. Sovlin's cooked up a new name for you, and I swear, the primitive shit is definitely about getting around the jar to spite me at this point. I'm also tempted to tattle on him to his shrink. I'm sure I'll love this. What's the name? Train lover? Barbarian? She forbid Toshana? That last one didn't translate. It's, a slur toward Ringians. It means shit-sniffing island savage. Thereabouts, the Icenites can't stand that we're isolated from their culture. Don't you ever use that word toward me. Oh. King of name. Got it. Lips are zipped. Sovlin is unaware of that word, I reckon. He's taken to calling you an artavist. I fucking hate saying that. So, Sovlin just changed how he calls me a primitive. That's not so bad. It's almost a term of endearment. He can't admit the Yotul who was born without electricity is brighter than him. I really don't get that, Onso. I hope you don't take this the wrong way, but I can't imagine growing up without electricity or running water. I don't know if I'd even make it. Yotul were damn tough. From where you started, to how quick you learned everything about an interstellar society. It shows you got a good head screwed on your shoulders. Thanks, I guess. You'd make it if it was all you knew. You can't think the best there is rough. That checks out. Can't miss what you don't got after jawing off along the way. I spotted a hangar bay where a group of Terrans were clustered around a computer screen, talking animatedly about something. This could be an unparalleled opportunity to discuss my passion with people who shared it, and wouldn't look down on me for being too primitive to be considered an academic equal. My tail wagged with happiness, and I bounded away from Tyler without a moment's notice. The blonde human sighed with resignation before trudging after me. A Terran engineer's head snapped up, and a toothy grin took over his face. "How's it going?" "Hey, you're the Yotel that took out a dozen Kolshians with fire foam, aren't you? We watched the footage earlier today. You're a badass. What can we do for you?" "I'd be happy to talk about anything tech-related, if you have time," I replied. "Then you should check out the feeds we're looking at now. We just launched the biggest fucking cyber attack the feds have ever seen. Word is, this is Zhao's sideshow to keep Fedi minions from running to Alpha's aid." Interest showed in Tyler's gaze. We both coveted news about the war from other fronts. I'd done some light reading on the humans' forays into digital attacks during the satellite wars, but the Treaty of Shanghai put restrictions on cyber warfare due to its astounding consequences. Under the present circumstances, I didn't imagine the United Nations was applying the letter of their internal laws to obstinate Federation powers. This could be a unique opportunity to parse why the late 21st century skirmish was so devastating to Earth's largest countries. I joined the crowd of Terrans, following their directional eyes. The total pandemonium depicted on screen, filmed from hundreds of worlds, was jaw-dropping. Without dropping a single bomb, or even positioning a single ship in orbit, the humans had brought entire societies to a standstill. It looked as though the Federation worlds were on the brink of anarchy. Riots occurred in the streets, despite the supposed certainty that prey weren't capable of such behavior. I knew from the lessons of the grain wars on Lyran that when food was scarce or other basic needs were denied, civilization could break down in a matter of days. What digital assault could have harvested these results? I don't see a direct correlation between a loss of internet service or a computer network and blood in the streets. Perhaps the news anchor's commentary will explain. Detail by detail, the affected technology and its ramifications were expounded upon over our airwaves. Malware had been placed into the power grids of every Federation allied entity, resulting in mass blackouts, unless the citizens were remotely located and sustained their facilities on independent power sources. This had a variety of rippling effects. In regions tormented by bitter winters, this left homes in near freezing temperatures, needing to run appliances off limited backup energy stashes, for those who had any. Affluent neighborhoods were best prepared to weather the storm, while others had to cultivate fires or head out to shelters for refuge. Hospitals running on minimum power were struggling to fuel their machinery, spawning desperate pleas to military hospital ships to take on patients. The most dire impact of all was the fact that, without refrigeration, entire food stores spoiled. To confound this problem, the humans had also taken out the water mains with their invisible software. Lacking both of the essential building blocks for life, civilians attempted to complete transactions to purchase the remaining supplies at stores. However, the banking system had also been the target of hacking operations. The Terrans drained every credit from each account and targeted backup servers as well. Without funding to buy food, and with their livelihoods vanished, protesters marched down to their government's doorsteps. Many states instituted rations and handouts from what was left of the supply chain, but shelves still ran bare as everyone rushed for morsels of food. "It's everything," I breathed. An entire society brought to its knees by the things they took for granted and depended on electronics to fuel. Bet they wish they had primitive systems now. Few elements of society went untouched. The Terrans were ruthless in going after anything that was tapped into a network. Some military personnel had been tricked into downloading malicious files on their closed system ships, allowing the UN to trigger their self-destruct function from afar. The once secret FDL comms infrastructure was taken out alongside civilian planetary broadcast systems, which meant the armed forces were left unable to transmit intel. The populace was, likewise, stripped of their ability to receive news, government instructions, or contact their relatives during this time of unrest. The pure genius of humanity's ploy was undeniable. The Federation's allies couldn't come to AIFA's assistance while there were problems at home. Their vulnerable technology was untrustworthy, and communications would be cut off with their command and leadership. Earth would be delusional to attempt to combat over 200 species at once. Now, whatever Shadow Fleet resources are amassed in the Kolshian systems have to fare for themselves. The Commonwealth might have to backpedal their other operations and defend their homeworld. After seeing cyber warfare in action, I could grasp why the satellite wars ravaged Earth's industrialized nations, punishing them for every advancement they'd made in any field that revolved around technology. Civilians could be caught in the crossfire, with every facet of their lives unraveling by the invisible hand of a digital threat. It was my new directive to bring this information back to Lern, assuming humanity wasn't already collaborating with the Yochul on cyber warfare strategies and defenses. The technocracy needed, first and foremost, to safeguard our fledgling systems and ships from such attacks. However, it would also be apt if us primitives uncovered ways to cripple the very advancements the Federation had lorded over our heads. Would you look at that? We really fucking did it. Tyler cheered. I believe we can take Afa, y'all, just like we took Tulsk. This is it. Nicholas Jr., or whoever the fuck their new despot is, will be facing a war tribunal lickety-split. I swished my tail lazily. I know what you said about not crossing lines. I'll follow your orders, even if I do see them as soft. But I think the only way to be sure we're rid of the Feddies is to wipe them out once and for all. There's no benefits to keeping a source of such evil alive if we have the chance to cap the well. Oh, tempted to wipe, aim off the map or whatnot. But it's a bad precedent for us to do that, and it ain't gonna get the other Feddies to stand down. It won't let us free Slanik or any civilians that are under heel too, any kids who ain't had nothing to do with this horse shit. No, we want to end this war and keep it ended. It doesn't end by following the same old cycle this whole galaxy's been on. They have to pay for what they've done, as a collective society. Respectfully, I don't think it matters if there's a precedent for washing our paws of a race that has genocided millions. Do you think it was justified to launch this cyber attack against these Federation subordinates? Well, yeah. Sucks that civilians got wrapped up in it, but it's an option that saves human lives and ships we don't got enough of. Doesn't it save human lives to bomb Alpha and not have to take it by foot? In the short term, you'll pay the blood price of the other Feddies fighting to the death. And you also show the rest of the SC races, including the Yotul, that we're a bunch of fucking hypocrites. I'd like us to be the ones who show there can be something better. Heroes aren't heroes on a part-time basis. I want a peaceful life back on Leon, helping rebuild my culture. I don't need to be a hero. Of course, you don't need to, buddy. You'll do it because you don't want the foundation of our peace to be built on sand. You'll do it because you've seen that we're different, and because, even if it's just from a science point of view, you think life means something. We'll do it for each other, 'cause we owe it to ourselves and our friends to finish this with dignity." A Terran engineer whistled with appreciation. "That's a hell of a speech. For what it's worth, I agree with you. Killing a shit ton of people, or any form of mass punishment, has never fixed or helped anything. Always come back to bite you in the ass." I sighed. Just out of curiosity, would the puppy dog eyes help at all to win this debate? "No." "Bad yodel," Tyler scolded, a disbelieving glint in his eyes. "You can't beg the UN to let you murk some civvies." "Maybe not, but if a couple of antimatter bombs happened to fall into my control, it wouldn't be there. Clearly you've seen enough chaos and destruction in HD for one day. I'm taking you back to the ship." "That is an order." I struck a pouting posture, while waving a farewell with my tail to the human engineers. This journey hadn't morphed into the technical conversation I'd craved, but it had lent me insight into an entirely new field of study. I was determined to acquire knowledge on digital vulnerabilities, and tinker with how I could engineer safeguards into Liern's grid in case we ever ended up on the wrong side of someone with cyber warfare capabilities. With its present deployment against the Federation's allies, our mission to AFA suddenly seemed much more feasible. Once our warship was repaired and ready to return to action, it would be up to us to take down the Kolshians through any means necessary. After everything I'd seen in the past few months, I believed that humanity had what it took to win this war. The nature of predators. 155 memory transcription subject. Chief Hunter, Isif. Arksur Rebellion Command date is standardized human time. March 10, 2137 20,000 foes. Remained active in the system. I wasn't sure how Terrans planned to gain the Duerten Shield's compliance with their plans. If the local remnants, figuring at about half of the invading forces' tally, surged toward the Kolshians, it would make our support much more effective. Their motivation for aggressive action was obvious, with Kolkwa rocked by antimatter bombs. Planetary defenses were long since gone, and our rescue operation was the only reason their last remaining forces hadn't been cut down by overwhelming opposition. The Yotrul's particle beams gave us a chance, especially since they lacked the recharging requirements of plasma weaponry. Enemy drones had invested their focus on the technocracy's pesky vessels, giving the Duerten some breathing room. Most of humanity's drone aid had perished in the initial engagement, protecting life and limb over unbreathing, unfeeling metal. I was pleased that the Duerten hadn't turned their guns on us, or the UN, but I suppose even they weren't foolish enough to invite extinction. It was easy to claim that it was better not to exist than to bow to a predator's whims, when that ultimatum wasn't staring an herbivore in the face. Self-preservation was an instinct that transcended all classes of life forms. With the Malti, Dresden, and other Federation subsidiaries driven out by us, there was hope of keeping some of Kolkwa's infrastructure intact. I winced, thinking what percentage of the populace lived in the cities that had already been hit. My documents. The last census data suggests a population of about 6.5 billion, including foreigners on work visas or diplomatic stays. It's a smaller number than the amount of people on Earth, largely due to the constant casualties brought on by this endless war. It was important to take inventory of exactly what was transpiring around my command ship. Through the near-microscopic dots Kaisel had highlighted, I could glimpse human nanodrones on the fly. The Duerten Shield seemed to lack a strategy with their remaining ships, with every unit operating out of independent desperation. The Yochol were being hounded by any drone that could burn toward them, and could only fend off so many guns-blazing foes, even with exemplary flying. It was obvious where our plasma support was best spent. If humanity's manned ships had taken on automatons in prior engagements, there was no reason Archer crews couldn't hold our own too. It would reflect poorly on my abilities as a commander if we couldn't drive the Kolshians out in one fell swoop. Focus plasma on targets who are in pursuit of the Yochol. Save our missiles for any Kolshians who come for us, I ordered. Kaizel narrowed his eyes. Understood, sir. I forwarded a handful of possible targets that are almost in range of our weapons. Lisa looked up from her spot beside Bondarenko. Sir, if I may, I've been informed that the Urten have been persuaded to charge the enemy. All our ducks are in a row. It happens right now, all at once. We'll be throwing everything but the kitchen sink at them, Alexei declared, with a chipper grin. Everything but the kitchen sink. The idiom didn't compute with me, and I figured I could attempt to utilize human levity to build rapport with my crew. If I was going to bring Archer back to our old ways, and I couldn't learn from Visith, it would behoove me to replicate the Terran's bedside manner. That saying does not make sense. Why would we be throwing a faucet tool in a space battle? Is this a remark on using anything as a weapon? Well, not that we wouldn't, you know. There were secret programs to use cats as acoustic listening devices. This saying was popularized during our Second World War, or so I hear. Anything usable went to the war efforts, so I guess it took off then. I regret ever asking to learn more about your inane rationale. Let me know if the United Nations has anything useful to impart, rather than using confusing excerpts about household appliances. Yes, sir. It is about to get serious for sure. You could say we're about to go out of the frying pan into the fire. You think it's funny to use this idiom after I warned you, yes? You're lucky your government would not tolerate me breaking your ankles like I did Kaizel's. The Arksha grunt winced, drawing his tail closer. Do not remind me, sir. Given that humans must char their food, and their culture, like ours, revolves around meat eating, it computes that gay kitchenware is a priceless contributor to their daily lives. I can see why the Duerten would be relegated to the kitchen sink, as incompetent herbivores without a shred of common sense. I do not expect their charge to be useful or deliver on its promised effects. A bunch of inadequate resources together may be enough, is that not correct? The Terrans must have completed a similar assessment in their stratagems. We are to save the herbivores and do our part, lest we look to be bumbling idiots like the Duerten. Understood. I'm on it. Our weapons station was attempting to lock onto a Kolshian drone, utilizing the data that Kaizel had forwarded. Several captains in the rebel fleet were coordinating their fire, cultivating synchronicity to deal massive damage once we drew within range. The Yochol were clever enough to keep just ahead of the enemy pursuers, and to slowly loop toward us on an indirect path. They were routing the Federation fleet toward us, which would make it easier to get a crack at our targets. Power was diverted away from non-essential systems aboard my command vessel, ensuring that our initial volley was sizzling with intensity. The dazzling flashes of thousands of plasma beams, fired off in unison, was an impressive display of control. The robots could dodge through some of the plasma, calculating the munition's intended course and abruptly twirling out of the way. However, that meant they had to ease up on their pursuit of the technocracy vessels. The Yochol were ready to bombard them with particle beams, as quickly as their weaponry would allow. The Duertan had also diverted most of their remaining ships into a formation advance, and were using everything but the kitchen sink. That is, they were using whatever weapons they had left over from the prolonged engagement. Kaisal had ordered our weapons station to hold their fire, and only now granted the permission to annihilate a target. With the Koshians being pressed on all sides, our chosen target was paying no mind to any rebel fleet follow-up. Key see the point of bringing the Duertan shield forward. On their own, they pack very little claw strength, but with the drones ignoring them in favor of greater threats, they can choose their marks unimpeded. Kai, the slim number of remaining Terran drones, had drifted away from the Yochel's side as we stepped into the fold. Humanity's computer-piloted fleet mobilized beside the Duertan shield, protecting their remnants in the scarce cases they were fired upon. My best guess was that the UN didn't want the Duertan to start sustaining heavy losses and crumble with their already frazzled nerves. The brazen charge wouldn't hold if they started dropping like prey. I waited with impatience for our plasma railguns to recharge, wanting to pin down the Kolshians before they could craft an evasion strategy. The Terran nanodrones I'd spotted on the sensors earlier zipped toward any Kolshian drones who had resumed their pursuit of the Yochel. I could see that a few dozen technocracy ships had been on the receiving end of missile barrages. From debris scattered in the void, the microscopic human automatons pounced on the enemy's lack of shielding, and I watched one swarm ram itself into a foe's thrusters. While it wasn't as decisive as a reactor strike, it was enough to immobilize the drone. A Duertan shield vessel moseyed in to mop it up, as even those foolish avians could take down a paralyzed target. Kaisal, how many more drones do you expect we need to kill before their algorithms recognize they've lost? I asked. Lisa shifted on her feet. If I may interject, I think it's not so simple. The Shadow Fleet has the kind of numbers that losses aren't their concern. Should the algorithms assess that the battle is lost, I imagine they'll shift their focus to taking out as many souls on Kulqua as possible before going down. Their aim was to engineer the complete eradication of the species that defied them, so I cannot argue against your conclusion. My question to the Runt, to Kaisal, stands. What's the number where it's decided that all is lost? The scrawny Arksha lashed his tail. In my estimation, we already crossed that threshold, sir. Between the Yochel, us, and the Duertan shield scoring kills, I count 6,500 fallen enemies. If there's anything the Eye Calamari wanted to try, they have to make that push while they still have numbers. I squinted at the viewport, assessing where push might come from. Several Shadow Fleet drones had ramped up the pressure on technocracy vessels, despite understanding it left them vulnerable to the three species covering the Yochel. Another contingent was feinting toward the Duertan homeworld, knowing full well that the Terrans would ram automatons into their foes if needed, to stop them from drawing close enough. The final break-off group I spotted was waltzing into our crosshairs, right into the waiting missiles that we'd conserved to avoid such a head-on assault. Between all of those ostensible last-ditch efforts, there was a small number of hostiles that were unaccounted for. With the Duertan closing in on the Kolshians from the planet's direction, the Terrans functioning as a middleman, and us backing up the Yochel on headings from the system's outer bounds, that left a single avenue of possibility. The only path to slip away was to blaze off horizontally, while locking the other engagements into a limited area. It was difficult to detect which direction they would have chosen, with the craft having escaped visual range, debris, course data, and a slew of active weapons were drowning out sensor leads in a sea of information. Rather than allowing the Kolshians to dilute our senses, we needed to filter out the irrelevant matters. I hurried over to the sensor station to preside over the full array, and moved Kaisal out of the way without explanation. Despite grasping that it would leave us blind to a target lock, I switched off all data correlating to in-flight weapons. My next subset to subtract was anything less than half of a ship length, even though that would entail manual spotting to avoid flying into debris or friendly nanodrones. It still remained difficult to parse a particular group of renegades from their buddies, so I resorted to removing all vessels which had been marked as friendly. It was less than ideal to not know our partners' vectors, on top of not viewing their weapons' trajectories. However, if my theory was correct, we had little time to mitigate the Shadow Fleet's plan to double the casualties on Kalkwa. I pointed with a claw to faint energy readings. Peel back. See these readings here? The Shadow Fleet snuck some ships off that way to bomb Kalkwa. Send our fastest craft after them. I'll send word to the United Nations, Lisa chimed in. They'll be responsible for filling in the Duerten Shield, who I'm sure have been so pleasant to work with. Alexei narrowed his eyes. I'll tell the Yotl, though I don't imagine they have a hope of intercepting ships that are closer to us. We have to stop the squids. Each drone probably only has one antimatter bomb aboard, but if there's a few hundred ships, we do learn arithmetic on risks, contrary to common beliefs. That would induce more city hits than they've already racked up in the sum of the battle, over 1 billion more dead. Unlike Khalzim's fools, the Kolshians have been strategic enough to take out key military strongholds and seats of government across Kalkwa already, so now it'll be pure population. The Duerten will have a fraction of their former power. As is, they may lose the deciding stake in the Shield Alliance, Lisa postulated. That might be for the best, except that they're a driving force in hating the Federation. Plus, their manufacturing capacity is second to none in their little group. We cannot afford to lose virtually all of their major urban centers, yes. The fastest ships in the rebel fleet have already received a communique to pursue this vector, but we will trail behind to supervise. Divert all power to propulsion. Kaisal squinted. With respect, sir, we cannot hope to catch them in a ship of our size. I do not know that our speediest vessels can catch them. I did not specify thrusters, Lisa. Your job is to get us in touch with the Duerten Shield through the UN Shield. Charge our warp drive through the standard stationary protocol and coordinate a fraction of a second for us to warp to their intended destination. My hope is that we are in and out before the Kolshians notice the opportunity. Get a small enough number of our other warships to jump at the same time, but not enough that the drones notice we're prepping for warp and become wise to it. Peacekeeper Reynolds ducked her head. I'm on it, sir. I'll coordinate with navigations. Pardon my audacity for asking questions, domineering Chief Hunter. But if we're catching up through FDL, why are you sending the speediest ships after them at sublight velocities? The Aksharant spoke up. It's a mere diversion, Kaisal, so that they think we're going after them in that hopeless fashion. I paced back to the captain's station, allowing him to resume full control over the sensors hub. What do the prey accuse us of so often? It's a ruse. The gravity disturbances of the FDL disruptors were preventing warp travel now. If the Kolshians realized that they'd have an opportunity to slip into subspace, that would allow them to poke their units directly through to orbital range. It was quintessential that they wouldn't have the slightest clue of our intentions, and that the field was reasserted as soon as it was opened. This might mean we'd be thrown back into real space the hard way, but despite the unpleasant variables, this was the only hope of catching the Kalkwa-bound bomb-toters. It was a necessary gambit for the continuance of the Duerten as a galactic power. This entire rescue mission was a pointless waste of resources. If this doesn't succeed, beyond the senseless loss of life that would mirror an Arxur raid. I hope to never see a planet come to that again, so this must work. As we stalled in position, protected at the far reaches of the rebel fleet, I watched the warp drive uncoil suitably to chart a path. If I had time to process what was unfolding, I might have even been nervous, despite my immense battle experience. However, it was over before I realized it had started. My command ship lurched into subspace before our violent expulsion as the disruptors went back up near instantaneously. In that sliver of time which was imperceptible to any life form, we'd punched our ticket ahead of the Shadow Fleet's path. Our warship could stand in the path of the incoming, bomb-bearing foes. The havoc the FTL disruptors wreaked on our biology wasn't something that could be trained away. The sudden transition confounded the senses. The skin wrapped around my brain felt too tight. My ears bore the sensation of being turned inside out as deafening bells rang within. My body temperature was climbing like I was under a sun lamp, and my body temperature was climbing like I was under a sun lamp. My eyes were projecting psychedelic patterns onto everything I saw. An unspeakable level of vertigo made it difficult to think, let alone direct my equally dazed soldiers to battle stations. The humans had turned flushed shades of red and were on the floor struggling to coordinate movements. A growl rumbled in my throat as I leaned against my station with the full force of my weight. "Divert power, back to weapons," I huffed. "Move!" A weapons technician slumped against the buttons, managing to move a paw that weighed a ton to the needed buttons. He collapsed with exhaustion after completing the sequence, and I swiveled my slowly normalizing vision back to Kaizal. The Arxur runt was on his knees. Judging by the concerned look in his eyes, he couldn't read the overlay. I tried to consult my own, but the dots all bled together through the blur. My eyelids squeezed shut in merciful darkness for a few seconds, and I sucked in measured breaths. My gaze snapped back open with renewed focus, allowing me to gauge the situation. The Kolshian drones were mere seconds from arriving, so I hoped that my crew could shake off the FTL disruptor's effects in the next few moments. To my surprise, there were a small handful of Terran drones in Duertan shield vessels that had made the jump with us, forsaking their counterparts for the good of Kalqua. At least the friendly automatons couldn't be shaken by the transitional effects on biologics. The rebels on my bridge got their tails back into motion and tended to the now-ready plasma railgun. We had to throw everything we had at the Shadow Fleet. I straightened with pride, despite how much that Seagay had taken out of me. Arxur are the finest warriors in the galaxy. We stop them here. We stop eyeing the Federation here. Confident growls echoed across the bridge as my followers tapped into their strength reserves. The Duertan shields still looked a bit listless, so their fire might be a bit behind our initial volley. Kaizal zoomed in on a Kolshian drone, and with startling efficiency, our plasma weapon fired. Two other rebel friendlies targeted the same vessel from different angles, making evasion improbable. The automaton fired off a desperate stream of missiles before it was blasted into oblivion. Terran robots deployed a stream of interceptors to neutralize that parting gift. I didn't wait for the light of the reactor explosion to die down before ordering weapons to unleash the missiles that we'd been preserving to save our own hides. The meandering Duertan shield caught on enough to dump every missile they had at the oncoming enemies. Since that was an easy task to complete, Terran drones forged ahead of us, cruising along vectors that put them on collision courses. Despite the contentious resistance, the Federation were getting close to orbital range of Kalqua. The fractional contingent of craft we warped here had to put a swift end to the few hundred Shadow Fleet bogies. I never thought I'd be fighting side by side with leaf-licking apes and the Duerten shield, I muttered to myself, before bellowing orders at a pitch where my crew could hear. However fast is the quickest you can get that plasma gun online. I want it done faster. Throw everything but the kitchen sink at them. If we have it in stock, use it. Cal will definitely have to afford us some maintenance and restocking after this escapade. Our resources are limited, and now depleted. Our interceptors were repurposed to be hurled at the drones, hoping that anything that landed would hinder their approach. The Duerten shield had finally brought their plasma guns alive, and were spitting off beams in defense of Kalqua. The Shadow Fleet dispensed shield-breaking missiles of their own across our joint line, before returning another round of plasma, tailored toward the Duerten ships. I saw that, with the small number of ships we had in their way, our enemy intended to push through our weakest link. 3 craft might fall, but one making it through would lend consolation to them. There had been a negligible number of Terran drones to protect the Duerten from their folly, and the Arcshire rebel fleet was otherwise occupied with targets of our own. After running the mental math in my head, it was clear to me that we couldn't stop every planet-bound vessel alone. We had to handle what was in front of us. Due to the efforts I'd led, my forces were cutting down 200-odd ships that would have ravaged the planet. It spared Kalqua the majority of the damage, but despite our heroic victory approaching certainty, it wasn't possible here to save the homogeneity from a few final losses. The Duerten shield failed to hold their defensive line, and the Kolshin drones broke through the final stretch to orbital range above the inhabited world. The Duerten pivoted in desperation, with a few desperate enough to save their loved ones, that they mimicked the actions of the Terran drones, ramming into the bombers. Though most hostiles became easy pickings, due to taking no actions to protect themselves, about 6 enemies made it through to their destination. Plasma beams and missiles struck true against the genocidal metal hunks, but it was too late. The shield tossed kinetics at the antimatter payloads, hoping against hope to strike the fast-moving warheads, yet knowing it wouldn't work. In rote silence, my claws switched onto the comms channel, to hear the Yotul declaring they were cleaning up the last remaining Kolshian hostiles back at the warp point. A dark part of my soul almost admired how the Shadow Fleet sacrificed thousands in a losing battle to increase their casualty count. Our intervention had saved the Duerten from total extinction, and it was an effort that would garner respect from the United Nations. It remained to be seen how this would affect relations between the homogeneity and the sapient coalition, but it might even open the birds' minds to cordial relations. However, as 60+ antimatter bombs delved into Kalqua's atmosphere, I couldn't feel any sense of triumph. Today was another bleak mark on the Federation's blood-stained history in this galaxy.